Open. That is absolutely massive. We'll get into the details of what that means for the players in a little while, but wow, huge thanks to everyone at home for that.
That's insane. I mean, that's basically doubling what these players would have earned. That's just insane, Lionheart. But if you guys still wish to support the Gwent esports scene, you can also purchase the Time of the Day bundle in the shop, which will boost the prize pool even more of the Season 4 World Masters event scheduled for December 2022.
It is indeed, and that card back is my favourite in Gwent history. It is actually premium, so it moves as well. You will see the sunset, you will see the moon rise. It is an absolutely stunning card back, and every time you purchase it, it will help the total prize pool for World Masters, so definitely worth considering. A quick reminder to you all at home as well, though, this tournament is going to be run in an online format, so both the players and the casters, as you can see, are connecting from home. All matches will be broadcast with a delay, as you would expect. Now, our little wonders in the background have got the Twitch Observer fully operational, though, so even though we are coming to you from the past, you can see it in real time, so make sure you take advantage of that.
Yes, and for those of you who are watching the live event today on Twitch in your homes, there will be some awesome Twitch drops for you. Every 2 hours, you will reach a milestone and get another reward. At 2 hours, you'll get 50 meteorite powder. At 4 hours, you'll get another 50 meteorite powder, plus that awesome looking Eclipse avatar. At 6 hours, an ultimate keg, and at 8 hours, another ultimate keg. Just be sure to actually claim your drop every time you get one at 2 hours, or the next one will not be progressing.
Yes, 100%. You've got to make sure that you do redeem that, because if you don't redeem it, well, you will be missing out. I hear we have a little whisper in the background. I believe Paul Bourgeois wants to jump in and give us some information. I've got him in my ear, throwing you right back over to Bourgeois right now.
So yeah, most importantly, you probably didn't hear me. If you can read the lips and you know what I said, good for you. But if you haven't, so I just said hello and welcome to Gwent Open number 2. My name is Pavel Bourgeois. I will be your host for the next 2 days. So if you got that, at least that's pretty good. And I will be interviewing the winners, but I will be leaking stuff. And we also have a big pre-final segment tomorrow with Ryan and Jean. And yeah, the leaks today are done by me. I'm going to say that they're going to happen, but they are actually done in video format by the casters. So you probably did not get that, and everybody's like, what the hell? I didn't hear what he said. So now you know what I said. And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. I think that's all. Yeah, that's all. And oh, there's one more thing that we're going to leak tomorrow, but it's a secret, so I can't tell you about it right now. But you will learn about it soon TM, which is tomorrow. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Lionheart, Thea, just, yeah, take it away.
And thank you for that, Bourgeois. You see, I thought my ventriloquist skills were top-notch, but you know what? They got even better. Thank you very much for that, Bourgeois. And secret leak, well, it wouldn't be a Gwent Open without something secret coming out now, would it? But I believe we can now introduce you to the 8 players that are going to be taking part in this event. Starting off with Cuna and Magpie. So Cuna, I believe it's his first event, but a long-standing and storied Gwent player, winner of April's Top 16 qualifiers after a really good season on ladder that month. Magpie, well, if you don't know Magpie, where have you been? Renowned deck builder, experienced tournament player, featured in several Opens, World Masters, and won a Challenger event back in Season 1, qualifying in May from the Top 64. Next up, now this is brother v brother, effectively. It's Carpathen and Fireball. Carpathen is very new to the Gwent esports scene, but is taking it by storm, and my dark horse, potentially, to feature in Masters, maybe even win it. And what is there to say about Fireball that has not already been said? There are so many superlatives for arguably the greatest to ever play the game. Qualified at the last chance, May Top 64, going 11-0 that weekend. Tia, I think it's fair to say he booked his place in style.
Oh, he always does. And I mean, the next four players, in contrast, are making their debut in their first Open for Gwent Masters. So it's basically going to be the old versus the new, which makes this lineup even more spicy. We have Lirio coming in next to Gandalf, Spelling Bee, as well as Mystical. All of those faces should be rather new for our normal audience watching from home today, but do not underestimate them, folks. They pack quite the punch, I've heard.
They do indeed. It is not easy to get to a Gwent Open. Just 8 people manage to book their place of all the people who fight in every qualifier, every ladder, every season. Some really big names in there trying to make it to Masters at the end of the year. It is going to be quite the fight, I think. And we can take a quick look at the bracket. This is how it is going to stand here. You are going to start off with us today with Cuna versus Magpie.
Yeah, and I hear they brought some spicy lists. Can't wait for that, to be honest. But after that, we'll take you into Spessy and Sealy, who'll be casting Kerpeton versus Piable. That's going to be quite a match as well. And after that, 2 more people from Poland. Poland taking up half of the spots today in the Open. Quite nice to see.
They are indeed. Poland representing hard here with Lerio and Gandalf. You will be joining us again here for that 3rd quarterfinal, followed by sending you back to Spessy and Sealy.
Yes, and they will be casting Spellybee versus Mystical. Again, 2 players we haven't really seen a lot of, so I'm very curious to see what list they decided to bring to the tournament today.
Yeah, same completely. It's going to be really interesting. People in their first Open, how are they going to adapt to the pressure? It's completely different when the lights switch on and it really hits home. Qualifiers are big, but the Open is bigger. And you know what? If you're talking about the Gwent Open at home, maybe you're on social media discussing it, make sure you use the hashtag Gwent Open for all of your tweets, because I will be flicking through them in between series thinking, I wonder, did I get it right? Did I get it wrong? Make sure at home you do that. But also, much to my delight, Gwent has partnered with Prime Gaming. So, if you want some free Gwent goodies and you have Prime Gaming, it is possible right now. All you need to do is click into that little crown on Twitch, check through and redeem those goodies once every month. Always great to see, and I am delighted that this is happening. It's something I've wanted for a long time, so I'm really excited about it too.
Certainly agree. And hey, if you're watching the live stream today and you're part of the Witcher community or the Cyberpunk community, you got that little notification saying that CD Projekt Red is going live, and you've never really seen this game before. Well, it's Gwent, the Witcher card game, and honestly, you should give it a try. If you want to, you can go over to playgwent.com, play the game for free. There's nothing you have to pay to download it. You can also use our social medias like Twitter as well as Facebook if you want to keep in touch with the Gwent esports scene.
Yeah, completely. It's available on GOG, Steam, and mobile platforms as well. All cross-platform, which is fantastic and great to see. I think we should explain that prize pool. I teased it a little earlier, and it is massive. It is a huge prize pool today. Let's see what these players are here for. They are here for pride, yes. They are here for victory, of course. But it doesn't hurt that there might just be a little bit of money on the line as well. As I mentioned, a whole extra $13,000, just over $13,000 added to that base prize pool of 10k tier. That's a huge amount of money, right?
It's massive. I couldn't be prouder of the Gwent community. That just goes to show how supporting the game in turn supports the players. So yeah, hats off to the Gwent community on this fine day.
Definitely. I mean, it does help. The bundle that was supporting it, the Black Sun board, I think it was, or maybe it was the Eclipse board it was called, but you know the one I mean. Oh, it's such a great little combo. The coin, especially when you see it flip to red coin, absolutely stunning. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. But you can, in terms of the way the actual breakdown is going to be, just for arriving here, just for getting here today, each player, before they play a game, is taking home $1,150. Just for turning up. Absolutely huge. And then, on top of that, there is a quarterfinal stake. Same again. The more games you win in that quarterfinal, the more money you're taking home, with a chance to progress to the semi-finals for even more, and then the finals for even more again, Tia. So much on the line here.
Yeah, honestly, every game you win just adds to that initial prize pool. So, hey, players are going to have to give it everything they have in every single series. Now, speaking of players, I think it's time to go over to our first two contestants and see what they have to say regarding the Open today.
That's definitely a good idea. And throw you over to the interviews with Cuna and Magpie.
Hello, Ryan. Hello, everyone. I am Kner, but most people might know me from being Fireball's screen partner. I finally managed to qualify for my first big tournament. I was around, in the last 2 years, I was around in all the biggest tournaments, so good achievement for me. And I think I am pretty simple guy. I love animals. I love food, good food, especially pineapple pizza. I like going to the gym, and I never skip day legs. And I saw on Twitter that Burza is also not skipping leg day, so maybe I will have chance to go with him to the gym one day. And overall, I think I am pretty chill guy. I always trying to help my friends. How you can see on the last 2 years when I was prepping with Paya. And that's it about me. When and how did I get into the GWENT? I think it was a bit randomly. I saw some gameplay on YouTube, and I was like, yep, I spent 100 hours playing Witcher 3 and playing GWENT in Witcher 3, why I shouldn't play GWENT. And that's how I exactly get into GWENT. And I think it was around like 2 years ago. I started my journey with GWENT, and now it was amazing time, and I meet a lot of people and the whole community. I think it's pretty simple for me because I never play GWENT at night, so when I play during the day, it's easier for me. I'm not the guy that's like Paya, who can play GWENT for 24 hours and then goes to study for another 24. He never sleeps. But if I have to play on the night, in long session, I think I always have some coffee around, and I think we always play together, right? We have like TV on the team, when me, Payabol, Carpatien, and in the last season, for example, Green Knight or Spivey, we just hang out and talk and just making fun, playing GWENT, and you play GWENT yourself, then you watch gameplay on other screen, and the time is amazing. You can climb and play for a long time with people around.
Hey guys, I'm Magpie. I'm a competitive GWENT player, as you know me. I guess I'm just a guy who tries to find a way in his life and to do his best. How do I view the competition for this Open? It's gonna be quite interesting because we have 5 new players, and I don't know what to expect from them. I know Lario tries to bring some interesting stuff. Also Mystical, who is a friend of mine, I know he's also bringing some interesting decks. So yeah, it's gonna be definitely a good Open, especially with Pieball and Kerpetin, who are top competitors in the scene. And is could race between me, Stacy, and Pieball. I remember back in the day in Warsaw, in 2019, I fell off a scooter. So yeah, I'm pretty bad at riding it. So I guess I'm not gonna compete between them.
And we are back from those interviews. Okay, that is my new favorite interview of all time. I adore Magpie, but Cuna, you know what? That hat has stolen my heart. I hope it has the entire Gwent community. I need it immediately, Tia.
Well, I'm still stuck at the part where Magpie falls off his scooter. Apparently everybody goes to Warsaw, falls off of their scooter at one point or another. Spacey can tell us all about that when he's casting. But perhaps we should take a look at the Twitter poll, Lionheart. What do you think about this?
Wow, there is a huge favourite in this one. It is the veteran Magpie. Maybe that's to be expected. People tend to go with what they know here. 72% of people favouring Magpie on Twitter, but we've seen it before. Sometimes the Twitter poll can be a curse, not a blessing. I do wonder, is that going to be the case for Magpie today, do we think?
I don't know, Lionheart. I think it is either one's game, but we will have to be looking at the decks first before we can make any judgments about who's going to take what. I think it's a good time to maybe go over to the decks and actually take a look at what the players have brought. Are we going to see meta lists? Are we going to see spicy off meta lists? It can be anything, really. I hope both, in all honesty.
Well, I like a little bit of both, and I think with the competitors in this matchup, it's possible. We will be looking at Cuna's deck lists very, very shortly here, as he is the player who is starting on blue coin for us. So it's not going to be too long, and here are his first deck lists, starting off with Off the Books tier.
Yeah, off the book Syndicate. Now, the first thing that catches my eye is the Golden Necker. So the Golden Necker packs quite the punch in terms of tempo, because in one turn it can play a card, a special, as well as an artifact. So that is going to be quite interesting in the Syndicate list. Of course, when it comes to artifacts, we have the Conjurer's Candle. That's a great spender. Gives you 1 point more than the coins you put in every time you use it. You also have Salamandra's Hideout, which has an order ability that allows you to transfer poison from one unit to another. Of course, you can see how that can come in handy when you have cards like Morale, Roland Blainheim, Gallard Blainheim, and all the other poisons that makes up the poison package. But before we go on to the next list, is that a tunnel drill I spot in this list? I do believe I spot a tunnel drill.
No.
And my gosh, I thought this has been nerfed to the graveyard and back, but apparently it's still good enough. So now this card will damage an enemy unit by 1 for 2 coins. But if you're able to play a crime card in the same turn you use the tunnel drill will still do 3 points of damage like it used to do. Making this quite a strong card, and hopefully we'll see it going brrr, Lionheart. Hopefully we can have a matchup where that comes back.
I knew you wouldn't miss the opportunity to make the tunnel drill go brrr. I still can't do it, but we will move to the next list. It is one that some of you may have become accustomed to over the months. It is Stockpile Siege with the Muta Generator, but this one is notably a little bit different. It is very, very control heavy in the sense of there's a Karathi Heatwave and a Vigo's Muzzle. That really limits the number of 5p cards you can take in this list. Your round 1 is all about finding that Muta Generator, playing 5 provision cards on the back row, and developing as much carryover as you can, and then absorbing into that round 2 using Siege to kind of tempo your way through. Really, really interesting strategy here. Those 2 high power options for removal or control, maybe just targeting that sort of soft target of Self-Wound. Don't know if he's going to find his mark or not, but it'll certainly help with greed. And you can see here, this is such a key card. Originally not expected to do too well when it was released. I remember people thinking this was quite underwhelming. And now it is meta staple. You can see you can use it to build carryover and also slam a huge amount of tempo a little bit later by playing on the melee row. Really, really powerful card here. And I think this NR list is going to be quite the powerhouse today. But the next list on the menu is that Double Cross I see.
It is Double Cross, yes. Now, from afar, this might look like your normal Double Cross list from last Open, but in fact, the meta has changed a bit, and I spot a Rune Mage in this one. I think Rune Mage has become quite meta. The Rune Mage just makes RNG so much better, because where you normally get 3 options when you play a Create card, Rune Mage will allow all your Create cards to give you 5 options instead. So what does this mean? It means when you play Bribery, you can pick out of 5 cards instead of 3. Or if you use your double cross leader ability, you can use it when your opponent has 5 cards left, and you'll see every single one of those cards. So that, combined with Young Cultivate for consistency, is just quite the combo. So of course your normal assimilate list here has Arte Terra Nova, we have Brathens, the Mushi Truffle comes in very handy when we play the Illusionist. With the bonded ability, of course, it allows you to spawn a card from your opponent's graveyard that is a bronze, and will allow you to play that card for its full value, which is quite nice if you can pull it off. But yeah, other than that, we go over to the final list of Cuna, which is Deadeye Ambush.
It is indeed, and perhaps a little bit of a surprise to a few people. When I did have a brief chat with Cuna, he said Elves is his favourite archetype and wanted to bring it along. It is a powerhouse of a list that might be a little bit harder for players who are going on to sort of a control route, because of course you go pretty wide with this list. It is Elf Swarm, you can jam that Feign Death early, get round control, thin a little bit, and it is all about building up those waylays, finding value, getting extra waylays with your Vanadane, and shuffling as many back as possible with Alyssa to power through with Simlas and his Gatling gun of waylays towards the end. Interesting option and inclusion in this. There is a Tesha Mutna sword, and it's a powerful card. It's one that you may not see too much though. Damage an enemy unit by 5. Repeat once for each status it has. May seem like a bit of a strange tech, but if you're trying to deal with maybe something like Self-Wound, you see that defender and you feel you've got to get through it, bang, Teshan Mutna deals with this. Melusine, oh, it's veiled. Double damage again. Bringing Ciri Nova, you say? Oh, in your golden necker list? Nope, no thank you. The Tesha Mutna sword will deal with it all over again. So, a nice little inclusion. Will it work across Cuna's lineup? You can see he has gone with that little bit of force control. I'm really curious to see how he does. And I am delighted to send you across to Magpie's list now. I'm not gonna lie, I am very happy you are going through this first deck, because the legendary Magpiles, affectionately termed, are back.
Oh dear gosh, what year is this, Lionheart? I haven't seen a list like this since 2017. I used to play this back in my apartment when I was still a student, first year student actually. We see, the first thing that I see is the She-Troll of Vergen. The She-Troll, of course, boosts herself by 2 points every time a unit is destroyed during your turn. Of course, this can have quite a bit of points if left unchecked. We also see the Vran Warrior included in this deck, which does the exact same thing as the She-Troll, except it boosts itself by 1 point every time a unit is destroyed. So, I mean, that does prove to be very synergistic in a list where you end up consuming a lot of your units, right? So we also see the Brewer's Ritual at 11 provisions, which allows you to pull out 2 random bronze Death Wish cards from your deck. Now, if you want to play that in round 1 per se, you can even trigger it a second time with something like your stratagem, the Urn of Shadows, which will trigger a Death Wish card on your side of the board. So that card can make up for quite a bit of tempo if you really want to get ahead and force your opponents into a long round 3. When it comes to punishing your opponent, this deck isn't that solitary. Actually, there's quite a bit of text here to make sure that something like Waylay spawns doesn't get more points than you do. So we see Werecat there, which will damage all units on your opponent's side of the board on 1 row by 1 point each. And of course, if you trigger Death Wish, it will do it a second time. We also have Lacerate, damaging all units on a row by 2 points. And we have 2 Foretails, which damages all units on the board by 1 point. So that's so interesting. I can't wait to see this list in action. I'm still not sure what it's doing in the open, but I thank Magpie so much for bringing it. And then we go off to another Stockpile list, Lionheart.
Yes, and unlike the previous list, you will know how this one plays just by looking at it. It is the more typical Mutagenerator Stockpile Siege list. It has got the ability for the Anero and Amphibious Assault in there, some thinning from those Siege Masters if you can get it in the right order. It is all about building up that Mutagenerator all over again and getting the extra power into those later rounds. As I said, you want as many 5 provision units as possible, but there is an inclusion of a single 4 provision Siege Tower in the list as well. It might seem like a strange card to point out, but it makes a huge difference in this matchup. Henselt thins through one siege engine, but if you end up only taking Foltest Pride or the Carro Ballista, your opponent has the ability to play around that and play unitless, reducing the value from that short round slam. The inclusion of the Siege Tower, while completely anti-synergistic to Mutagenerator, is a phenomenal little tech, because it's completely proactive. You keep boosting and boosting and boosting, you find all of those extra points from that Henselt. A really nice little inclusion. Is that going to come down to it? Is that going to be the difference in that series? Well, we will find out. Of course, Magpie didn't bring Assimilate. Oh, is that Imposter I see, Tia?
Ironically, this can be Assimilate, which makes this deadly in a Nilfgaard versus Nilfgaard. Yes, Lionheart,
no.
It is Imperial Practitioner spam. This list is deadly. I played around with this and it's just ridiculous how good it can be. So the Imperial Practitioner is an Assimilate card, and it has an order ability that allows you to spawn a base copy of the last card that went into your opponent's graveyard on top of your deck. So, of course, that's not good enough. We need to manipulate the card that goes into the opponent's graveyard, and that is what Volgeford's Renegade's going to be for. Volgeford's coming in at 13 provisions will swap a card from your hand into your opponent's graveyard. Of course, there already needs to be a card in your opponent's graveyard in order to use this card, so there's a little bit of setup involved. But yeah, all you need to do is put Mushy Truffle in your opponent's graveyard, and you can have up to 7 of those in your deck by the end of the round. It's absolutely insane. And if that wasn't enough, we're going to try and manipulate the opponent's graveyard so we can get even more practitioners. By using something like Operator, we can put a practitioner on our opponent's side of the board, ensuring that it will go into their graveyard, and that's where the illusionists will come in with the Mushy Truffles, making for more practitioners. This list is insane, Lionhearts, and I really hope we can see it in the hands of a Nilfgaard V Nilfgaard, because that's going to be ridiculous. But lastly, we go off to another off-the-books syndicate list.
We do indeed, and speak for yourself, that Nilfgaard v Nilfgaard matchup could be chaos. It could also be the game of the year, so honestly, you know what? Fine, I would love to see it. Maybe we will, we have a chance. The final list, as you say, is another Golden Necker off the books list. Spoke with the players previously and said, you know, I wasn't expecting as much Golden Necker. You're missing out on so many options from taking normal, just standard off the books. You don't have access to a Philippa, Junior, and a huge lack of potential additional coins because you can't run King of Beggars. And they all said it was ultimately the sheer tempo and power of this list. The other one felt too vanilla, and with Nilfgaard around, it didn't have quite the same hit. You can see in this off the books list, it is very similar to the previous one, but Magpie has included Sirinova in his list. Might seem weird, but half of the players have decided against it. Now, obviously, it's going to give you carryover, potentially, the fear that maybe everyone runs removal, like the Tesh and Mutna swords we mentioned, or purifies, could have that impact. But in the end, coin generation was a big factor in the back of Magpie's mind building this. You don't get that King of Beggars refund on your tributes after all, so you're going to have to be very, very frugal with your spending here. Another Necromancy is a weird coin option, maybe. You can grab a card back from the graveyard, whether it's for situational removal from failed experiment, good value, and a bit of refund on those tributes from another Salamandra Mage, or maybe a Shady Vendor. But it is fair to say, those are some seriously stacked lineups, and Magpie certainly did not disappoint with the affectionately termed Magpiles this time round.
I am so excited, Lionheart. Like, I can barely keep it in. This is going to be so interesting. I wasn't expecting a monsters list at all, and Magpie brought it. I'm very happy about that. And the imposter list is just... It's such a meme, really. There's so much potential with what you can do with those practitioners, really. You don't have to put the Mushy Truffle on top of your deck. You can put something like Roderick on top of your deck. Have you seen 8 Rodericks being played right after each other?
No,
clogging your
I don't
opponent's...
want...
I want to. That's all I want today. That would make me so happy.
No, thank you. That is not what I want. That is absolutely not what I want at all. But we may end up seeing it. I'm curious to see what the players do choose to ban here, though. I really hope it isn't that monster list from Magpie. And the bans there... Oh, Ooh, Cuna doesn't have access to that rather smoky Northern Realms list.
Interestingly enough, they both decided to ban Northern Realms. I mean, I can't say I am surprised. Stockpile is very strong these days with the Muta generator in place. It just gives you all the options you need for a long round, a short round, and if you can't interact with that Muta generator, that's also a problem. And seeing that a lot of players didn't even bring Heatwave, it could have been a little bit difficult to deal with the Muta generator. So I'm not shocked. I'm honestly not that surprised.
No, me either, and that means there will be no Northern Realms here. It means I get my wish, and we will potentially see that crazy monster matchup. Maybe we will also see Nilfgaard V Nilfgaard tier.
I mean, we can only hope, Lionheart. We can only hope. I don't know about chat and the community back home, but I know what I want, and hopefully that's all that matters today, if they can hear me. But yes, Lionheart, so we've got Cuna starting off on blue coin today, and we've got Magpie starting off on red coin. So now that their stockpile lists are both banned, which is your obvious blue coin choice, what do you think Cuna is going to be going for here? He has Deadeye Ambush off the books, as well as Double Cross.
He does. Now, one of the things he mentioned was he felt that he brought some very versatile lists. He felt that because Magpie was going to bring a little bit of spice potentially, he's quite a difficult player to read, quite a difficult player to prep for perhaps, that he wanted to go with that versatility. We've seen Nilfgaard played on both coins before. I think he would prefer that for red though. Wouldn't be surprised to see him start off with that square tail list. He said it's his favourite archetype. Perhaps that means it's also the one he's most comfortable with.
For sure. Well, I mean, like you said, Nilfgaard is normally a red coin list. I think it struggles sometimes in a blue coin setup because it does not want to lose on even by accident. Deadeye Ambush does give you that tempo you need with Feign Death, which is played a lot in turn 1. So I could see that being the choice. If we see Deadeye Ambush on blue, would Magpie queue in something like Overwhelming Hunger, perhaps, because of its Swarm Punishment? I mean, I could see it happening.
It's a consideration. I do feel the stratagems are really important to that list, though. I think they're going to be playing that little bit of mind games here between the two of them. I mean, the Urn of Shadows is really crucial. You really want to find that Brewis in round 1 and thin a lot of those Bronze Death Wishes out, making sure you keep enough for the Horn to the top of the list, of course, but he could consider that if that's the way he decides to go. Could also try and get the Imposter through, though. Elves swarm, and if you're going to keep just jamming Truffles and play for carryover, or perhaps try and use the Operator to fill, or even terrifyingly the Roderick play that you discussed, you know, you could fill the opponent's board on the other side. It is backwards and forwards, and the players are going through their final motions right now, making that exact decision.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it could be anything. It could be anything here. I feel like you're right with regards to the stratagem in the monster list. I've looked at the monster list. It doesn't have that much consumes, and really, if you don't get the werecat, well, the were-rat, sorry.
Oh,
Wait.
You called it.
Oh. Hell yeah, that's 1 point for Tia. Yes, okay, starting off with Squirtle blue and Magpie sniping into Squirtle with, you can already see that Lacerate in hand, 2 forktails. Oh, this is going to be good.
It is indeed, and that's a really interesting choice from Magpie. I know it's the list he's keenest to get a win. If he can get this list through, he might feel a little bit more confident about his chances, as there is... this one is definitely the Magpie list of all of them. Not a bad starting hand, though, as you mentioned. Realistically, for either player here, Vanadane available for Cuna as well, but no... Oh, there is access to the Brewis Ritual for Magpie, at least.
Yeah, the Brewis Ritual would be nice if he wants to tempo ahead. Cuna here starting off with quite a good hand. Didn't draw into Oniromancy, but like you said, does have Vanadane. Yeah, Vanadane being a valid option, to be fair. Yeah, has to pick carefully here. That's Fisher King is also in hand, which is very nice if you want to set up a guaranteed Oniromancy draw in round 2. I quite like that inclusion personally. Maxi there as well to improve consistency.
Yeah, completely. That Fisher King option's a really interesting tech. Not going too greedy, because if you miss cards in the right order, it can be really, really awkward. So decided to value consistency here. Very, very nice option. And of course, you have seen it before. It is straight in with Vanadane. Sometimes this list does want to start with the Feigned Death, try and generate that extra 5th Waylay. No access to it here right now. And Cuna pushing, making sure he doesn't try and lose this round.
And now Magpie's list, except for the wide punishing elements, doesn't really have a lot of cards that interact directly with their opponent's list. So that Vanadane's going to stay on the board. And Magpie sets up his first engine. Interestingly enough, we see the Vran Warrior coming down onto the board. That's going to increase by 1 point every time he ends up consuming one of his own cards.
It is, and he's reading that thinking, okay, you would need 5 points of damage to remove it. Actually, right now, I know all you want to do is waylay, waylay, waylay. So he isn't too worried about losing that engine immediately. On red coin, he can play a little bit slower, set his pieces up, and prepare himself. We can see a decision being made here, likely the Maxi Van Decker. So you can see that not drawing in to the Feigned Death in this situation. Not going to be drawing into that Feigned Death.
Yeah, which isn't ideal, right? But the hand isn't looking bad either. Neuromancy's still near the beginning. He has to figure out
Not
whether
until
it's
round
worth...
3, though.
That's the problem. Is it worth reshuffling with having Fisher King drawing what you want? I think Cuna would have calculated exactly what his plan is going into the game.
Yeah, definitely. And this is straight in a Royal Decree. Is this Royal Decree going to be? It is indeed. And Brewers has hit the board here. First leader charge down. They exclusively exist to free this up. Look at that tempo.
That is beautiful, beautiful. And the placement is excellent because now we can see that Andrega Warrior coming down there most likely in the next turn between the two Death Wish targets. We see Aileron coming out as well, so Cuna getting ahead there again with tempo. He still has another Waylay as well, and with Vanadane that's going to provide him quite a bit of points. And there is our first bronze consume coming out, and Vran Warrior is going for it.
It really is. Flipping backwards and forwards here, point after point, and a lot of power happening within this. Even gets lucky with the consume as well. When the Rot Fiend is killed, the Death Wish effect is damage a unit by 5. Lots of opportunities to miss value there. Managed to find Maxi Van Decker. But one of the interesting things about queuing Death Wish into elves, you don't want to be damaging, or rather removing them if you are the elf player. Those waylays could be really awkward for you because you're triggering the Death Wish potentially. Has managed to avoid that so far, but something to consider for later.
Yeah, and we see that Foglet coming down now, of course being able to spawn Fog there. How Magpie is going to kill the Foglet. Okay, so Abaya will be triggering the Death Wish, not killing the card though, which is quite nice. And that also indicates to me that going for something like Lacerate is maybe not something you want to do at this point in the game, because as you can see, Fog is already starting to kill those cards, making for a weaker Lacerate.
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, Fog will damage the lowest power unit, so it is going to keep hitting one of those 3s, and it will lose a little bit of that value hitting the 1 the next time as well. It all depends on how much Magpie really wants to go in here. There's not too much he wants to play in terms of, he likely wants to hold the She-Troll, pair the Arrakis Queen and the Dettlaff together a little bit later. So if he's going to drop something right now, it probably has to be that Forktail. Doing the calculations, the Forktail is going to play 4, not that much more, and he does give the She-Troll here. That is a lot of value to drop onto the board, but keeps him ahead.
I mean, it's quite a lot of value, yeah. At 9 provisions, that could have been something like a win con in one of the later rounds if you were able to properly consume. So playing that now suggests that there is a possible Arrakis Queen coming down in the next turn. I could see that happening, seeing that we still have the Foglet on the board ready to go. Though it is a lot of commitment coming from Magpie's list.
Yeah, it is. A little surprised at the click for the Scoia'tael Neophyte that way round there. Has just given value to Magpie, converted the 1 back to a 3, but in doing so has given him 2 points from the next Fog, not the 1. Just ahead here, and always has the Heat Wave. Cuna might not want to use the Heat Wave here because he will really, really want to deal with that Arrakis Queen, but does have the option if necessary.
Ooh, and Forktail comes down there. It's just enough, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
you still have the fog going off that 2 points. There'll be 1 vitality. Not bad at all. Especially when it comes to a 4 provision card, that is.
Yeah, and it gets closer and closer here. You can see the hand for Cuna becoming a little bit awkward now. Spores is playable, but it will not get ahead on its own without... Actually, it will from the single buff on Maxi Van Decker. You could remove the boosts on the Indraga Warrior, but it's a lot of value that you might be gaining later. Probably is the card of choice just to keep yourself ahead by 1. But the deeper this goes, the more you are both committing. Is Cuna willing to keep going here?
It really is problematic, right? And he does decide to go for Spores. Still has Heatwave to get rid of a big target, though you probably want to keep that for something like Haunt. Magpie says no, plays Lacerate, gets ahead by a mile. I can't see Cuna going very deeply into this round unless he commits leader charges as well, which is really less than ideal.
It is, and this is a great position for Magpie here. He has got through the round, held on to his 2 key pieces for the next round, and won on even. Now, we can see Cuna valuing the pieces remaining over that removal, and did shuffle, as it appears, the... no, didn't, but put the Aneromancy on top. That's interesting. So, kept the order, but used the Fisher King to get the extra Aneromancy. Probably going to need to use that scenario to power and survive here.
Now, Magpie has an interesting option here. He can either dry pass or he can push. Now, he has a very, very strong short round, but he also has cards that punishes Cuna quite significantly if he decides to go into a long round. Cards like Forktail, cards like Werecat. So the problem here is Magpie can't really bleed that much without committing a lot of his win conditions here. Though he has everything he needs to really go for a 2-0 if he wants to.
Possibly. I think he'd love to have seen the Wereat there. None of the Crones available to him either. Double Lassay with the amount of tempo points you could get from multiple Detlefs through Arrakis Queen could genuinely be massive for Magpie here. He is weighing this up, because if he's going in, he has to drop Haunt, and he doesn't actually have any way if he's going to do that, and he does take the pass. Because if he does that, he might... Well, he's definitely not keeping the card, I don't think, in that sense. I know they won on even, but he would like double Lassay, I think, for me.
Oh yes, for sure. And Cuna decides to just play the Swordsman here. Or the Bowman, it's the Swordsman, sorry.
It is the Swordsman, yeah.
Yes, got it right the first time. Instead of going for a Neuromancy and thinning out some cards you don't really want to see, he does draw into Alyssa, which is quite well. Already knows his hand ahead of time. He'll still be able to play Simlas as is intended, with all those waylays spawning onto the board.
Yeah, completely. And a bit of a difficult decision-making process around the heat wave here for Cuna. We can see Haunt. It's one of the scenarios that generally gets away without being heat waved a lot. But in this situation, it is going to give you so many extra consumes. Oh, it's the Wereat. I love this card. It is one of my favorite cards in Gwent. I loved it when it was revealed. And it has a very interesting potential combo here with the Arrakis Queen and then multiple Detlefs just constantly consuming and watching them fly back again.
You love to see it. I love that there are 2 Were-something cards in Magpie's deck today. Wererat and Werecat, and we can see at least one of them. We see the first Crone coming down there this round, and it's able to get rid of a card real quick on Cuna's end. Cuna, of course, has to decide whether he wants to go for Feigned Death or for Simlas today, and has to decide which one is going to provide more value, because he didn't draw Simlas and he didn't draw Feigned Death.
That is a very good point. You would imagine that if with the Alyssa Henson in hand, it is going to be a tough decision not to take that Simlas. You have got both Waylays set up in the graveyard as well as the other 2 in deck. Usually that would be the most points here. We can see putting those back in. I'd be surprised if it wasn't the Simlas that ends up returning to us.
That's interesting, because Magpie doesn't have a heat wave, so you know Feigned Death will go uncontested, but the problem is both Feigned Death and Simlas is just going to give Magpie so many targets for Forktail, and Magpie, on the other hand, likely won't have a scenario for very long, seeing that Cuna is packing a Heatwave himself.
Yeah, it depends on if Cuna feels he can afford to heatwave it. That's the difficulty. The couple of extra pieces that you're getting from Horn, how much does he value removing it over dealing with a potentially tall consume unit, or more likely the Arrakis Queen? His list doesn't run a lock. I know you and I looked through these lists yesterday, and Magpie's list suffered when the Arrakis Queen got hit with a lock. So the lack of that might make Cuna's decision making a little bit difficult around what to heatwave.
Yeah, because Magpie has a very specific setup here he wants to do, which is making another death laugh with something like the Arrakis Queen. We see, oh, now that's very interesting. We see Isengrim coming down there. Now, even though Isengrim gets boosted every time you play an elf, Waylays won't be getting any boost after spawning a Deadeyes, which is odd.
Yeah.
Cuna's going to be losing a lot of points if he does decide to go the Simlas route. That's very interesting.
Very much so. Each of those, I suppose it's 4 extra points given away, but the hand was a little bit awkward. Don't want to commit Yavin just yet because you want to try and deny some consume options with the Yavin maybe. Certainly not ready to use Simlas yet, and Verno, you're probably going to end up having to back row the Venossiel, so because the damage offensively could hurt you more than help you against Deathwish. Really awkward turn for Cuna there, but feels at least the engine value is still progressing. What does he choose here? The Yavin onto that Desert Banshee is looking very tempting, but maybe he's weighing up the Heatwave as we discussed.
Sure, he is weighing it up. The thing is, he doesn't know whether Magpie has drawn all of his good cards, and this might be the only option to get rid of a good one with Heatwave, but decides to go for Yavin instead, get rid of the Banshee. That's less consumes for a Magpie, but Magpie is going to be quite happy with the cards he has in hand. I mean, he has quite a few consumes sitting there, which is funny because his list doesn't have a lot of consumes, so that's about most of his consumes in hand at this very moment.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'm just thinking, well, it's awkward for Magpie. He wants to proc Haunt here, but instead just uses the Barghest, trying reading based on the Isengrim play that Cuna must be in an awkward situation, trying to get as much benefit from that double lasso as possible here, and we do see the Simlas. He just goes in and is going to remove this consume, I think. Really nice slow play from Magpie, maximizing his options. That Forktail is going to be absolutely enormous here.
You love to see it. I mean, isn't this just one of the best opportunities to play the Forktail? Yes, it is, because right now you only have 2 cards on your side of the board getting damaged, and that did quite a bit of damage there on your opponent's side. That's going to be 5 plus 7, which is, it's about 10 points plus the Forktail. So that played for a 14 points right there. Full provision card, 14 points.
That could be a lot worse. Now, things are a little bit awkward here for both players. Cuna weighing up, do I get rid of the Haunt, and decides to get rid of the Haunt here. That's going to be interesting, saying I'm not going to let you now have the consume that you're looking for. You're not going to spawn those things. And we can see a melee row Venossiel right now is going to be very effective. There are so many powerful options here, but I think he may regret the decision he's just made. Because while he kills that, it brings it back. There is a huge gap here, but do not underestimate the amount of points that you're about to witness. This could actually still be possible here. I'm going to let Magpie play it out. Oh, this is going to be close. Does he just not have enough consumes to make this work? That is the decision. That is where this is going to hurt. Plays the drones. And Whereat is going to just... Ooh. Oh my god, he wins by 2. Oh!
Okay.
Oh my word. The first round, that smork from Magpie, the push, every little decision there coming in crucially. I genuinely think if it's played the other way around, I think if you give the Verno first, maybe miss a point or 2 of damage, hold the Heatwave, you can always just Heatwave away that Detlef and possibly GG there. I'm not sure, I have not done the maths on it, but it's so awkward. Which card does your opponent have? Which way does it go? All I know is Magpie right now will be absolutely delighted at getting that list through.
I can't believe a monster list is the one that just went through. I mean, that was beautiful to see though. The combo played out perfectly.
Wow.
It was well planned. And like you said, the heat wave on the Detlef or even something like the Arajas Queen could have made quite a difference. But then again, Magpie was purposely withholding those cards from Cuna. He was in an awkward position, didn't know if holding on to the heat wave was a good decision, maybe got more value out of just straight up killing the scenario. But either way there, Magpie having last say, undisputed, that got him the win in the end. So GG Magpie bringing through his monsters list.
Yes, and now he's got 2 more decks to try and bring through that imposter list, which is 100% his blue coin list. So we're going to probably see this next, that curse scroll, as he flips onto the other coin. Maybe he tries to play the other way, surprise with the off the books. I have a sneaking suspicion that we might just be seeing the matchup that you've been after here, but we will soon find out. See, that last series was really tough. Because of the double lasso, Magpie can hold back, hold back, hold back. Those final 2 card decisions for Cuna are really tough. Do you value getting rid of the extra consumes because you know your opponent needs them? Or do you value, which is what he did, or take the value, wipe the board, and then kill the key combo piece a little bit later? It's certainly a tough one. I'd have to go back and check everything from scratch to see if it would have made a difference there, because it was so close. Maybe, just maybe. But now he's got to dust himself down, pick his next deck, and go again from Cuna.
I mean, even something as simple as the Vernasil pings, it accidentally pinged the Detlef 1 extra time versus the other units. If it pinged the other unit, that could have been an entirely different game right there. So, but yeah, like I said, Magpie did manage to get double lasso, I believe. So he ensured that he was going to have that whole combo set up uncontested. And I think losing round 1 on even was Cuna's Achilles heel there. I think that's what lost him the game. But yeah, GG to Magpie. And now Cuna has to decide what he is going to be taking on red. Now, I assume he wouldn't want to take square tile a second time, especially when he prefers it on blue. So we might see either off the books or a double cross. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nilfgaard V Nilfgaard. It really could be what we see. And
it is not. It is Syndicate v Syndicate.
Interesting. All right. Well, that's going to be just as exciting because these lists differ just a little bit, I think. Let's see. Yeah, so Cuna doesn't have Surrey, whereas Magpie does have Surrey. It's a small difference, but it could make all the difference in the world.
It could. The Siri in the other list has been replaced with Savola, which is, as you all know if you've played any Gwent, Savola is a lot of points, but also an expensive card to play without the King of Beggars in there to refund you for your tributes. This is going to be a interesting fight here. Purify, not necessarily available for Cuna. I don't believe he is running Kurt, so he won't be able to purify the Siri. Could obviously find things like Marilsi, though, to remove it. The poison isn't going to be effective, as we see Magpie start off here with the Eternal Fire Disciple, one of those brilliantly cost-effective spenders.
Yeah, you love to see it. It is one of the best spenders because you only spend 1 coin and you get 2 points in return. I mean, it doesn't get a lot better than that unless you're playing something like Philippa. So, also like to see the fact that Magpie's stratagem here is the Crystal Skull and not something that gives you coins, which is quite interesting as there aren't that many coins in his hand. Also like to see the sword there. Now, I would like to mention the sword is there in exchange for the tunnel drill. Magpie isn't running a tunnel drill, decided to go for a sword. So that's likely going to make a big difference in this matchup, and we'll see which choice is the best one.
We will indeed. You can see neither player actually has access to that golden Necker right now. And from Cuna's side, no Vivaldi Bank either, as he thins through and drops the Roland Blenheim. Such a huge card here, saying, I don't know how you remove this in 1 turn. In fact, I believe you can't in your list. So, you know what? Let's go. These tech for the sword could actually be huge here. A lot of the time, you're poisoning your own units in this kind of series. Even harder against Syndicate, so you want to do it less because of the mirror, but it doubles the value. Oh, as we see a bounty drop onto him, opening the sword up to remove it very easily.
That is quite nice. So that sword is going to kill Roland Blaneham unless Cuna is willing to throw something like Azar Javed onto the board to defend the card. I mean, Cuna has to be careful here because that's going to give Magpie 6 coins as well, which is quite a bit.
It is, and I'm completely wrong about Kurt. It's actually sat in his hand and I couldn't see it. I did think he was running it, couldn't find it in the deck, and Kurt is hiding there behind the failed experiment, which entirely took my focus. Is it the time to use it now? If you are Cuna, I know you need coin generation, you want to pair that bounty, but it's either protect it with Azar Javed right now, not ideal, because you really want that protecting your tunnel drill. It's a possibility. He's going to be weighing up the two options here.
Yeah, he's certainly waiting for it. I mean, you can of course keep Azar Javed for something else, but this is as good a target as any if you're going to try and win on even. And decides not to, decides instead to play the failed experiment, which is going to poison itself, also allows you to spend 3 coins and transfer that poison onto a different unit, opening up the possibility for some removal later on with that fist tech in hand. Magpie now has the option to commit his 7 provision sword. It is a bit of a commitment, especially on blue coin, but it might be the best opportunity he has here if he really wants to get rid of the card.
Possibly he could also just get rid of the failed experiment there, which is exactly what he chooses to do. Using that 4 provision poison, it's a really tough matchup when both of you have access to so much poison. Magpie signaling he is not done yet here, has not used that Crystal Skull stratagem yet to create a little bit more distance, still has a great Tesha Mutna sword option, and of course Ciri in hand as well, that he might want to try and find some value for going into the next round.
You love to see it. In these matchups, poison is not working in your favor, as we could see with that swift 1 card removal from a Magpie. So, okay, see the Renegade Mage coming down there. That is also a very nice play. Decides to spend as well. And there's the Mutna sword. Beautiful play there from Magpie.
Yeah, and the stratagem click as well, protecting his engine from removal, giving himself 6 coins in the bank with a decent gap here as well. Does Cuna keep fighting here, or does he say, you know what, I'm on red coin, I don't want to commit too much more here, get me out of this round? It is a tough spot for Cuna right now, because his hand's good but awkward.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't want to play cards like the Tunnel Drill yet. Clearly keeping Azar Javed for something else entirely, and the candle there, it does have resilience, but the only way to find real value from that now would be if you're guaranteed a round 2, which you are not. So it is a little bit awkward. He can go ahead and play something insignificant and hope Magpie passes. Magpie's hand is looking rather good, and committing anything other than the Renegade Mage might feel a little bit much.
Possibly, and it doesn't surprise me to see Cuna disappear there. I don't know if you're happy or sad to see Nickers thin out in that situation, because, okay, you can't draw into it, but also you lose the value of it in a completely free round. As you mentioned with the Conjurer's Candle, it does have resilience, but playing it into round 1 always feels bad. It is such an amazing versatile spender that allows you to protect your engines when it comes to it. That Conjurer's Candle has to be dropped before we see the likes of the Azar Javed, so that you can protect it, especially in this matchup, because the Salamandra Mage can just wipe those 2 Scarabs off the face of the earth without that protection.
That's very true, and both players have their Golden Necker in hand, so that's going to make for some very nice thinning. It can also come in clutch in a short round, as again, you're able to play 3 cards in 1 turn, which is massive. Magpie placing Suri onto the board, getting some carryover for round 3.
100% there. If it can stick on the board, it will be valuable. Both players' Golden Neckers are not bricked, I can tell you. Each of them does have something in hand, and that is there. That is why the Kurt exists. That Purify finding serious value. He never wanted to get rid of it in round 1, even at the cost of it on red coin, simply because he can deny it so much. One of the reasons he mentioned to us that he wasn't running it is because he felt everybody was using it already, and it just didn't make sense with so much Purify available.
Exactly his words. Why play Suri when everybody's going to purify it? And there you go. Living up to the words, the man behind the action. We see the candle coming down there as well, also providing nice carryover, really. Going to give some extra coins into round 3, and it's also going to stick. One of the best spenders right there, to be honest with you. And now Cuna just needs to play 7 points to get ahead. Will he play though?
It's awkward because he can use the candle and spend, but remember the candle's fee increases each time, as does its value, which makes it less usable into future rounds. It's great that it exists, but having to do it this way means he's taking 0 across with him, so he's only going to have 2 coins, and he can only spend in denominations of 4 and 5. So to protect both scarabs, he's going to need a full pocket. Now, that's a little bit scary.
Yeah, it certainly is, but at least, yeah, he got to play the Fist Deck bronze card, get some coins for that, and I don't think he's too sad, as he is the only one who is bringing carryover into the next round. Now, these players need to make sure they don't accidentally brick their Golden Neckers either, as Golden Necker will bring an artifact onto the board, so you don't want both of those in hand, but I think both players are content with their draws here.
Both players just had to do that on the basis that there was still a mulligan available and lots of big cards missed on Cuna's side, but he only had 1 crime card left, 1 special in deck, and the risk of pulling it, bricking that Golden Necker, just not worth it, as we do see that Azar Javed and one of those scarabs protected. Very nice positioning as well to reduce any value from that Salamander Mage.
Yeah, a very nice Azar setup there, only protecting the 1 scarab, as it's going to be quite expensive otherwise. You see the tunnel drill coming down there, and it is safe. It's very safe, and it is ready to be used. We only need a crime card to come down onto the board before that will play for 3 points every 2 coins you spend. So not bad at all, right? And Magpie is now going to try and probably get rid of these threats.
He is, and you can imagine he's going to use a leader charge here. He cannot leave that tunnel drill on board. We know he has access to a crime card from Golden Necker with the Fist Tech, but also from the Shady Vendor, and he full spends here. Magpie not playing around. He knows if that sticks, well, we've seen. What does the tunnel drill do?
I don't remember. I can't remember the noise it makes, for it is dead. It is dead, Lionheart, and we won't get to see it. I'm very disappointed. So now, Cuna has to go for some other points here. He still has a lot more coins in his pouch though, as well as his leader charges, and he also has Cibola. Now, will Cibola be removed is the question. Magpie has Moralcy, but he'll have to spend some coins in order to remove the entire Cibola Frightener. He also still has Golden Necker, but Golden Necker won't necessarily draw the card you wanted to draw. You sort of have to hope that that is the unit that's on top of the deck when you play it. And we see our first poison coming down there as well, immediately spending it, trying to remove Horson's Freak Show, as it is quite the spender and it is a significant threat.
It is, and Magpie having to spend his entire purse as well as leader ability there to deal with that. It's sensible to remove the threat, but as we have sort of alluded to previously, coin generation is really tricky here. You mentioned that, you know what, we definitely need to see like removal from the Moralcy, but he needs to find 5 coins to do that, and there just isn't a lot of coin generation in his hand right now.
Exactly, and we see the Horse Sun coming down there from Cuna's side. Horse Sun Freak Show getting rid of these scarabs as well. That does open up the potential to once again poison the other Horse Sun Freak Show. And I mean, there's still a nice engine in Cuna's hand as well. That Blainheim brother there, it has also changed now. It can be used every turn only once, but it has immunity status up until Adrenaline 5, I believe. Oh, he got the
in
card.
With the Golden Necker.
Got the card.
Finds morale, and he can transition that poison in 1 turn here. If he doesn't want to greed, he can use the Fist Track Trafficker right now from Necromancy and just clear that out. Could also decide to Shady Vendor, of course, and try and high roll. He has just enough coins to play on the front row if he decides to go down that route. This is a big, big decision here for Magpie. Is he just going to take the Trafficker, take the guaranteed removal? Of course he is. Oh, I still can't see. He did. Okay, he did. This is from the Salamandra hideout.
Oh, goes for the Purify. You love to see it. People always say, well, people don't necessarily run Purify in their list, but they do. It's the Lackey, I believe. The Lackey at 4 is able to remove all statuses. It simply purifies it. So Horse and Freak Show is now safe, and honestly, I love to see that play in action. But that morale is quite the high roll. Xavier, not so much.
Oh,
No.
the Xavier there, when it could have been Morale, it could have been Shady Vendor, Marilsi, or the Eternal Fire Disciple. Honestly, you would argue all better options than the one Cuna has got here. Still a huge amount of points, a lot of tempo, and in a position to spend to remove Morale and that extra threat. Still does tempo ahead from that position, but not what he would have wanted there. The worst of the 5 units available to him.
Yes, and the Roland Blainheim is also not ideal because now if Cuna wishes to play Galler Blainheim, Magpie will be rewarded with 2 coins for every poison that Cuna places onto the board. That really is a threat you want to get rid of, but I don't think Cuna has a lot of cards here that can still remove other cards. I mean, you have a Shady Vendor with some potential cards like Bloody Good Fun, if you want to spend all your coins in order to get rid of Roland Blainheim. Instead decides to go for another engine. Don't know if he'll necessarily use it. He does need the coins at this point.
Yeah, and I think he's looking at that for Vivaldi Bank. Bank is going to have 8 coins available, and there are only 4 units in deck, so the Marilsi is a guarantee, and maybe even with Tribute, it would only be the very bottom card to mean he couldn't tribute it, I think, if my maths is right, which it might not be, because UK maths, but we'll find out.
And we do see that Shady Vendor coming down onto the range row. Is that what he wanted? Will we see him draw into a different card? And which one will it be? Oh, not the best option.
No, finds the Disciple again. It is more coins, but it's definitely the one you're getting rid of. However, he now has 8 coins in pocket, so he can tribute the Savola very, very nicely, while also still Vivaldi banking for either the Morale or the Marilsi here.
Yeah, and we now see a Magpie here making the decision to spend. Magpie in a good position, to be fair, even though I can only see the right side of his earlobe. But whatever remains of him is certainly making some interesting choices here. He's obviously saving up for Marilsi at this point, as he doesn't really have a lot of other cards that need coins. He does have the Candle, he has quite a bit of ways to spend. And, okay, so Cuna here giving him the option to remove the Frightener with Marilsi. I think he's going to be very happy with that early play and is certainly going to remove it with Marilsi.
Yes, and you can see that was quite interesting there, because he's used and played for that tribute, and then gained coins back. So he spent 3, but gained 4 effectively because of the Salamander Mage abilities. Just enough for that Marilsi, but he's behind by 10 already here. He's got a big swing in this moment to remove the 12. Is it gonna be enough?
I think it could be. Depends what is going to be drawn here with Vivaldi Bag. Obviously, Morale feels a bit late, but that Marilsi looks rather juicy, and I can see it being an option. But what's the biggest target?
The Marilsi is... He's only going to have 4 tribute. The Marilsi's in the wrong place. He only had 6 coins. He obviously couldn't remove it. I think it might not have been his option anyway, because there are low value cards. He's just going to try and high roll here, maybe take the eavesdrop for value. Takes the mutagen. He's got 2 Salamandra units. He does.
Yeah, I mean, a mutagen isn't bad at all if you can play 2 of them at the same time. You know, why not? Also, I can't see if that order ability has been used yet on the Salamander hideout, but of course you can poison your own card and then do that. He is deciding here, though. No, he hasn't used it yet, I believe. I don't think so.
He has poisoned a unit himself, and he is going to transition that, but he's just giving coins constantly.
So we will... Oh!
And it's game. That is... Because every time
he ran out of time. Ran out of time because he could have poisoned the horse, unless he didn't care because of the 2 coins, but... Oh, that he didn't use the order ability, ran out of time completely. That's frustrating.
I don't think it would have made a difference if he could have transitioned that poison, removed another 4 points. Magpie had already won by 5 there without finishing the spend. That is 2-0 Magpie right now. This is a big uphill battle, but that means we get to use our old adage tier. It's not that bad being 2-0 down in this situation, right?
It's not, because not everything is predictable. You know your opponent has only 1 list left, and that is the imposter list. You have 3 lists left, and you can choose the coins you want to play against imposter on. So it's actually ideal in a sense, also not, because being a few games down is never ideal, but there is a silver lining to that cloud, and boy oh boy, what we see here now, we have Deadeye Ambush that needs to go through on blue, but Cuna has 2 options to do that at this point. So he's going to have to play 2 lists on blue against Imposter. And what is going to be best on blue is the question. Or what's going to be best on red, I think, is another question, since you only have 1 list on red. Which one's going to be strongest against an Imposter list?
I think the list he was worried about losing on even the most was the double cross list, and it does, maybe that's what we're going to see in that situation here. It's going to be really tough. It was the one he was concerned for proactivity and tempo, albeit Calvate does give you some nice proactivity. It can have an awkward round 1, especially on blue coin, that Nilfgaard list. So I could see him going that way. There is a lot of versatility to off the books. We saw him choose to take it on red just now, but equally we've seen Magpie just win from blue with it. So you can see that there is a decent variety there. Blue coin for the Deadeye Ambush does make sense, but having to sweep this Imposter list is going to be an uphill battle. Sweeping monsters maybe would have been more viable. This is going to be tough, but when you bring something quite as crazy as this, you never know. You never know here.
That's very true, and I'm hoping we get to see this Imposter list more than once, but I don't know if that's something I should be hoping for. It will be interesting to see whether Magpie keeps going for the same setup. Again, you want to get one of your best cards in your opponent's graveyard, and then you want that card to go into your deck with the Imperial Practitioner. So it could be anything from Brathens, the Mushy Truffle, again, could be Roderick even. There's really a lot of options at your disposal. And hopefully Cuna prepped a bit for this list. Hopefully he knows what he feels comfortable with, taking which coin against this Nilfgaard Assimilate list. And yeah, I think you just treat this like any other Nilfgaard Assimilate list, in all honesty. And I really think you try and deny round control at all cost.
Yeah, quite possibly. The fact that he has targeted graveyards is interesting. And remember, the way these tournaments work is for each game you win in a series, you get more of the prize pool. So if Magpie goes 3-0, he's taking that entire match stake. So you really want to make sure you get up on the board and get a win. You want to try and get that through. But targeting which one of the coins you're most favoured in is really, really important here. He has gone with a little bit of graveyard hate across his list because he was soft targeting that self wound. So maybe the Xavier Lemons could come out and be very effective removing from your own graveyard for the Syndicate list, which is exactly why he has queued it in here. Because, oh, no worries, you want to fill my graveyard with things that you copy? I will just remove them. And it looks like that might be the logic he's gone with. Can he find it, though? That is the question.
Right, so we see Syndicate being the blue coin choice here for Cuna. I assume Deadeye Ambush is the other, and taking Nilfgaard on red is what he decided to go for. Now, this is going to be very interesting. Magpie's hand here has to be very specifically set up in order to be successful. That's the one thing with this Imposter list. You need a Practitioner in hand, you need access to Volgaforts, you need the Mushy Truffle if that's the card you want to put in the graveyard. You also need to have the Operator ready to go so you can place one of that on your opponent's side of the board. So far his hand looks alright here. Well, really, let's see. He has Royal Decree as a tutor, so he has to decide between Volgaforts or Operator. Not ideal, actually. He's missing one of his key cards.
And that's the difficulty. It's one of the reasons why Magpie would traditionally be taking this list on blue coin if he could. Instead, just setting up a single Practitioner, dumping it onto the board here. Interesting opening from Cuna, just jamming a huge amount of tempo, and also the Azar Javed, immediately wanting to be able to protect that morale, these removals, and reduce the number of Practitioners that exist early.
Yeah, that's very true. Not a lot Magpie can do here, but he could go ahead and just make us scope that right off the bat, start increasing the amount of Practitioners he has. That is the goal here. Get as many as you possibly can before playing Volgaforts. Now, the other problem here is that you need something in the graveyard in Cuna's side before you can play Volgaforts. Volgaforts does not work if your opponent has nothing in the graveyard to swap with something in your hand. Again, very conditional. The setup is astronomical with Magpie's list, and if you miss one key component, the whole deck falls flat.
Completely, and it can be really difficult. Maybe the fact that this roach has jumped to the back row instead of the front could end up being awkward, because that could end up being a card removable by the Tawny Joust. If Magpie stays in here, this round could very well be him deciding, you know what? I'm just going to make you play a few cards and I'm going to go away. You can't tempo pass against this because they can then set everything they want up. They don't mind going a few cards down even with this list. It is one of those very, very intriguing lists in that sense.
Interestingly enough here, Magpie decided not to play Idoran before that Mega Scope went off, so you can get an extra copy. He just decided he wants to get out of the round because he doesn't have all of his cards, which seems to be the logical solution here.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. He has committed one of those practitioners, spawned a second in his graveyard that now don't really help him going forward here. No Necromancy in this list, for instance. Needs to find one more of those key pieces to have around to set all of this up.
Yes, exactly. So hopefully Magpie draws into some better cards here. That card should do it. Yeah, the tutor there.
Oh, and he finds it naturally anyway. So he had
Okay.
Owl's double cross for Vilgefortz. Owl's double cross now finds him the operator, if I'm not mistaken. The difference is, though, he doesn't have control here. He has to be mindful of not committing the wrong thing at the right time. Is he going to have to play down past and give up card advantage here to set this up for round 3? Or is he at the point, as you rightly pointed out, you know what? I don't care. I'm just going to play Assimilate then.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? There's a lot of options here to Magpie's disposal, and I'm sure he's just going to try and set those up. Either way, getting one into Cuna's graveyard is really ideal because at least it allows you the opportunity to play the Illusionists into a round 3 and get a bunch of them onto the board with Mushy Truffles so that you're able to just go full on Assimilate, like you said. So a lot of options here Magpie has to consider, and really I feel like Cuna's best option is just to sort of get out of the round, just deny it at all costs, because the next card should be the Operator if I'm not mistaken. It's not the Operator, it is Defender, and I did not expect that in the slightest. What does he want to protect? Probably his last Operator in hand, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Idoran as well, potentially, if he's going to go down that route, but Kurt is there, coming in clutch again. Everybody runs Purify, right? Especially in these tournaments, you have to have access to it, and he does have access to it. Still is missing the potential Xavier to block any graveyard shenanigans on his own side, but does have the weird combo possibility of actually killing one of his own poison units to put something as the last unit in the graveyard really awkwardly.
And we see the Operator finally coming down onto the board, setting up around 3 for Magpie. So that card is going to end up in the graveyard, and unless Cuna is able to play Xavier to get rid of it, it's going to provide a lot of points for the Illusionists. Now, the problem is Magpie hasn't exactly set up his round 3 at all yet with the Imperial Practitioner. I mean, he hasn't gotten the chance yet to even use it. And I'm sure Cuna is going to try and deny it for as long as possible.
I'm sure he is, but Cuna here has played into this round, which is interesting, trying to remove yet another practitioner here, giving himself a nice little lead, pairing it with Gellert, but he's now below that 7-card point, now in a bit of a situation where the longer this round goes, the easier it is for Magpie to potentially set this up. Perhaps Cuna relying in that short round on finding the golden necker that's currently missing just for that really quick tempo slam. Gonna be interesting because he's denied Magpie well here. The initial strategy, those practitioners just not able to stick on the board in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Cuna is playing this excellently. He knows what needs to be denied, and he is doing it perfectly. Magpie needs to start thinking about how he can accumulate points without falling back on his original combo. And he is able to use his leader ability beautifully, locking that Imperial Practitioner, getting another one on his side of the board, and because he is playing Idoran, he gets 2 of them, so that also gets him ahead with 1 extra card in hand, which is not bad at all.
No, not bad at all. It's nice for him to be in that situation. He's going to hope to stay in that situation. Wouldn't be surprised to see Freak Show delete one of these practitioners as quickly as possible. Big card to give, but the whole game plan for Cuna here is make it awkward. Stop you at every turn that I can. and instead is full spending to kill the Idoran. Maybe both?
Interesting.
Aggressive, I like it. I like it from Cuna.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I see that play perfectly. It works out if you're afraid that Idrin's going to do a lot more damage here, especially if you're perhaps trying to bleed Magpie or even go for a 2-0. Not that he really can. He's lacking a bit of coins, though he does have enough cards to get the amount necessary in order to trigger Savola, I believe. You've got Fistic, you've got one more leader charge. If you really wanted to, you could. But yeah, Magpie's still trying to place those practitioners onto the board, still haven't used them. And yeah, the thing is you have to stack the board with them before you use Volgaforts, because if Cuna gets another card into his graveyard and sort of breaks the pattern or the combo, if you will, then the whole plan just falls flat, because the practitioner needs to spawn the last card that entered your opponent's graveyard. It has to be the last card.
It does. Really nice set of combos here constantly from Cuna, using the poisons to his ability and then pairing Gellert Blenheim and the failed experiment to cycle removal constantly, and now sees a pass and says, okay, you know what, get me out of here. I'm not sure I can stay in this without losing my card. The pass was offered, the pass has been taken, and this is 100% going to be the turn when we see Mushy Truffles swapped in the graveyard here. Only 2 of them coming through. That still means 3 Mushy Truffles available now. Just the 2, I suppose, because the 1's gone, but that is a lot of Assimilate value. Can he find Assimilate engines? Well, Illusionists are going to do exactly that for you, because your opponent has Imperial Practitioners to choose from in the graveyard, unless Xavier turns up and ruins it.
I mean, that could very well be enough. Magpie now has Morale that he stole from the graveyard, as well as 2 Mushy Truffles. So really not bad, though normally you'd like even more Mushy Truffles. Really, you could end up with a round with many of them in your hand, but even 2, that's quite a bit, especially if you pair it with the Illusionist. And yeah, you'll be able to trigger Assimilate with the Order ability of the Mushy Truffle alone, though I'm sure Magpie is going to try and get a better card for that. Still needs to get, no, not playing Arthur. Is he playing Arthur Terra Nova?
He's not, no room in this list for Volgaforts. As we see the first Illusionist drop down, and it was always going to be Magpie's first choice. Get a copy of that Practitioner. Cuna took every mulligan, but didn't find Bank and didn't find Xavier. If he backrode that Xavier and could just get rid of the 1 Practitioner on the other side, he reduces Assimilate value substantially from these Mushy Truffles, because of course, the Practitioner may be the key piece to set it up, but it is also an Assimilate engine. This has the potential to be a lot of points here.
Yeah, that's very true. Cuna has the option of playing the Golden Necker and hoping to draw into something of value here. But at the end of the day, you really do not want that card to survive. Unfortunately, doesn't have enough coins to even play the Renegade Mage successfully and get rid of that Practitioner, which is sad to see, but it will end up giving him more coins later on when he plays other tribute abilities.
100%. Coin generation, as we've mentioned, can be an issue for this list. Maybe the Shady Vendors will find you some value here, and that is going to be what he is hoping for, because the tribute for Marilsi is 5 to remove the tallest unit. Savola needs 8, and finds that, okay, has gone straight in. He has found the Tunnel Drill, but straight after Tunnel Drill is Bank. Is he going to play a crime card instead? He is to board wipe here, because this counts as the same turn. The only sad thing, he has just thrown all 4 of the bonus coins. The profit is gone from that. So he is not gaining the profit from these coins. His pocket is already full, but it does turn the Tunnel Drill on, and I think he has enough coins to kill all of those engines. Okay, hits the Illusionists.
Very interesting. Still had enough there to remove the Practitioner. I mean, makes sense if you're planning on playing the Renegade Mage, but that's not exactly a card you have in hand. So, peculiar option, I must say. Very
peculiar. The Diviner now, though. The Diviner is an Assimilate engine, and it purifies as well. So is it the time? This will be the moment where Magpie is looking through the list. He's thinking, do you have any other ways to poison me? Do I need to do this, or do I set something else up? That is the decision for Magpie right now, because you don't really want to have to click this mushy truffle until you have every single assimilate engine available to you. So he's now looking through, deciding, does he have to take the risk? He does, takes it sensibly because he knows those shady vendors do still exist and could high roll poisons.
Very interesting play by Cuna. I find it very interesting that he kept them alive. Well, at least the practitioner, that is. Yes, it was an option to poison it later with something else. Does have the failed experiment, does have the shady vendors. So I'd say Magpie's pretty happy here, but Cuna still has a lot of cards here, and they can play for quite a bit if done correctly. That poison isn't going to find any value in my opinion. Definitely not the poison you're looking for unless Shady Vendor pulls through.
A Shady Vendor does have the potential to do exactly that, though. It's something you've always got to be mindful of with the Shady Vendor. If you play on the front row, it could find that poison, so you don't have to click and okay, never mind. You do click with the failed experiment straight away to threaten it in this instance. As we see, not going to allow that pairing. Takes the... interesting. Takes the drill. Doesn't wait for a potential Savola. Doesn't believe the coins exist to do it.
Yeah, that was very interesting. A lot of interesting plays here that's making me think, what's going on? And we see the Shady Vendor coming down there. It doesn't find a lot of good cards on that range row, paying a lot of money for not a lot of cards. It can just get rid of the 3. Obviously, the extra coins is going to be put in the pocket, so nothing is wasted. A Magpie here gonna go for his second Mushy Truffle and another Illusionist. Now, because he didn't kill the Illusionist, Cuna kind of just kept them alive. Yeah, this one, of course, will also play a Practitioner at full value. So that's going to be very nice. And as you can see, Assimilate, it's doing its thing and already ramping up quite a bit of points. Making Cuna nervous, perhaps. I would be.
Yeah, this is going to come down to what he finds here. He has found stolen mutagens, and he does have 2 Salamandra units on the board, both the Mage and the failed experiment, so he gets double value from this. That's pretty decent. Poisoning an allied unit means he can finish that with the failed experiment, poison that and spend to do it. He's going to be really happy he found that card. This could swing the entire game in his favor.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that's going to be quite a few points lost there. So we're going to see that 9-point card disappearing. Of course, it would have been even more points after the Mushy Truffle Order ability has been clicked, as well as Imperial Diplomacy. So right now we're on 18 and 19. We see Morale coming down there. Of course, you have to play it now because you can only use the second poison in your next turn. Cuna has the option here of killing that, but he doesn't have the option of using both cards in hand as intended. He has to pick. So this could be difficult for him. He has to calculate.
This is really tough here. What do you value? Is it the extra 12 points from Savola, or is it using Mariel C, as you say, to kill that, because it will actually save you an extra 5? I honestly think it's not worth it. I think he has to just use Mariel C to hit something. The value there of losing that 5, I suppose you weigh the coins in on it as well. It is this is going to be so close here. You wouldn't think it. 1 Imperial Diplomacy against 2 fantastic gold cards, but it all comes down to the coins in the pocket.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you use your tribute now, the Renegade Mage still gives you some coins as well. Decides not to spend, is going to allow Morale to poison the Mage. Oof, okay.
It's going to come down to what you find here.
Oh gosh, this is going to be something.
This is going to be so close. There's no poison on the board. There is bleeding. And I think Magpie might just have 2-0'd here. 3-0'd, sorry, if I'm not mistaken, in this series. And by a point from the bleeding. Oh my word, I didn't think he was putting that through at all, Tia. That was lightning pace. And Magpie, sporting a phenomenal mustache, takes it 3-0.
Yes, Magpie 3-0ing Cuna. What a series. That bleeding absolutely destroying Cuna's last play. I mean, that was a close game, to be fair, and even though the practitioners didn't find their full value, they found value, and just having 2 Mushy Truffles made all the difference. Good game, very close.
It was, and how different it could have been, right? If that Xavier is available at any point in that situation for Cuna, He he just doesn't develop the value into that round 3. Fished for it and fished for it and fished for it. Could have got it from Vivaldi Bank in the end, but decided to take the poisons, transition all that value. Imagine what would have been the case if just one of those coins found a little bit more. Oh, that's tough for Cuna. That's really tough. I think Magpie's going to feel really good here. Didn't feel too favored for lineup, but you know what? That little bit of spice has got him there.
Look, I'm not biased, I swear, but I am not unhappy with the fact that we're going to see more of Magpie's list tomorrow. But I hear Bouja in my ear saying it's time to interview the legend. It is Magpie coming up next.
It is indeed.
Legend indeed, Magpie. First of all, can you hear me? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm hear you pretty well.
Pretty good. I mean, pretty good is more. It was better than pretty good. You just decimated your opponent.
Okay, maybe not that good.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, you decimated your opponent, like, totally. How you feeling, man?
I feel like I mean, I don't want to be mean, but he could have played better, especially last game, because of my draws round 1 and the way he spent all of his golds round 1. That was like game winning for me,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
So where did you come up with those decks? Because those decks are weird as hell, man. They're weird as hell, but they did the work. They did the work like super well.
To be honest with you, just for the memes. Because I already qualified for Masters, and I thought like, yeah, maybe I can meme a bit.
Yeah, but memes, but you piloted them so well that they, from memes, they actually are super well playable, right?
Yeah, not gonna lie, it was played very smooth.
Nice. I have to ask you, what's up with the mustache?
Oh yeah, mustache, of course, a mustache. It's my power.
It's your power. Okay.
Yes, a thing that allows me to win every single game.
Nice. I respect it. As a beard and mustache connoisseur myself, I appreciate it. So, yeah, I'm really happy to see you go through. Also, something that Thea mentioned is we'll be able to see your lineup come to life once again tomorrow. So congratulations, and yeah, get some rest today.
Yeah, thanks.
Take care. And yeah, back to the casters.
Well, that was quite the interview. The mustache of power, rivaled only by the biceps of a tailbot. That was quite the interview and a brilliant series. Don't let your memes be dreams at home, my friends. You know what? Magpie piloted that beautifully.
Sure did. And again, just GG to both players. I mean, Cuna won't be going home with nothing. Just for attending, Cuna's still going to walk away with some coins in his pocket. And we can go ahead and take a look at the bracket update and see who Magpie might be facing tomorrow.
Yeah, that bracket goes forward, and it is Magpie progressing. Will he take on Karpaten, or is it going to be the legendary Pyreball? Now, I know Pyreball and Cuna did prep together there, so is there going to be a potential preference for Magpie? Let's be real, probably not. He has brought lists that are worried about his version and his version only. Oh, that is going to be quite a series coming up next, though.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one either. Pyreball versus Karpaten, and yeah, going to be cast by Celia and Spacey. Can't wait to see it, and it's always interesting to see how players pilot similar lists differently and get different results. So if we were to see Magpie versus Pyreball tomorrow, having a different result would be very interesting, to say the least. But we can take a look at the prize pool as well, I believe, and see what Cuna as well as Magpie will be getting by the end of today. And there you go, Cuna, $1,150. That's not bad at all, in my opinion. Not bad.
No, that's not terrible. Just for walking in the door, Cuna had that. But Magpie, with that 3-0, took the entire quarterfinal match stake and said, this is all mine here. Will have felt very, very good banking that extra 1150. That is not to be sniffed at. Will anybody else manage the same thing? Remember, there is a lot more on the line now for him. That is just what he's earned so far. He will get a semi-final match stake as well coming soon. So much more Gwent coming up this weekend.
That was a great series to start off the day. I hope you guys are all having a lot of fun. It should be about 2 hours in as well, so remember to go ahead and claim your drops so the next one can start. We're going to go over to our next pair now. It's going to be Kerpeton versus Piable. Very exciting for sure. And yeah, Lionheart will be sending them off now to the next pair.
We will indeed. Enjoy the cast from Specimen and Sealy. We can't wait, and honestly, this is a match of the Titans. So enjoy Kerpeton v Piable. We will be back later for the third quarterfinals.
Merhaba everyone, I am Kerpeton, 21-year-old GWENT prodigy from Turkey. I'm currently studying marine engineering in Istanbul. In my free time, I like playing games, watching movies, and reading books. I started playing GWENT in the best meta, Way of the Witcher, when V came out. After that, I got hooked on the game pretty quick, got pro rank in 9 days, finished top 500 in my first season. Then I decided to go pro. The Turkish GWENT community is really weak. Not many people play this game here. I wish it was stronger and more popular, but... And for the shoutouts, I wanna give shoutout to my boy, 2016 Best for Business.
Hello guys, my name is Piable. Some of you probably know me. Well, maybe most of you, maybe not. For those that don't know me, I'm just some random guy playing card games. I don't even know how I made it to this tournament. I will try to win, but I don't rate my chances too highly. The competition this open is pretty stacked, to be honest. We have most of the top players that are currently playing, like Magpie, who is a veteran in GWENT scene, or Kerpeton, who really improved past few months. We also have Cuna, my boy, finally made it. Hope he puts on a good performance too. So yeah, it's not gonna be an easy open, I guess. In a scooter race between me, Speci, and Magpie, it's actually a good question, but I think I would win. I have a very good experience in riding the limes. I'm using them pretty often in my day-to-day life, actually. They're kind of handy, especially when you need to get somewhere that doesn't have a direct public transport connection, so you can just ride the line for like 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm pretty experienced. I'm so experienced that I remember on one of our nights out, I entered one and was riding it drunk and didn't fall, and Speci fell, so, well, I guess at least I would beat Speci. I feel pretty confident, but not sure about Magpie.
Hello everyone, we hope you are all having a really great time watching this stream this weekend. My name is Sealy and I'd like to welcome you to the second quarterfinal of this second GWENT Open of Season 4. It's so good to be back, and today of course I'm here with the wonderful Specimen. How's it going, Speci?
Hey Sealy, yeah, really good, thanks. Great to be here. Very excited to watch this game. Piable versus Kerpeton, two very good friends. They've been, a lot of the time helping prepare for top 16, top 64 qualifiers. This time they didn't prep together though, so we've got some very different deck lists. And yeah, really excited to see how this battle of the friends gets on, because there's always a little bit more, means a little bit more when you're up against a friend. You know who the other person, the other side of the table is, of course. So this is very excited to see what happens in this series.
Absolutely. It's a little bit heartbreaking. Not only is it your friend, but it's also your teammate that you happen to queue against. But yeah, it's going to be a really intense battle. There's a lot on the line, as we all already know. It is sure to be an amazing series, and I can guarantee you that you want to stick around for today, for all of the games, in fact. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be
absolutely. And speaking of not going anywhere, the longer you stay, the more Twitch drops rewards you will get. So there's some very special rewards going on this weekend. mentioned for the Twitch drops. 2 hours, you're going to get 50 meteorite powder. For 4 hours, you're going to get 50 powder more, and this Eclipse avatar, which you can see on screen. 6 hours is an ultimate keg, and finally 8 hours is another ultimate keg. So not only kegs, but also meteorite powder, because I'm still looking to flesh out my whole meteorite powder collection. I still don't have all the premiums. So meteorite powder is always a resource that everyone can make use of.
Well, I sure hope, Spessy, that you have the stream open somewhere and you remember to claim those rewards as we are watching. So definitely stick around and make sure that you claim all of these nice boons, and then you can enjoy them in game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Capitan, Piebol, as mentioned, very good friends. Excited to see the deck list, but Piebol has got to be the favorite, you would imagine, with the audience. We are going to see exactly now who was the favorite with the audience based on the Twitter poll. You've got to imagine it's Piebol, but Capitan definitely a bit of a dark horse. I know Lionheart mentioned it earlier on. Look at that, 83% to Piebol, 17%. Honestly, getting 17% in a poll against Piebol is not a bad effort, because Piebol, one of the best known players, of course, in the game, a world champion. And yeah, I think Capitan's got to be kind of happy with that 17%, honestly.
World champion indeed, but Kirpitan has constantly proven, we saw Kirpitan in the previous opens as well, he is kind of on top of his game the way he's been performing competitively recently, so definitely not someone you should discount. I mean, both of these players are incredibly strong and they know what they're doing in Gwent, and that is exactly why this series is going to be heartbreaking, yes, because it's a battle of the friends, but at the same time it's going to be really enjoyable to cast. Honestly, I cannot lie, I am very excited to see the next series again. Really peak of Gwent here, competing this whole tournament, and this series I think is one that a lot of people are looking forward to see.
Yeah, definitely. And Capitan did actually win one of the ladder results recently. A couple of months back, he finished first on the ladder, so definitely not someone to mess around with. We've seen him be very cool in his interviews from one of the recent qualifiers as well, so excited to see if he wins the interview. But hopefully we can take a quick look at the decks. Little bit of difference between these. Piebols are going to look quite similar to Cunas because they're prepped together, but Capitan starting off with Rage of the Sea, Sealy.
Here we go, Rage of the Sea. Okay, so first glance, maybe not what you would expect in terms of Skellige, because this deck has not really been around on ladder or anything like that. It's a bit of a surprise pull, but it's an amazingly greedy list that preys on decks with not much control at all. So big threats here like Melusine, Sigvald, Knut's combo, Fulmar, and guess what? Up to 6 Messengers of the Sea with Megascopes and Freyas, and then even more potentially with other resurrection options, which is just so threatening in a long round if lots of these engines do survive. So if you're expecting to be played against a list in which the engines generate like 1 or 2 points per turn, you're in for a very rude awakening. This is why an opponent with few control options might find it really crucial to get round control and shorten the round 3 by a lot. However, even in a short round, this deck can be so scary for the opponents if the Melusine potentially has had time to grow its base power as carryover, or then you have the Sigvald 2 combo with Mardrums as well that you can preserve for a short round.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Stockpile Deck up next. The Muta Generator being the key addition to this deck in the last few months. We saw Cuna, and also we're going to see Piebol with Heat Wave and an Nero, but instead going for an Amphibious Assault. Much more a cookie cutter version for Capitan. And it's another one of these imposter decks, which we've seen Magpie just succeed with, even on the blue coin, the red coin, in fact, which is not usually its favored coin, but Magpie managed to do it, and we've seen the power of this imposter deck, Sealy, already.
Yeah, I'll take it back a little bit to the stockpile here. A couple of things I feel like could be worth mentioning here. Of course, not as control heavy, just like you said. And then also just the Muta Generator here. It just has insane point potential for its cost. It's 6 provisions, and you can, for every 5 provision card you play, you can just get either 5 points of carryover in your deck, or 5 points directly on your board, which can technically make it a 5-point per turn engine. So it's really huge. And just to mention again, just King Henselt and Radovid, of course, explosive amount of points for this deck that they can put out. Really, really scary points indeed. But yes, Fezzy, Imposter, let's take a peek at this one. Of course, it was explained kind of how it works and we saw it in action, but of course I would like to highlight why the Mushy Truffle in this deck is so good. It's extra good to basically have as your target card to get multiple of, because the illusionists then can spawn even more practitioners, as the operator has put a copy in your opponent's graveyard after round 1. So that means every truffle triggers Assimilate 2 times and then spawns another Assimilate engine, which then puts a massive amount of points on your side of the board, and it just keeps spiraling from there. It can pull off the initial combo. We do have a highlight card, Spessy. to talk
Yeah, we
about.
do, and it's Lydia in this one. So Lydia being in this imposter deck. In Magpie's deck, we saw a defender instead. And the key difference is with Lydia is your round 3 is going to be much better. Lydia can be really, really strong, can win you some games. Maybe like finding Lydia into a payday or whatever it might be to remove an engine. But the defender's going to be the we don't have in this list, but Magpie did. It's going to be better in round 1 to protect your practitioners. So Lydia giving you less round 1 power perhaps, but definitely more round 3 power when everything is going well. And just the other key difference is for provisions. We've got 2 megascopes in the Magpie deck. Sorry, 1 megascope in Magpie, 2 tourney joust, whereas in this one, just 1 tourney joust, double megascope. So there's some hands where it's potential that Capitan could struggle to get anything in the graveyard for Payable, which means that this Vilgefortz Renegade isn't going to go through. But this coup is so easily shootable through things like Menno, which means Royal Decree, Roderick can all find this coup, which is going to hopefully enable that Vilgefortz Renegade for Capitan.
Yeah, you do have to be a little bit careful, just making sure you don't play that Vilgefortz on an empty graveyard, anything like that. So let's move on to off the books, of course. Now, this archetype does kind of have it all. It has tempo, it has control, it has strong engines, and also, in my opinion, some of the strongest bronzes or bronze packages in Gwent with the kind of poisons that got changed recently. And the great thing about Golden Necker, of course, is that it can consistently pull engines or threats on the board, or 2 poisons even in 1 turn. And the way that works is by pulling a Fistic and then a hideout or a bronze that can generate a poison. So the failed experiment, for example, can enable the Salamander hideout to be played for a deploy poison now, which then makes it far easier for Golden Necker to be like a 1-turn 2 poison combo, which is pretty cool. And then really strong engines as well. Roland and Gellert, both of the Blainheim brothers, are in there for poison combinations with just really big points, combined with something like a failed experiment here.
Yeah, and how can we not mention the main man, Walter Veritas, in the deck? Not a card that you would expect to see at many tournaments. Jason Slarmer himself, of course. A card that I know a lot of people hold very close to their hearts, of course, the former game director. Not one you see as often. Obviously, the Mage Assassin, which is the artwork of Vlad, our current game director, you see more often, but this one, not so much. So excited to see it. It's basically Syndicate's version of the Runestone. It's going to create and play a Bronze Syndicate card, so it could hit crime cards like poisons or other options like that. So very curious to see just exactly what Volta Veritas is going to be giving Capitan in this series.
Absolutely, it has a lot of high roll potential as well, so you can really get on your opponent's nerves if you, like you said, get a situational removal or poison that turns out to be very important. So a bit of a surprise what that card is going to pull, but Kurpitan is definitely hoping that it's going to be something that he can utilize well.
Yeah, and then moving on to Fireballs, these lists are going to look quite similar if you watch the previous series, of course. Did prep with Cuna, and we can start with Off the Book, Sealy.
Let's go. Okay, so we have a couple of differences here. Right off the bat, you can spot there is no Siri, and we saw this for Cuna as well. So opting to go for the Azar and the Zavala instead of cards like then the Nova or the Decree to tutor it. So Azar can be really strong, especially if you manage to hide a Tunnel Drill in there. So Tunnel Drill, of course, is back at it again, and the aim there is to combine your drill with a crime card to then be able to have really explosive removal for engine threats or something like Elf Swarm. And yeah, like I said, really happy just kind of hiding behind those Azar tokens that you can also keep boosting with your Conjurer's Candle to make sure they are pretty difficult to remove from your opponent. And I would like to mention as well the tech options in the deck. We have Kurt and Xavier for Paya, and they kind of allow you to control your opponent's graveyard or Purifying Defenders and Sirinova, so they allow you to basically deal with a wider range of threats, which can be really useful when you're playing this list.
Yeah, I think Azar might just be the best defender in the game right now. The synergy it's got with Conjurer's Candle. And Payabol was very surprised that some of the other players didn't bring this card. So excited to see how Azar might get on in the series. Moving on to the next deck for Payabol, we have got the Stockpile Northern Realms. Again, very similar to Cuna's list. In fact, it's identical with that Heat Wave and Muzzle. Kind of unthinkable to think that a Northern Realms deck could drop Amphibious Assault. Of course, it was nerfed quite recently, and this Muta Generator is just such a key card. You need access to it, so the Aneromancy finding its way into the deck, and that Heat Wave and Muzzle for that extra little bit of control in here for Payabol. He's also playing a Griffin Witcher Ranger. This is Not the most common card. Kerperton also has one of these actually, but a lot of other players play a second Temerian Drummer, maybe a Maxi in this slot, but Griffin Witcher Ranger just a nice value option against a lot of decks, particularly against elves. You might see this get a lot of value as well. So excited to see the Griffin Witcher Ranger in action. Not one you always see, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a cool card to have there, and it can come in handy in different situations. You can protect your pride or something like that as well with those boosts. And yeah, like you said, the lack of AA might be surprising here in this list, but even if you can't trigger your Muta generator one more time or finding then a card with that carryover on it later, you can in return have the perk of being able to remove anything significant here with the Heat Wave and the Muzzle. And note that the Heat Wave is especially good in a mirror. Removing something like Muta generator can be huge in that matchup. And just quickly looking at these smaller forward provision cards here, Peller and Squirrel are kind of telling us that Paya is ready to deal with any kind of greedy decks, or at least make those matchups a little bit more favorable.
Yeah, also that Siege Tower, which I heard Lionheart mentioning with Tia, giving you that proactive Henter option, something to look out for. Double Cross up next. This one's very familiar to people that have been around a long time. Of course, the Rune Mage being the key addition to this. If you're playing your Rune Mage, it's going to be giving you all your crate options, many more targets. Vigo in particular can benefit from that. There's a couple of ointments as well, which might be a little bit of a surprise. The main reason for this is to get as many tactics as possible, to just try and ensure that that Calvate is going to be in your hand round 1, and if not in round 2, because missing Calvate is one of the ways that this deck can really go quite pear-shaped.
That's right, and it's about a 70% chance for you to find Jean Calvite here with all of these tactics included. So most of the time you're going to be happy, and we're talking about round 1 here. So yeah, let's see if Paya can find what he needs. Very situational stuff. Just like you said, Rune Mage gets a little bit better, becomes kind of like a Vigo becomes a toolbox with that Rune Mage. You can choose from all of these tech cards included what you really want, but it's situational, and Calvite really helps you find all of those gold cards. So he's a card you definitely want to see. And then last but not least, we have Deadeye Ambush. This is of course a pretty classic elf list that is able to set up a huge point swing and elf generating play here with Simlas into 5 waylays potentially for something like 32 points, and also elf bodies that then help your elf synergy profit cards that you have here. Vernociel, of course. Payoff was the word I'm looking for here. Vernociel and Isengrim are the key payoff cards to your elf swarm. So the deck does like round control a lot because it's a risk of overswarming in a long round. That kind of thing typically kind of wants to go on red coin, but we'll see how Paya cues, because this Deadeye Ambush can be a little bit scary into something like Skellige Rain. Tesha Mutna, of course, included here. Again, a nice tech choice for Sirinova and Self-Wound decks. No Self-Wound decks so far today, so the tech maybe doesn't really hit its targets, but regardless, it can be a nice removal to have.
Yeah, and the card we wanted to highlight in this one is the Fisher King, one of my favorite cards. Of course, we had to highlight the Fisher King, Celia. I've been bursting to talk about this card. Interestingly, I was having a discussion with Paya 2 or 3 months ago about this deck. They were using Maxi. I was like, guys, Fisher King is broken. You've got to play it. Get rid of the Maxi. Maxi's able to put a waylay right at the bottom of your deck. Fisher King able to put a card at the top. And actually, it's turned out that both of them fit into the deck quite nicely to give you that little bit of consistency. So very excited to see the Fisher King in action, as I always am, because I'm a massive fan of the card.
It is a very nice card to be able to tutor what you want, especially when you have such a polarized decks. You feel really bad if you miss out on your combo pieces or just generally high provision cards. But yeah, in general, I think Paya's brought a fairly control-heavy lineup here that is able to deal with greedy decks, or at least, like I said, improve those matchups. So he wants to have options for counterplay, no matter what his opponent might bring. And these 4P tech cards are kind of cheap to put in. They can prove significant as well in certain matchups. And if they're not useful, you can just kind of mulligan them away. So I think it'll be really interesting to see whether Paya's tech choices will be efficient into Kerpeten's decks, such as maybe the Rain one, and whether Paya can kind of find them when he needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can now quite shortly have a look at which decks players have banned. Of course, in Gwent competitive scene, you are bringing 5 decks, but you get bring 4 decks. You get rid of 1 of your opponent, so you just have to win with all 3 of your decks, and that just gives you a lot of choices when you're making decks. And there we go. Stockpile has been banned for Kerpeten, so no Northern Realms for Kerpeten, and for Payable, his off-the-book Syndicate has been removed from the game, so we're not going to be seeing either of those decks in play in the quarterfinal now.
That's right, very scary decks, both of them. But it makes sense to ban either. Of course, Karpitan here is going to be going on blue coin. Paya, of course, responding with red coin there. So let's see how they end up queuing. Karpitan kind of has some blue favored decks here that he can queue, of course, Imprisonment being one that is very tied to it. So it'll be interesting to see here what Paya responds with to try and maybe get a matchup that isn't too bad into the Practitioners. I think Paya might be a little bit worried about getting those elves through. What do you think about that, Spessy?
Yeah, we saw Cuna struggle with that as well. He got very close at getting his elves through against the monsters of Magpie. There's no monster deck here for Karpitan. There's a rain deck, which could be a real struggle. In fact, I was watching some of Payabol scrims last night, and I did see him manage to just sneak through a couple of wins with Scoia'tael against Skellige. But the key thing is going to be if Skellige finds those Messengers of the Sea in round 1, matchup's probably going to go in favor of Skellige because they can just get really out of hand very, very quickly. But you know, if you low roll, if you don't get the right draws, you never quite know what can happen. Just sneaking a deck through, and sometimes that is the difference between winning a series and losing a series, of course. This lineup for Payabol is not what we usually see from him. We usually see very cookie cutter decks, like very strong decks, whereas really this time he's included some cards like no assault, but instead going for muzzle and heat wave, maybe lowering the power of his deck overall, but trying to deal with those greedy decks. And yeah, self-wound was something that came up, and there isn't self-wound here in Karpitan's. It is this rain deck. There will be a Melusine, there will still be some tool cards, so maybe this muzzle stealing, like Messenger of the Sea or something, could be happy, but of course, yeah, you never really know in Gwent Esports what's going to happen, and excited to see how these two get on.
Exactly, you never really know, but that is part of the excitement, I think. You can never predict these queues either and how the players are going to do. It was pretty fun hearing the thoughts of the players yesterday. For example, Payabol saying, should I just queue the most straightforward things? I mean, Paya and Karpitan, they know each other. So Paya has to go off of, does Karpitan think that I'm going to be playing mind games? Because I usually do. Or, so is the best strategy then to just queue the most straight up kind of coin favored decks? It's going to be really interesting to see how that ends up going. But yeah, they know each other really well. They know kind of how they play as well. So I think that has a kind of a effect on which kind of lines that you would be looking to take. A bit of surprise value maybe.
Yeah, we did also hear in Karpitan's interview that he was prepping with 2-on-6 best for business. So shout out to him. I know he's active in quite a lot of Twitch chats. I see him around every so often. So congrats to him for being involved in the prep. Of course, I think Payabol usually would be prepping with Karpitan in the tournament because they're both here. Obviously, it proved to be correct. They've queued into each other. 3 of the TLG members all in the top side of the bracket. So that's the risk of obviously prepping with someone. We saw that with Payabol. It went Masters last year. He prepped with Cybers, Spivey. They ended up queuing into each other in the first round. Cybers came out on top and ended up winning the whole event. And of course, that could have been a second world championship potentially for Payabol. So maybe he's learned his lesson there. You've got to keep your friends close, but you can't keep them too close. Sometimes you have to be a little bit selfish, you know. So maybe, you know, there's a little bit of a rivalry with the fact that Karpitan was maybe hoping to prep and maybe felt a little bit left out. So yeah, really, really excited to just see like how the game goes out with all that those little extra bits behind the background. Just add the flavor.
A lot of it is the games, and they do have to do with the mind as well. You have to be in the right mindset going into it. You have to kind of try and guess, okay, if I know my opponent has played this deck a lot, how do they usually play it? What do they go for? There's a lot of different lines, of course, to be taking. It's very hard to predict as well sometimes. But yeah, let's see how they go. I can't wait for the games to start. It is going to be a pretty wild one. Do you have kind of any predictions here, what we're going to see on blue coin from Karpitan? Imprisonment, perhaps?
Yeah, I think Imprisonment blue coin is going to be a logical option. Just try and get that through the first time of asking. And look at that, Celia, you've predicted it. I wouldn't have had a clue, but you just answered the question for me, so thank you.
There we go. It is Imprisonment indeed. All right, Spessy, does Karpitan see the cards that he needs to be seeing here, the combo cards?
Yeah, really good question. Well, Practitioner is one of the key cards. You have to have that in hand so that you can use your operator onto it. The Vilgefortz is also here, so they are going to be the main 2 ones. You've got the Coup to enable a card in the graveyard for Payabol. Maybe just wants to find like a Megascope or something like that, but the hand is looking great overall. You've got the Curse Scroll, of course, to help out. Royal Decree, of course, can tutor any unit as well, so looking very solid. And that's the beautiful thing about this deck. It's just so consistent, and particularly when you add in the blue coin Curse Scroll, you can't really go wrong.
Absolutely. Now, this was the matchup that I believe Taya and Lionheart were kind of teasing before. What if we see practitioners into Nilfgaard assimilate? Because this is going to be a lot. We're going to see so many assimilate engines go off and really just do their thing here. Of course, Pieball here has found his Calvite, which is always very good to see. So I think in general, regular assimilate can definitely compete with this kind of practitioner assimilate as well. They can manage to copy a lot, but it's going to be a lot of going back and forth here. And I can't wait to see the end of a round where everything, all the assimilate engines just keep going, keep procking multiple times. Going to be very satisfying.
Yeah, a lot of the time with this imposter deck, you're so confident in a long round 3 if you've got a whole bunch of truffles that you just play round 1 out. Even if your opponent passes, you just play down to 4 cards, getting as many copies of truffle as possible, which of course you can put the mushy truffle in hand with Curse Scroll, which is why this Curse Scroll is so important. But actually against this Assimilate Nilfgaard deck, in a long round, the Assimilate Nilfgaard deck is going to be the favorite because there's just too much board space being used up by the truffles, and then your opponent's putting spires on your side of the board. So actually for Kurpeton, he's not just going to be able to go for that line of winning round 1, going down to 4, going to the long round. He's going to have to try and get round control and then maybe use the carryover part of the mushy truffles to help him win a shorter round 3.
The carryover absolutely can help. Now, Pieball can also utilize this squirrel a little bit here if he wants to peek into the graveyard there. Like you said, there is always the chance where something like a target in the graveyard can be denied. So let's see. Pi has a little bit of joust action, some spy action, so it might take a little bit of time before Kurpeton can put something in there to activate these practitioners.
Yeah, we see a Darren coming down, comboing it with the leader to get that Darren on deploy value before it could be removed or locked or anything at all. Darren, a really nice addition to these imposter decks, and you don't typically see decks using a leader in round 1 because you're losing points for round 2 and round 3. But with this Vilgefortz Renegade deck, it's all about carryover, and actually generating an extra practitioner on the board is absolutely not only giving you more carryover by getting an extra truffle, but it's also just giving you an engine overload. There's now 3 practitioners and an Idaran on the board, which are all things that Pieball needs to answer. And it's also just cramming in more practitioners in a shorter space of time. As mentioned, Pieball's quite likely to pass early, so Kurpeton is going to just want to make sure that he is in a position where he can get lots of truffles down for carryover for round 3.
And playing this Informant, of course, does allow you to then put something into graveyard with Ku, so you can do the exact setup that you need, while Pieball, on the other hand, is kind of playing these cards, not putting anything into his own graveyard yet. With that spy, not really activating these practitioners for Kurpeton just yet. But with a Ku in hand, you're really happy to get something into the graveyard. When you're done with your practitioners, you can swap something with a Vilgefortz, which can be quite nice. But of course, no truffle in hand.
Yeah, I really love the way Kurpeton has played this. He's really up against the clock. He has to develop as many practitioners as possible before Pieball passes, but he also, as you mentioned, needs to develop the graveyard. So getting the operator, giving him an informant target, and then he can coup the informant to then set up the graveyard so he can then Vilgefortz. Pieball does have the option of passing on 7 cards, and Kurpeton is then likely going to go down to 5 cards in order to get this Vilgefortz through.
That's right, and utilize this Curse Scroll then to draw that truffle that is missing from the hand, and then set up everything that is needed.
Each one of these practitioners is a mushy truffle that is kind of insane. There is the pass from Paya, and this is why the Curse Scroll is so important, because you can't just chew to this mushy truffle, you have to have it in your hand in order to use your Vilgefortz Renegade. Similarly, the coup being so important, otherwise the graveyard would be empty, and Vilgefortz is just not work if your opponent's graveyard is empty. So the deck building, how consistent it is, really paying off here.
Yeah, and this Informant is definitely very, very useful there to have in the graveyard. Pretty straightforward game plan here from Kurpeton. No nonsense clicking all of those Imperial practitioners, and just like you said, every practitioner does represent a truffle, and that is what Kurpeton will be drawing into. And Pieball having playing Calvite, the draws are not going to be bad from his side either, so we are looking at very equal power strengths, both players kind of doing the game plan that they want to be doing, drawing the cards that they want to be drawing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about the decision between using a leader charge and not. Well, this leader charge plus Idarin represented 2 mushy truffles in just 1 turn. So a really nice way of just generating those extra mushy truffles. And again, Kerpiton, usually you would just be able to continue going in round 1 against most decks, go down to 4 cards and get as many truffles as possible, go into a long round 3 and just win on the assimilate value alone. But against the assimilate Nilfgaard deck, your board's going to end up clogged. So you would imagine that Kerpiton, despite being down 2 cards, is going to have to do some kind of push here. But you can't really think of many better cards to push with than mushy truffles that offer 6 carryover plus assimilate value every single time.
Absolutely not. We've seen this before. We've seen the same type of practitioner decks in very high stakes tournaments before in Gwent, and we've seen people bleed 2 cards down. I believe even once we saw 3 card down bleed, if I'm not mistaken. But here we go. We talked about these truffles and why they are such amazing targets. There is a practitioner from the Illusionist that you're looking to see, and here comes Paya's responses. It is time to try and keep everything that Kerpiton is doing at bay.
I hope you guys like mushy truffles, because we're going to be seeing a lot of them in this round number 2, even more to come in round number 3. How many more mushy truffles are there actually in the deck, Celia? Is there 3 or 4 more?
We have 2 more mushy truffles in the deck.
And they're going to be right on top as well from the practitioners. They just didn't have enough mulligans to actually draw all of the truffles, so even more waiting for later on.
Maybe wanting to save a little bit for later as well, because after all, Kerpiton is bleeding 2 cards down. It is not a super easy feat because Paya has saved all of his resources, now has a couple of answers, assimilate engines of his own, and that's where we see the truffle going into the Illusionist, into an assimilate engine. Not a lot to choose from here, not a lot of variety, so I wonder what we're going to see here, especially it is Force and Practitioner.
Yeah, we've seen one truffle, many truffles from Kerpiton, but Payabol's got a truffle of his own. Of course, the leader ability as well could find a mushy truffle as well. Maybe that's just another reason not to have too many truffles in hand, try and make the leader ability for Payabol worse. But these practitioners, of course, not only do they have assimilate, but also an order which you can click at some point, and you're going to put a copy of the last card that went to your opponent's graveyard on top of your deck. Of course, in round 1, Kerpiton used Vilgefortz to put truffle into Payabol's graveyard, which then is why that his practitioners gave him truffle. But you can also use it mid-game. Let's say you were to coup something like Vigo, and then you click your practitioners, you're going to get some Vigo carryover as well.
Or when Kerpiton does decide to play that Invo or the Decree, that is something that Payabol can also utilize to his advantage. So a couple of options, and Kerpiton has to be a little bit careful of, okay, which card do I give to Payabol, because those order abilities are not going anywhere. There is no control here except for that invocation. So Kerpiton can get rid of 1 tall target, but that's it. Really just a kind of solitary game plan. A lot of the time here, really straightforward deck. I think we've seen Kerpiton play this deck before as well. I think he does like this one, so he must feel very confident in how it works. And players have practiced. You kind of can expect these matchups. So let's see how confident Kerpiton is with this bleed.
Not the greatest of Vigos there. Of course, you could find something like an Informant, which would play for many more points and also clog a space on Kerpiton's board. But the Rune Mage has not yet come through, deciding to go for the Vigo first. Obviously, getting 2 assimilate engines down, though, you still really can't complain.
Nope, that is still a few. And Kerpiton can decide to hold on to all of these order abilities on the mushy truffles, take them to round 3, and then press them. Try to get some good stuff from Payabol out here in this round. And that Vigo coup is looking very nice. Of course, coup does go to the graveyard now if Paya wants to take it. But this
and there's a Vigo as well really in the opposing graveyard. So Kerpiton can click these practitioners for, or this practitioner for a Vigo. Decides not to. Of course, that Vigo wouldn't have been in his starting deck either, so it would have triggered the assimilate, not only when it plays a card that wasn't in the starting deck, but the Vigo itself wasn't. So the Vigo off this practitioner would surely be a lot of points, but not going for it just yet. Still is going to be an option, though, if he wants to click these practitioners.
That's all right. Let's see here. Holding on to these very valuable assimilate engines is Payabol. Still, they are quite expensive. You don't want to go ahead and play them too soon. Of course, there is the Brothens that would also clog up board space. Can be very useful for Piebald to utilize here.
There we saw one of the practitioners being clicked, the other one's still available. Also important to note the positioning for Curpiton here, putting all these mushy truffles next to each other, just making sure then that he can distribute the boosts if necessary, so he doesn't go too tall. Although this Menno is off to the far left of the truffles, usually would expect that to be over to the right, just so you could maybe distribute the points slightly more evenly with the Golden Frost from the truffles.
Exactly, there is that tall removal from Piebald. Invocation is going to be quite big. Definitely able to remove something, so it is nice to have a little bit of spaced out boost over the board. But yeah, that Menno is looking a little bit lonely there to the very left on the ranged row.
And we've only seen one of these practitioners click from Curpiton, so still the option of clicking the other one. And for Piebald, the Brothens is coming through. Leader is also available, and we also mentioned the fact that maybe Curpiton just tries to make this leader worse for Piebald. He might be hoping or expecting to see a mushy truffle, but not falling for the trap. And this other practitioner clicked. Is this 2 Vigos now on top for Curpiton, Sealy?
Yep, I believe that is the case. Double Vigo and then double Truffle, of course, are the pulls, right?
Not bad, that is it, for top decks, guaranteed top decks. And you can start to see exactly why you can just use your leader for this carryover. It really does get quite amazing, these practitioners.
And all of this carryover, it is really, really big for Curpiton to take this to round 3. Whenever he feels ready, he's in control of the round. So whenever Curpiton wants to, he says, all right, didn't get the leader from Piebald, of course, but there will be explosive points. I can't wait to see Curpiton kind of trigger the points here, and the invocation as well comes down here and takes the Brothens away from Paya. Another assimilate engines. Yeah, a lot of good draws from Curpiton. Not sure he can play all of them.
Here comes the Rune Mage. We go for Piebald goes for the Rune Stone from Nilfgaard, sees a lock, a spy to clog some space, perhaps a purify. Many options there. Sometimes you could get a mill card, like a little Kingslayer off this as well. It's not going to be as many points, but of course it would just be getting rid of that Brothens from the top of Curpiton's deck.
Wouldn't be a bad call at all. You can have a lock here to shut an engine down. You could go for an assimilate engine of your own. Of course, the point gap is getting pretty scary for Piebald. A lot to catch up with here. So you want to be sure you maximize the points that you're getting. Let's see which card here Piebald is going to go for. Is it the assimilate engine or the row space clogger, just to make sure there is one more block?
Yeah, and Paya deciding to hold on to his leader ability, probably not the typical thing you would expect, but I mean, it makes a lot of sense. 4 mushy truffles on the board for Curpiton. Piebald's going to need as many points as he can possibly get for this round 3, or he's going to be in real trouble, even with card advantage perhaps. Curpiton, Broad Decree and an Informant left. 1 space on his board available, 4 truffles available to either click or leave, and of course this practitioner as well still in the front row, which could be clicked. Although at some point having strong top decks is useless if you have so many you can't draw into all of them.
And that is exactly why we are seeing this decree come down here. Also, it is quite frightening. Curpiton has the choice to now just not even go to round 3. Paya's leader is not going to be good at all, so maybe utilize that and then press your truffles for a lot of assimilate power. If you want to go for the 2-0, there's always the option, so Paya has to be really careful, and that's what we see. We see this here. Curpiton says, okay, leader. No leader. You don't have a leader because I have an informant, and Paya does not have row space to put that informant on there. What do you think, Swazzy?
That was a lot of points, and there's still a mushy truffle that wasn't even clicked. It's outrageous.
It is. This deck, like, basically, I mean, Curpiton's showing you why he's playing this deck here. It's so many points.
The facial expression from Paya when he slams the leader and sees the informant. He knows that he's been done dirty, and the contrasting face from Curpiton, that little smug smile. I love it.
Curpiton is definitely happy. He kind of smelled a little bit of blood in the water there and just went for it. Piebald's leader could have been very useful there, but still a lot of points here in Piebald's hand. Of course, there is the invocation, being able to get rid of a 18-point practitioner here for cards, drawing into Coup here. And this, of course, does clear up a space as well there on Kurpitan's side of the board.
Terra Nova and Coup, the options, Mushy Truffle on the board, a bunch of Assimilate engines. There is only one Truffle carryover as well for Kurpitan, so it's not all over for Pireball, particularly if you can do this quickly. Rune Mage as well has been down, so Bribery is going to be giving 5 options. Goes for the Coup off of Menno here, and look at the Assimilate value.
It is beautiful. It is happening in the Vigo here, of course, showing fire options because of the Rune Mage. Create is a little bit more flexible, so the Assimilate procs are happening. And just like that, Paya is up and has caught up with this point gap. And Kurpitan has pressed the truffles now. Such explosive points, but Paya had the good stuff in his hand left.
Yeah, so there were 6 Assimilate engines on the board for Kurpitan that ended up sticking. So this final Truffle click would have played for 12 points. He decided to hold on to it, and it looks to me like that was a really big brain play from Kurpitan. Of course, he knows his top decks as well. The Vigo, the Brothans, the Vigo, the Coup. There's another Mushy Truffle on top, and there's another Mushy Truffle. Oh, there's the Coup.
There it is.
Okay. So I was
Pretty
expecting
much
another
throwing
Truffle,
everything
but
here,
of course the Echo value of the Coup. So many good cards on the top of the deck. Kurpitan is just drowning in golds.
Exactly. Stuck with those 2 truffles still that we do not get to see, but Assimilate engines are what you want. Triggering Assimilate engines, you're bound to have a good coup here as well when you're Kurpitan. And Pireball, on the other hand, is starting to establish the Assimilate engines left here, and then of course the Assimilate procs. Let's see what these coups are able to find.
Yeah, and Terra Nova is just a next level card that Pireball has access to, just a little bit better than that Brothans and that Vigo, playing a Vigo as well as this extra Assimilate engine. Also the Rune Mage value coming through there, just almost guaranteeing Pireball that Emissary, which is exactly the card he wanted for that proactive option. Otherwise, it could have been a little bit of a sticky situation, having to play a rather bad Vigo onto like a 1-point practitioner or something.
Definitely coming in clutch here. Again, making Vigo pretty much a toolbox is this Rune Mage, so you have a lot to choose from. Definitely not bad at all to have that inclusion in any Assimilate list. Very good 10 provision slot there. That is seeing more and more play. Quite fun.
Here we see the Vigo, the first Vigo from Kurpitan. Also selecting the Emissary, buffing up the Vigo, getting it out of that Coup death blow range, because not only would that give Pireball a very nice card of his own, it would also remove an Assimilate engine from Kurpitan.
All right, pretty nice pull there. Brothans is looking pretty nice, going for not an informant, the Emissary, of course, here to boost the Artod. No tall removal to be scared of, so you can kind of go as tall as you'd like with these Assimilate engines.
The Rune Mage carryover in this round 3 has been phenomenal for Paya, just giving Brothans off of Bribery, the Vigo off of Terra Nova, and in fact the Informant off of the Vigo. In fact, the Emissary, the double Emissary, the proactivity, just really exactly what he needed. And there is now a bronze card on the board for Kurpitan. Is this Coup able to do much? Well, it could obviously remove an Emissary. It could also remove the Illusionist and play an Illusionist for himself.
Yep, the Illusionist is a choice. Get another Assimilate engine on the board if you'd like to. A couple of things you can do here. But basically, yeah, Rune Mage, what Rune Mage has been doing is making these cards that are generally good for Assimilate already even better because of the consistency, which is really fabulous. Like the Bribery is, I mean, really, really good. Instead of having to high roll it, you can be sure that there will be something that you definitely want to see.
Pireball going for the Emissary. A key reason for this is if he does take this Illusionist, then it is in fact going to be giving Kurpitan the option to use an Informant, which is going to work out more points on the Assimilate value and things like that. So deciding just to take the Emissary instead. Another Emissary. It really is battle of the Emissaries in round 3. And it's 47-47 with a Coup
so tight.
and
one coup.
a Mushy Truffle. Well, there's a Mushy Truffle available for Paya, but not one for Kurpitan.
Exactly. It is going to be a really tight race, but yeah, Brothan's kind of coming down there, knowing that, okay, the coup is not happening. Now that Brothans is out, the coup does come down on the Illusionist, of course, to get even more Assimilate value there, saying that, all right, I can boost this up outside of the coup with the last Truffle trigger there, and Pireball takes it. Pireball takes it here. What a close game, Spessy.
Mate, that was an amazing game. What a great start to the series. Masterfully done from Payabol. We talked about the fact that a lot of the time, this imposter deck, a big strength, if it goes well round one, you just go for that long round. Not an option. You'd think with all that truffle carryover, you're in a great spot, but Payabol just masterfully played, and that is why he's considered one of the best players in the game.
And can we talk about the point swings that these decks are able to do? I mean, just what Kurpitan did, saying, okay, you didn't spend your leader, I'm just going to go for the points, maybe get some more resources. Or even, you know, I mean, you know that Paya played Payable, so he can't have too bad of a hand, but really push there and forcing Paya to spend something good. Really nice carryover though there. Like you said, Rune Mage consistently being able to show good choices. So Payable up in the series, 1-0. And the coins here will be swapped for the next game that we'll be going into.
Yeah, and I think Kurpitan played it really well. Also managed to get a whole bunch of truffles. If anything, he almost suffered from success because he ended up having too many good cards on top of his deck. And if you think about that, this leader charge in round one gave him access to a couple of extra mushy truffles. Was that necessary, or would it have perhaps been better in hindsight to have held on to the leader? Usually you always play the leader there, but with the way Paya played it, there was maybe an argument to try and hold on to it because he just ended up with mulliganing golds and things like that. And the Terra Nova as well in this round 3 made the big difference. Terra Nova, a card that this imposter deck just cannot afford to play. It's too costly in terms of provisions and doesn't give you enough in terms of consistency. And Payabol really masterfully done, just holding that Terra Nova for round 3. Also just getting that little mushy truffle carryover too. Despite the leader completely whiffing, it was enough.
Yeah, it was enough. No leader needed. Maybe you could say that was a calculated BM if you play Gwent a lot, but maybe not. Paya did look very disappointed to not have his leader there. It would have been much better if you have it. But still, a really awesome game. Of course, we're jumping into the next one here. So we have Payable on blue coin for this one, playing elves, which typically does like to go on red coin, maybe hoping to play a bit of mind games here to get the elves through. Will be a bit of a worry for Kurpitan. I think Payable is quite happy having Kurpitan queue this syndicate on red coin. Kurpitan doesn't have that many red coin lists, so it's nice to try and snipe this matchup. I think Paya was successful here because one big thing about Kurpitan's syndicate list, which will change kind of a lot for this game, is there is no threat of tunnel drill. And tunnel drill into elves, you can imagine what that can look like into removing all of these tokens. So let's see how Paya and if Paya can get these elves through, while Kurpitan, of course, defending with a syndicate, really powerful list in itself.
Yeah, and you hit a great point on the tunnel drill and the Azar situation. Payabol told us he was a little bit surprised to see some of the syndicate builds, which didn't seem optimal to him. He's got an Azar and tunnel drill in his banned syndicate deck. Kurpitan doesn't have either of those cards, instead has this Vault of Veritas, which is excited as I am to see it. I don't think it's going to be as impactful. We start off the game with a Feign Death from Payabol, which quickly is answered by a Fist Tech from Kurpitan.
One of the best targets here to poison for Kurpitan as well. Not very much that goes tall in elves, so your poisons aren't that effective when generally they are really kind of good removal for a syndicate. But a couple of engines here. Of course, there is Freak Show that can come down and wipe down some engines here. There is the Failed Experiment. There is a Gellert combo potentially, but finishing off this poison here is the Failed Experiment. Also sitting on the board, being quite threatening here for Payable.
Yeah, Failed Experiment buff this month was previously a 5 provision 10 power card, which sometimes was an option off of the hideout, but now it is near an auto include in these syndicate decks, giving you that extra poison and just more flexibility off of the Salamandra hideout, which was always one of the most powerful locations in terms of its raw ability. But now the sheer flexibility, you can get purifies, you can get poisons, you can go for just raw stats. Shady Vendor coming down into the front row. Line of Credit, an option. This is one of my favorite card arts, Celia. I do love a bit of Line of Credit, but going for the Smuggle, unsurprisingly, instead.
Yeah, a little bit of carryover here. We can see that Paya, of course, has found his Vanadane, so does want to put that down. So it's a nice kind of start to Payable here. Nothing that Kurpitan really wants to compete with.
Yeah, and this is the line that we see a lot of these Scoia'tael players making with elves, traditionally a red coin deck, but on the blue coin it also just has this option of putting out a lot of points very quickly, thinning the Ailerin. And what he's trying to do here is force Kerperton to either try and get ahead quickly, try and bleed him, or just go to the long round. And clearly he's feeling confident about the long round if he's taking this pass on 7.
See what's gonna happen here. Here comes the decree. And of course,
Here we go.
going for the Veritas. Let's see what it was gonna be.
Temple Guard an option for 6 points, or there's also and that is the Temple Guard, not a card you see very often, one of the dual faction cards. Nicker's also coming out and needing 7 more points to tie, so 8 points to get ahead here for Kerperton.
Definitely nice, and Piebol happy here with his pass, also being able to hold on to this Tesha Muna sword. The thing with Siri Nova is it's kind of scary being reactive into it. You want to be able to remove it. So if Kerpeton can kind of play Siri Nova at a really good spot, that will not be very nice for Piebol. He wants to answer with the Tesha Muna sword when it potentially comes down. So this kind of makes it so that Kerpeton can just play it and catch up nicely and have the Siri on board as carryover into a bleed, which basically is the same as having card advantage. But yeah, usually elves do like round control, but that tempo pass turned out to be really beautiful for Piebol.
Yes, denying a lot of the potential carryover of Kerperton. He's got the hideout carryover potentially. He's got the coin carryover that Syndicate always has, the Siri Nova, Conjurer's Candle. But now he's down 2 cards, so trying to bleed is going to be very, very risky. And of course, he only has license to play 1 card without losing card advantage. And that's either going to be Nova, and then you're losing out on all your coins, or you have to try and just bleed down 2 and try and develop your carryover. So a very interesting line from Piebol, really nullifying the carryover potential from Kerperton.
And one reason not to bleed as well is that we have 2 artifacts currently bricked for the Golden Necker. So the Golden Necker does want you to have one of either the Salamander Hideout or the Conjurer's Candle in deck. Typically, Salamander Hideout there, as you can pull that one and not over profit, while Conjurer's Candle doesn't really necessarily like to be attached to the Golden Necker play. But here it comes, establishing carryover and probably looking to take on Paya in a long round here.
It's just Maxi from Paya. He's got some carryover of his own, just maybe putting one of these waylays to the bottom is what you usually do. And there's the pass from Kerperton. He gets the Conjurer's Candle, but look at this Siri Nova, 9 provisions. It's just going to be worth 8 points, no carryover at all. Unless there's a round 4 Sealy that I've forgotten about, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Perhaps
Fisher King.
they've added that to Gwent without us knowing. That would be pretty interesting. The players don't know, no one knows, and then all of a sudden we go and Siri gets carryover, and that's how you win the game. But no, you're right. She's just an 8-point card right now, and she will be mulliganed as well. No round 4 there, so not too good for Kerpeton being able to not utilize these 9 provisions.
And you can only make this line of play in round 1 if you're Piebol, if you're confident that this round 3 is winnable for you. Of course, the Simless into a bunch of waylays not only is a lot of points, but it's also removal. You're also, as elves, going very low to the floor, so these poisons aren't going to be quite as impactful. No tunnel drill to worry about either. So Paya only able to make this line if he's confident that the round 3 does go in his favor. Kerperton, though, the hand is looking quite strong. Is there any key cards that either player are missing here, Sealy?
Let me check here 1 second. It looks like everything has been found. There is a special, there is a location for this Golden Necker to pull, so it's not bricked, which is really what Kerpeton is looking for, as well as every single gold card here that he could be looking for. There's Bank left, and Bank that will be tutoring a bronze, so that's what Kerpeton will see from the Golden Necker. And here comes the Freak Show, really clean, clear removal of these neophytes here.
And buffing up with Conjurer's Candle, that is going to get it out of the range of the sword, but Heatwave is an option to get rid of the Freak Show, just to protect all its threats, because if not, it's just going to be there for a very, very long time, and can remove elves to like lower the value of Isengrim, lower the value of Yavin. Also, of course, does have Simless into waylays a little bit later on as well as an option.
And those waylays staying nicely tucked into the deck here. There is 1 in Graveyard. The rest were not drawn into by Piebol. Of course, Bandane could put something at the bottom of the deck, but the rest of the waylays also stayed there, which is really nice to see.
And here it is going to be the Alyssa putting back the waylay, setting up that train of waylays that Simless is now so famous for.
Now Piebol can use them whenever he likes to, so don't delay the Lisa, set it up, and then you have the Simlas kind of ready to go whenever. And now here is the Gellert. Of course, the change, he is immune now, so he will stay on the board, not going to be removed by any Simlases, nothing like that.
Yeah, just a front row Verno potentially, but that does not seem particularly likely. Maybe a little bit later on it could get sniped, but you would expect it to be staying on the board for the duration of the round. Of course, working quite differently. It's just going to be buffing by 2. Previously, it was just you'd be able to spam it a whole bunch of times before the adrenaline condition, whereas now it's just more of a slow and steady spender to also maybe protect some of your units, get some self-poison targets, which you can also get value from the self-poison with failed experiment and turn it into an offensive poison.
It's going to be interesting to see here if Kurpitan also would like to kind of time this Golden Necker with the adrenaline falling off of Gellert, because that is a lot of threats that you can put on the board potentially. There would be something like Eternal Fire Disciple. Just having a lot of engines on the board in one turn kind of makes it so that Piebol really has to choose which targets to delete. But yeah, Gellert kind of has to go, especially, I mean, if Roland gets on this board and survives that failed experiment combo, those 3 cards is looking really quite scary. You have the potential to keep poisoning pretty much every turn if Roland also sticks. So I don't think Piebol is going to let that happen.
Yeah, buffing with the Conjurer's Candle here. Of course, if you were to buff it with Gellert, you would be adding a extra status to Horson's Freak Show, which would improve the value of the sword in hand. So deciding to hold on to the Gellert fee instead and just use the Conjurer's Candle. And you can see why he valued Conjurer's Candle carryover over Ciri. You also got the profit for more coins in the bank, but just being able to protect your engines is such a beautiful part of this new Syndicate deck. A big reason why Azar and Tunnel Drill are something that Piabol's got on his list, which has been banned. This Conjurer's Candle buffing up Azar is absolutely fantastic. Some people remember some Salamander decks I used to play, where I would use Mushy Truffle to buff up the Azar, and that felt great, but the Conjurer's Candle was just far more efficient and cost effective, as well as providing carryover.
Absolutely, and Kurpitan here nicely also being able to control kind of the waylay damage. You don't buff, for example, this Freak Show. It's not a 6, it's not a 9, so that waylays come down and clean it perfectly. You can have it at an 8, so you would have to spend 1 waylay that does 1 damage, which isn't super effective. So it's a nice way also of controlling a little bit of that waylay output for Kurpitan.
It's a slow start to the round, but Piebol has played his Alyssa ready to set up that Simless, and at some point is going to start swarming the board quite heavily. Still needs to try and deal with this Freak Show. Conjurer's Candle also still on the board. There's sometimes that some niche situations you might decide to heatwave this, but usually that would be to deny the carryover or something like that. And here is the Roland, Sealy. Roland really can pop off.
It can pop off, but I have a feeling Piebol is not going to let that happen. This combo is definitely really scary and something to get rid of. Of course, ideally, the adrenaline also would be off from Gellert, so you could remove both engines. So yeah, maybe even the Roland could be considered a heatwave target here. We'll see.
The poison going down on the Hound. The Conjurer's Candle buffing up the other 2, 9-point Freak Show, 10-point Roland. Does heatwave the Roland, just as you predicted, was holding onto that heatwave for Roland instead of the Freak Show.
It is definitely a pretty nice heatwave. Of course, a candle is lovely, but it can also boost your units a little bit too tall, and then they become juicy targets for things like heatwave. So yeah, I think Piebol is kind of like holding on to this adrenaline from Gellert, because it does need to be cleaned up, and that's after that adrenaline is gone is when we're going to see these waylays kind of come down and board wipe a little bit here. Ooh.
Yeah, we see the poison come through on the Freak Show. It is now 11 points, which means it is safe from the sword. Sword is going to deal 5 damage twice with the 1 status, so it would just still leave Freak Show available on the board. There is the Gellert purifying itself, no longer immune.
Maybe this would be the sword target as well to just clean up there perfectly. It does 5 damage unless you want to get a little bit more value on something that has poison. There is also a morale, so a lot of threats really that Piebol has to kind of value which one do I take. And yes, it is the double here on the Freak Show. And now the Waylay can wipe away 2 engines from Kerpitan's side of the board. Maybe waiting for that morale to come down as well.
Yeah, big problem for Kerpitan here is the lack of profit he has in hand. Didn't obviously carry over as many coins as possible. Siri Nova is not offering him any profit at all. And you don't have King of Beggars to just rely on getting more profit in, of course, these Golden Necker decks, because it is more than 9 provisions. And
that's right.
25 points for Kerpitan, 6 for Payable, but get ready for that to swap very quickly with this Simless play.
There we go. A lot of points coming down from this Simless. Of course, the rest of Payable's hand basically consists of Elf Swarm payoff. So you want to make sure those Deadeyes are on the board before you go ahead and play those. So not waiting for more engines. And speaking of profit, this is a way for Kerpitan to profit a little bit here with the Bank, and the Salamander Hideout is, of course, coming down for poison as well.
Golden Necker coming through. The Bank also, of course, into either Shady Vendor on the top card, which could even add some more profit. You've also got the Hideout. I'm really loving the fact that this Syndicate Golden Necker deck is still proving to be so popular. Of course, Erendite was kind of making these decks maybe not as popular with people because they were so common, but it really is so exciting to see a completely different style of Gwent deck at the competitive stage.
Yeah, just a value Salamander Mage coming down there as well. And here comes the Vendor, which is really nice card to pull there with the Bank. Not a lot left. Kerpitan, of course, has thinned very nicely here. Hysteria to remove an Elf. It is payoff away from Payable, and a little bit of bounty to get those coins up. And look, Bessie, suddenly there's 8 coins there. Not too bad.
Yeah, and the points are just swinging back and forth. Kerpitan sees Payable's Waylay play and raises him with a Golden Necker. It's now a 20-point game, 3 leader charges available for Payable, 3 coins available for Kerpitan. And here we have the front row Venosio. Is it going to snipe the Spender, perhaps?
The Siri shield not blocking anything either. It's a little bit annoying. It's nice to get that Siri on the board before the Verno. At least that shield could be doing a little bit of extra for Kerpitan. But no, Veronosiel knows exactly where to direct these Deadeye ambush pings. And working out pretty nicely here for Paya.
Paya 7 points ahead, although has played an extra card, and there is coins in the bank. Now 4 coins for Kerpitan, and he's 2 points ahead when they have the same amount of cards left. Here comes Yavin to clean up one of the mages. Does mean that this morale will go through.
The morale does go through, cleaning up the last poison here. There is also the Hideout that hasn't been used yet, so that can come down as well here from the failed experiment as it poisons itself, and Morale gets the second thing, and Kerpitan takes it by a little tiny bit. Very close game again.
A 3-point game, and again the reactions from both players fantastic. Payable just puffing his cheeks out. He really thought he had that one. Kerpitan just like nodding, he loves it. So really great to see these guys' reactions. Really top quality Gwent. It's 1-1 in the series, and it is certainly not over yet. Payable was feeling a little bit unfavored just based on the decks. Obviously had a nice start, but Kerpitan pulling back. I really enjoyed that round 3 of back and forth big point swing plays.
Absolutely. It just worked out really nicely for Kerpitan. He drew what he needed to draw when he needed it. And the series did not end up being too bad at 8 points of a play. Of course, the timing there with Payable's pass was pretty nice. Well, Kerpitan wasn't able to ever play that carryover. But it didn't end up hurting him too much, as he, of course, just took the win there. And it is very even now. So Kerpitan's Syndicate here is through. Paya has to get both NR and ST through, while Kerpitan is looking for a bit of Rain and Imposter as well left.
Yeah, we've seen one deck from each player and one deck which we haven't seen yet. Of course, we've seen the Imposter from Kerpitan, the Elves from Payable, but we still have the Rain deck for Kerpitan, which I'm very excited to see. And we also have the Northern Realms for Payable. So still a lot to play for. Obviously, you need to win 3 out of 2. You need to win with every single deck in order to progress forward to the semi-final. And of course, the winner of this game, they know they're going to be playing against Magpie. And I think the winner of the top half of the bracket has got to be the favourite on paper going forward to the final, just because of the experience of some of the players that we have on this top side of the ladder, particularly Payable and, of course, Magpie as well.
That is right. Now, if you are Pieball, Magpie, of course, did quite efficiently win against Cuna there. So maybe you are a little bit worried if you would be going through. It's definitely could be a scary position to be in, considering Pi and Cuna, of course, have the same decks. While on the other hand, Kerpeton has something a little bit spicy as well there with the SK, for example, the SK Rain deck. Just like you said, you want to see that one. I want to see that one too. Maybe some Monster Spice and some Skellige Spice? Or will Apaya be able to deal with Kerpeton's threats? A little bit of a more control-heavy lineup, so Pieball could definitely be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, after this game as well, we have got some leaks. We haven't really touched on that too much, but the Nilfgaard leaks are going to be going down pretty soon. So very, very excited to see exactly what the Nilfgaard cards are going to be, and we're going to have 2 reveals after this series, couple more reveals later on as well, so we've really got that still to look forward to. See, of course, the expansion coming out on Tuesday. Are we going to see Renfrey? That's what I want to know. Where is she? Is she going to be in the Nilfgaard faction? Probably going to be in neutral if she's in the game, but what if this is just the biggest debate of all time?
Maybe it is busy. You are coming for Bush's gig here with these spicy little leaks, but we do have a game to look at here. Of course, Kerpeton bringing the blue coin deck that we are no strangers to. We know this is a blue coin deck and where it wants to be. Pieball, on the other hand, does play Siege NR with potential to remove some of these practitioners, potentially.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this Muta Generator list in action. Of course, no Amphibious Assault in Pieball's deck, which is just crazy. If you told me that a few months ago that there'll be a Gwent Open Northern Realms deck without Assault, I would have told you you're crackers. But there we have it. Also, not common to be mulliganing a Siege Master, but trying to get those that Muta Generator value
Exactly.
by putting those back into the deck.
Playing 2 cards later in the round, playing a boosted Siege Master with a Siege Engine could be as many points as your opponent's gold cards. So definitely not bad. But specifically, would you be happier with a Heatwave and a Muzzle playing into Kerpeton's Practitioner deck? Or would you want an Amphibious Assault? I would say that Pieball and his control options, they might be proving useful in this matchup.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And also, for Kerpeton's deck, we talked about the key difference being this Lydia versus Magpie's Defender. This is one of those games where a Defender really could make a big difference because you're just doing another skill check for Pieball. If you had a Defender here to protect your Practitioner, you could say, okay, Pia, you might have a Heat Wave, but do you have the Pella? Do you have the Purify? You have to choose in this with Pieball's hand between a Pella or a Muzzle, so you can certainly see the advantage there of Magpie's build. But if Kerpeton manages to get through this round 1 and manages to get Truffle carry over this Lydia, it's just going to offer a much better round 3 point slam play.
That is right. Let's see here what Pieball is going to be doing. Of course, the Neuromancy does have access to, or offer you access to, the Muta Generator. But there we go. Self Heatwave is the line from Pieball, because what is Kerpeton going to do there? No Duchesses to copy, so less Practitioners, meaning less Truffles for Kerpeton. Self Heatwave, I believe we've seen this line before, especially when this deck has been around a lot.
Did you see Kerpeton's face? He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. My mind's been blown. I've not seen this line before. The self Heatwave from Pieball. Of course, Heatwave banishing. It's not going into the graveyard either. So that not only is denying the Informants in round 1, but that's also denying the Practitioners hitting the Illusionists later. So, well, or the other way around. Sorry, the Illusionists hitting the Practitioners. So, wow, what a start to this game. Not what I was expecting to see there. I love it.
Absolutely, but of course, Kerpeton can grab that Heat Wave now that is sitting in the graveyard to then Heat Wave something like Muta Generator, or Heat Wave something like Siege, which is also really threatening. So we'll see how that ends up going. But yeah, the self Heat Wave just makes it so that Kerpeton has less of these practitioners overall, and we see what it looks like when they just go completely tall, proc from all of these assimilates. So yeah, seems like a good choice for Pieball to just kind of deny that ability there.
Interestingly as well, Kerpeton would have had the option of using his Imposter Leader on turn 1 to steal to get the practitioner on his side still, just for an extra practitioner, but didn't do it. Of course, was holding out for the Adaran for that extra value, and then maybe the heat wave from Pyreball would have been a little bit worse perhaps overall. But I love this line. I'm really fascinated to see how this plays out, because Kurpeton's deck is very much built with the guarantee that you're pulling this truffle combo off. You're investing so many of your provisions into consistency cards like Menno, Decree, you've got the Roderick, even the Cursed Scroll. So if this game plan goes wrong, suddenly you could be in trouble, and suddenly that Lydia that he's got over the Defender is looking like it could actually be a really big help, because Defender is not going to protect the practitioner on Pyreball's side from getting heat waved.
But Pyreball has to make a lot of sacrifices here. He cannot tutor out a Muta Generator because of that heat wave that was used now and sits in the graveyard. Like, if Kurpeton heat waves that, then what are you kind of doing as well? Like, you both sacrifice the carryover and the game plan then there. So it's kind of evening things out a little bit, at least, that Pyreball is now kind of not able to Muta Generator just yet and plays this Landsknecht instead. Pretty simple play here on the board, but not giving any carryover to the cards in his deck.
One thing I love about this Muta Generator list is seeing these uncommon 5 provision cards, the Lyrian Landsknecht, which I cannot pronounce. Mr. Habler tried to teach me how to pronounce this card about 3 years ago, and I still haven't got it down. But you've got the Drummer as well, making a bit of a return. Really great to see these old school Gwent cards in the competitive decks, which they haven't been for a while. And that's just because Muta Generator, of course, you really benefit from just playing a whole bunch of these 5 provision cards.
This Drummer is a little bit of a slow card, of course. He is nice to have in there, but takes a little bit of time before he can start drumming away and giving you a lot of points per turn. So Pyreball probably looking to pass early here. Not really looking to play into this round, I wonder. Kurpeton can then establish as many of these practitioners as possible. Of course, there is still the option to go for it. If you're Paya, you are establishing engines here. But I wonder how long Pyreball decides to actually play into this round. But killing a practitioner is something that he values, at least.
It's a 6-point game as it stands. An engine down for Pyreball, the Adaran down for Kurpeton, of course, could combo that with the leader still if necessary.
Pyreball completely messing with Kurpeton's game plan here.
Well, now we see the Informant synergy with the Adaran getting that engine overload. Cursed Scroll also being used here to put a card into his hand, and then a card from his hand to the bottom of his deck. So whichever card he puts to the bottom, of course, not going to be able to draw into that for the rest of the game.
That is right. Let's see what ends up on the bottom here. Just kind of a value informant. Getting 2 engines here with Adaran is certainly not bad. It looks like the Emissary is about to leave. Emissary is not going to be sticking. Pyreball just kind of playing, well, 5 Persian engines are important for this deck in terms of establishing carryover with Muta Generator. But if you can't establish that carryover, then maybe you just kind of like to get rid of these engines that you wouldn't see outside of a Muta Generator list, because they are basically only good if you can get that carryover on them. So Pyreball is kind of fine just dropping them here. Still engine value, of course, but it's kind of nice to get that Drummer out now, because it won't be very nice later if you cannot get any Muta Generator value in this matchup.
Yeah, the armor on this Ballista really important for Kurpeton, because it did just survive. We're seeing few options: the Adept, the Commando, or the Siege support. Goes for the Siege support, of course. Can reduce the cooldown by 1, or instead it could in fact boost it up. Decides to reduce the cooldown and get that extra damage ping before this Ballista is inevitably dead. Also now has the potential of having 2 cards that get Zeal, but I don't think that's going to be of much use. Although having said that, you would be able to maybe copy this Landsknecht into the back row and then still be able to give it Zeal to benefit not only from the inspired boost, but also the extra damage that you would get from playing it in the back row.
Potentially Nilfgaard, even though you don't get these practitioners really to pop off, you will be having access to still good cards. There is Brothens, there is Truffle, there is Illusionist, for example, and yeah, definitely not bad cards here for Kurpeton by any means either. So winning the round and having round control of Siege, of course, a lot of the time is very important because Siege is explosive. First say Siege can be harmful, you have Henselt, so even without the muted generator, there are still a lot of threats in Paya's deck here. So Carpetan definitely valuing round control here.
This Lydia was filthy.
It was.
Finding the boiling oil, of course, it's a warfare card, so it's reducing the cooldown of the reinforced ballista, meaning that both the drummer and the reinforced ballista were cleaned up. Anything you can do Northern Realms, Nilfgaard can be sure to do it better.
Yes, that is true. Just Nilfgaard things. And yeah, very nice Lydia. Nice to have her here. And kind of just a super nice flexible card. So maybe not a defender, but she's doing a lot of work here for Carpetan indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lydia choice really paying off for Carpetan. Love to see it. And also, he had the option of going for this coup a lot earlier on, but really decided to value this coup. Of course, it is an echo card, but the squirrel in the hand of Payabol would mean that this coup would have been an overcommit because it would have just given Payabol an easy squirrel target. Might want now hold on to this coup for either round 2 or round 3. And I would have been tempted to slam that coup a lot earlier, particularly with the Adaran down on the board and the spawn synergy you have with that. But Carpetan showing great restraint to hold on to it. Might be forced to start considering it. Of course, Roderick is going to be pulling, showing him 2 random golds from his deck, and then he can select 1.
And Carpetan does seem to be going for the coup line here, which Payabol, of course, can respond to with a squirrel, but that is kind of a slow play as well coming down from Payabol. So let's see if that is what happens. But Carpetan has committed to this turn now. The order was clicked and there is the play. And look at that, Siege support doing work.
Let's go.
Nilfgaard just does it better. And here Payabol is forced to pass. It would be really nice to take this coup out, but of course the point gap at that point will be a little bit too much. Carpetan as well is able to save some of these high provision cards, which is really good because outside of practitioners, of course, not as efficient and not as many assimilate engines as a regular assimilate list. So Carpetan really has to make sure he is using these provisions efficiently.
This practitioner carryover, giving him the heat wave, really solid. You can't really complain with that. Include a 5 provision bronze card in your deck, and it gives you a heat wave for the future rounds. That is not bad value at all. Pretty insane carryover for a bronze. Carpetan, of course, won round 1, so he is in charge. He's dictating the pace of this game and does decide to push on into round 2, opening with a proactive practitioner.
That's right, this heat wave can now choose to come down on either the muted generator or on the siege. Let's see what Paya does. First, a Neuromancy hasn't been used yet. Can tutor something efficient, siege, or perhaps even a Radovid for carryover. But here is the muted generator. Not that many 5 provision cards in Paya's hand to set up carryover. So let's see if Carpetan even values taking the heat wave on this muted generator still, or if he's saving it for siege. Because of course Paya did play some of those 5p cards in round 1.
Looks like it's going to be the Mushy Truffle. Of course, it's going to be triggering the Assimilate as well from the Practitioner. And a whole bunch of good options in the graveyard for Payabol with the Solutionist. But no, there's no Practitioner there. But I think Overton doesn't mind too much against Northern Realms. There's a whole bunch of engines he can take. Of course, this Truffle could be clicked as well to protect his engines and also get some more Assimilate value. Alternatively, could be left for round 3 to do the exact same in round 3 for that carryover potential.
Vilgefortz, of course, is yet to be played as well when Carpetan wants to. He has the option to potentially still go Vilgefortz in round 3 or something with the Roderick to swap a not so great card, not so high provision card with something good that Payabol has played. And here we can see Payabol not valuing the carryover, but rather using, because Muted Generator, of course, is very slow on tempo, but using the melee ability, you can get a little bit more tempo, and Lyrian Landsknecht being played here on melee is quite useful as well, as it gets that little boost for the formation to work.
Landsknecht, am I saying it right? No?
I would say like Landsknecht, but
It sounds
I don't
good.
know.
It sounds good.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it
I'm
sound
going to leave this card to you. I'll call it the Lyrian Featherboy or something. I don't know.
That sounds good. He has a nice feather hat indeed.
Yeah, like the Mutual Generator, it's only 1 point it's paid for here. Obviously just offering that little bit of utility, but let's be honest, you wouldn't be including this card at 6 provisions just to be buffing up a card by 1 point. So certainly not optimal for Pieball, but just making the best of the situation that he's in. Here is the Brothans. 2 assimilate engines down, and still has not clicked the Mushy Truffle either.
And Kurpitan is not going to have this. He definitely knows of the explosive siege combo, of the big Hansel play that Pieball could be pulling out of his hand here. So it's just you need to push some of that out. And there's the heat wave, of course. Mutagenerator, not amazing anymore. So the siege was definitely the bigger threat here.
Yeah, Pieball had to heat wave his own card, whereas Kurpitan gets the heat wave and uses it on Pieball's best card, the siege. Quite a turn of events. Despite Pieball like really big braining it, there was also downsides because of the power of the practitioner. So still the deck really, this imposter deck really coming through and performing well. There's a 17-point gap as it stands. Of course, this Trebuchet in the back row is going to be getting 1 point per turn. Caraballista also now down into the back row, and that is going to be buffing up the 5 provision cards that are still in the deck for Paya.
Worth noting is that this Imperial Practitioner did take the Ineromancy as well there, that went into Paya's graveyard, so pressed the order for a little bit of extra, and not too much to tutor left, but it could be used on Vilgefort or Invo. Roderick can of course only find 1 gold, so let's see if that can be utilized for Kurpitan later on.
Yeah, so with the Practitioner, he's going to, the Ineromancy is going to be triggering the Assimilate for Kurpitan, but it's also not denying the Ineromancy for Paya like a squirrel would, because it's making a base copy, right? So Paya is still going to have access to that Inero in round 3, but Kurpitan also going to have an Ineromancy of his own, which also triggers Assimilate, so it's just adding extra points onto his best play.
Absolutely. And yeah, Paya basically is trying to hold on to this Henselt, because that Henselt will be a lot of points still if it can be utilized to tutor out something like Fultis Pride. But that's easier said than done, because Kurpitan knows this and keeps on pushing here to get the very last. Of course, this push does kind of result in Kurpitan not having that much juice left either. This is pretty much the extent of Kurpitan's provisions. So we'll be seeing if Paya can make it out of here, and whether this Henselt has to come down, maybe tutoring a Caraballista. We'll see.
20 points, 2 leader charges still available. Of course, this Caraballista is going to add to that. Payaball feeling confident enough that he has the reach and just goes with this battering ram in the back row. Now 14 points down. Kurpitan with Roderick and a leader charge available, as well as the truffle still on the board.
And Roderick is coming out. Ineromancy is looking all right. There is an Illusionist that could be tutored there, which wouldn't be too bad at all. Could also just go for an 8-point Vilgefort. That wouldn't... Oh, never mind. Yeah, from the double cross, the Vilgeforts would be tutored. So just playing that out, and leader yet to be used here as well from Kurpitan.
Yeah, goes for the Inero. It's going to give him those extra couple of points on the Assimilate value, of course. This Inero was not in his starting deck, and then has every card in his deck as an option. Just takes the Diplomacy, Trident, Mad Charge, Royal Guard are the 3 options. There's no Knights on the board for him, so I doubt he's taking the Mad Charge. Goes for a front row Royal Guard for 5 points, protecting that Treb. Are we going to see the leader? Are we going to see the Truffle? We are not.
But Kurpitan hoping that he is ahead by enough to really make sure that Pieball has to spend. And it's true, Pieball can't play anything slow here, set up more carryover with the Royal Decree. It has to be something that can catch up with the points, and to me it's looking like it should be the Henselt coming down here.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple times from Kurpitan in this series already, deciding not to commit fully. A lot of the time, if this was me, Sealy, I'm just slamming my lead, I'm slamming the Truffle, and I'm just like, yeah, they can't do it. And then, of course, Pieball comes through with Hensel and does it. He's trying to make sure, as you say, that Pieball has to fully commit, while also tries to reserve some resources for round 3. And here is the Hensel with the Foltest Pride. Nice little crew pocket available, of course. The Mutagenerator, by playing these in the front row, are getting those extra couple of points. 1 leader charge, 2 leader charges.
All right, that does it for Pieball, and is going up a card. However, Kurpitan has saved the Truffle. Kirpitan has saved his leader. So holding on to those for a rainy day here, I would say it's fairly even, although Kirpitan does not have that much left outside of this truffle and the leader. Just needs to make sure as well that this truffle even gets the value, because Piebol could be removing something here. Kirpitan has to stick 3 cards on the road to actually be able to press the truffle. So we'll see if that is doable. Siege Masters is something that Paya is happy to see. They will help with a little bit of extra tempo and extra points in round 3.
You to generate a carryover. The Siege Master's getting mulligan for this extra value in round 3. Meanwhile, Kirpitan, he's got no mushy truffles, and the Nilfgaard, which is a carryover card, is still in hand in round 3. So it has gone a little bit pear-shaped here. Piebol, yet again, I feel like playing this matchup very, very masterfully with the Heat Wave. Kirpitan has kind of just got to that point where he's run out of cards, and that is to be expected when you're playing a deck which has so many tutors, because you value that consistency in round 1 so much. But Piebol completely disrupting the game plan. This Truffle and Imposter leader, though, crucial to give Kirpitan a chance. You can really see why he held on to these.
Yep, they are important for Kirpitan here. Paya, of course, going force, able to decrease something like a Radovid or the Carabalista, but the Radovid looks nice just to be able to get that out and get a couple of extra leader charges as well. And the Reinforced Ballista is, of course, going to draw another card here, and Paya is hoping it's a good one. And by a good one, it could be a Carabalista or a Muzzle. That is pretty much the best cards that Piebol can get. Both of them are in deck, and only one is tutorable with a Neuromancy, so we'll see how that goes. And let's see what Kirpitan thinks. Is this the leader? You couldn't press it yourself, but would you want to deny a leader charge, or are you waiting for an engine, like a Carabalista or a Reinforced Ballista?
Yeah, it's a good question, because you're denying the leader for the extra leader charge for Paya. You're also getting yourself 6 stats on your side, but yeah, just takes the Invo instead. The value of uninteractivity, perhaps, and yeah, getting to steal an engine might prove to be better as well. Oh, the Siege Master comes in the hand for Paya. Of course, could perhaps a Neuromancy into another Siege engine, if that is an option for him.
That is an option indeed. Carabalista being that last Siege engine, so it's not too bad. It looked a little bit grim, but a Neuromancy is here to sort it out, of course. And actually a nice pull. Imagine if you would be able to play Siege engine and then draw the Muzzle. That would really be kind of the ideal situation for Piebol here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vilgefortz, if you want Vilgefortz to be anything more than an 8-point card for 13 provisions, you need to play it now, because otherwise there's going to be no cards in your hand to get rid of. And there we see the Remedy going into the graveyard. And what does he take? Takes the Foltest Pride, and there's the leader as well in the back row.
All right, let's see what Piebol can find here. As the Neuromancy is going to have to come down onto that Carabalista to thin the Siege Master, meaning Kirpitan will get the Truffle value. He did manage to squeeze in those 3 cards next to each other, and the Truffle can be pressed for some nice value.
All eyes on what the top deck draw is going to be for Paya. The Carabalista coming down, the Siege Master being thin. What will be the card? Will it be the Muzzle, or could it be something a little bit worse? It's a Winch, and mate, Winch is an amazing bronze card. I don't think you're too unhappy to see it.
No, absolutely not. 1 leader charge left there as well, a little bit of extra, and then the double Siege Master. So this Carabalista, in fact, will be able to utilize the Order ability twice, or re-enable it twice, which is definitely not too bad. Here is the Winch, and not even needing to use those Siege Masters, but there it is. Piebol's Heatwave proved to be game winning.
Yeah, Piebol, he's got some nicknames developed over the time. He's been called the Dragon Slayer from the original Masters, and now he is forever known to me as Piebol, the Self-Heatwaver. What a line. I never would have seen it,
Very
but I think it's
catchy.
genius.
Absolutely. Kirpitan, of course, played it fabulously with the situation he was in, because what can you do after you get heatwaved, or Piebol self-heatwaves, but that, of course, affected Kirpitan a lot more than it did Paya. Paya couldn't play that Muta Generator, get that carryover value, which is also something that the deck really revolves around, but it ended up being just more hurtful to Kurpitan, to the point where it was worth doing it. So Kurpitan was not in a great spot after that, but really nicely still tried to go for that bleed and push out Payabol's resources. Paya, on the other hand, really nicely saving these Siege Masters for extra points there in round 3. That was really, really nice.
Yeah, Payabol, last deck he now has is this Squirtail deck, which we saw him lose once already to Kurpitan's Syndicate, and has to try and beat the Imposter, which we've seen a couple of times, the Rage of the Sea as well, and that could be a really tough matchup. Elves into Rage of the Sea, of course. Rage of the Sea, lots of rain, the Messengers of the Sea get buffed up, so the more cards in a row, the more points the Messengers are, the more points the rain is. So traditionally a very tough matchup for Elves. The advantage as well for Kurpitan, being that he has got 2 decks, is he can choose which coin he plays each deck on, whereas Payabol, he's obviously just playing his Elves no matter what coin he's on. So you'd fully expect Kurpitan to be taking the Nilfgaard deck back on the blue coin like we usually see it, and then we should therefore be seeing Skellige versus Squirtail, which, again, I was watching Payabol late last night scrim.
Yep.
I saw him win this matchup a couple of times. He was very surprised, but it's not quite as doomed as you might think.
And what a lot of it does come down to are the draws for Rain. Kurpitan basically does want to find his messengers. He doesn't want to miss them. I think that is one of the big factors in how this matchup will go. 1 messenger already there in hand, which is a pretty nice start for Kurpitan. Payabol is definitely going to have a bit of a hard time here. There is Heatwave, there is the Teshamutna sword. Maybe you can snipe that Melusine as intended, but other than that, not many removals, and Kurpitan is the player who will be playing threat after threat after threat.
Payabol not looking too happy. 1 mulligan left. Will he find the sword? Doesn't find the sword, so not going to be able to answer that Melusine in round 1. And of course, if you try and answer it in round 2, it might already be too tall. Does have Fisher King to put a card on top, but no way in Squirtail of drawing that card. It's not like a Skellige deck where you could play a Scald and then draw into the top card. That Fisher King is just a pure carryover. He's shaking his head, not looking happy at all with his opening hand here.
Absolutely not. There's so many key cards missing here, and Neuromancy being a really big one that could tutor really anything you're looking for. Vanadane not to be found. Not even the option to go Feign Death. Feign Death from blue is usually a big commitment and sometimes even overkill, so maybe you don't want to go for that. But the Vanadane to set up these waylays at least, or the Teshamutna sword to get rid of that Melusine so it doesn't get huge carryover. Here goes Kurpitan. Is he going to go for the Melusine? I mean, if you're not going to play it now, then when are you going to play it? The odds for Payabol to not have found the swords are the biggest right now, and Kurpitan takes the chance, and no sword for Payabol.
Yeah, a lot of the time with the Melusine, you'll see it coming down on turn 2 or turn 3 once you've got some bodies on the board. But of course, it would just be damaging those bodies down if it was just to get removed. Could offer a little bit of carryover if it's getting heat waved. You're just losing points. So Kurpitan, yeah, just deciding to just go, right, here's my Melusine. What are you going to do about it? And for Payabol, the answer is, well, I'm just not really going to do much about it, unfortunately. And this looks like the Maxi, Feign Death, and Heatwave with the next 2 cards. You'd be surprised if he's going to shuffle this, but a Neuromancy quite far away. Vanadane also, but of course you do have the option of putting that Nero on top with the King of the Fish, the Fisher King.
The King of the Fish, I like that. He can definitely help a little bit with an extra card, and proving why Maxi and Fisher King is nice for that extra added consistency. Kurpitan, on the other hand, will want to put some of these bronzes into the graveyard. We see Freyas, we see a couple of forms of resurrection with Fukusia, with Sigdrifus, right? So playing engines, establishing them in round 1 to then be able to resurrect them in ideally a long round. That is where a rain deck really, really thrives. So let's see if Kurpitan can do that. Payabol, again, limited to removal. Not much he can do here, like you said, Spessy.
Yeah, the Cultist on the side of the board for Kurpitan does, of course, have the order available to get some more rain, and it's also going to be buffing the Melusine, similar to a Temerian Drummer whenever there is rain in the opposite row. Of course, if you can get Skellige Storm down as well, it's going to be working more like an Anna String, where it's buffing the card to the right and to the left. For Paya, why he doesn't have a lot of his cards, he does have the double Swordmaster.
And the double Swordmaster indeed can do a little bit of work here. for Piebol, and it seems they are. Kerpitan, of course, not a lot of removal there either. There's really only the Knut to kind of remove important things. Other than that, it's just really engine threats and kind of greedy engine threats at that.
Both players also playing the Vial of Forbidden Knowledge, which means that they're playing just with 24 cards in the deck, because this vial gets thinned before the game starts. You can click the vial to see what is in your opponent's deck, which on ladder is very useful, but of course in a tournament setting you already know exactly what is going to be in your opponent's deck because it is an open deck list.
A little bit of extra thinning certainly does not hurt for either player. Well, Piebol would have liked a little bit more because a lot of cards still stuck in that deck, of course. Looking at Kerpitan's deck, there are cards like Fulmar and Pride that are nicely tucked into the deck, not really something you want to play around one, rather just establish the Melusine carryover, and let's see how far Piebol kind of allows this Melusine to go. There is the Heat Wave later, but then it would be tied to something like Melusine and can't deal with Sigbold, for example. But yeah, even if the Melusine grows here in round one, Pi can deal with it later, which could be okay, so that Pi just keeps kind of playing into this round. Kerpitan, on the other hand, would be pretty happy if he can stay ahead now with his engines.
Yeah, in this rain deck, overloading the Heat Wave, not even playing a defender for Kerpitan, but also overloading the graveyard with Ryogan, Melusine in there, even the messengers are things you'd like to get rid of. And Piebol actually deciding to take the pass, saying, here you go, mate, let's go to the long round if you fancy it, which usually is a death sentence against rain. But with this Melusine continuing to grow and a lack of options for him, he also does know the top decks with Maxi, which was a Feign Death and a Heat Wave, maybe feeling confident that he has the points and that this is maybe his only line. Certainly not the ideal line I think he would be choosing to take, but we saw how unhappy he was about his opening hand, so maybe he just felt like this is his best chance.
Yeah, you're not in a happy position, but if this round continues longer, the engines, the messengers, as you can see, will just be getting more and more value. The graveyard will be getting more value by Kerpitan, establishing even more engines, and not only then does the Melusine grow, which is, again, heat waveable, but then ties you kind of to that. So, yeah, Paya can't do much here, but definitely that pass is a good thing to do, and just hope that maybe you find a little bit of removal and can take care of those key engines that will be coming down from Kerpitan.
Paya has 2 mulligans, does know what he's going to be hitting because the Maxi was not shuffled with that Feign Death and the Heat Wave coming on top. Needs to hurry up because he is running out of time. The Isengrim goes, Neophyte is drawn and decides to keep hold of this. Squirrel available, of course, so Kerpitan does need to try and play around this Squirrel because otherwise the Squirrel could come down and clean up the Melusine, and therefore he does open with the Sigdriffers, right, of course. Heatwave could clean the Melusine up, Squirrel could still deal with the Ryogan, but then Paya still has to deal with the Messengers of the Sea, the Sigfold, and all these other fantastic cards.
It's a really nice way of checking, well, Paya, did you find it? Do you have it now? Because otherwise, Kerpitan can get even more carryover on it this round. But of course, there is the Heat Wave, which would have ended up on Melusine at some point, probably. But Kerpitan was kind of testing the waters, also not too worried. He's still at 8 cards there, so could afford to kind of play the Melusine and see what happens.
Able to play the Messenger on an open board. This is not something you would often do in closed deck lists because you might get hit with a Rebuke or something like that. But of course, an open deck list, which is in tournaments, but also now, if this was on ladder, you would know from looking at the vial. He knows that this Messenger is safe. There is one way that Paya could kill it, which would be double leader charge Venosio, which would be a really huge commitment. So you'd be a little bit surprised. Of course, this Messenger of the Sea is now doomed as well, so it's not going to be able to be replayed unless it is purified. And Kerpitan is currently at 7 cards. Perhaps if he was at 6, this is more like a line that Piebol would be considering. But then Piebol could end up using his leader, using the Venosio, and then Kerpitan could just pass and take the long round.
There is still a Megascope as well in Kerpitan's hand, so if that were to happen with the kind of committal removal, then at least the Megascope would be kind of dead as well. But very committal here for Piebol, while Kerpitan, just like you said, is still at 7 cards. And the nice thing for Kerpitan here is that now Melusine is gone, the Heatwave is gone, so playing these early and getting them as tall as possible, potentially the Messengers of the Sea, can be really valuable. There is Spores, but Heatwave at least is not going to be bothering these.
Yeah, my mistake as well, because the sword would be one way of answering this for Paya, but because it's got the Doom status, 10 damage is what the sword could do, so there's no real benefit for Kerp trying to play around that sword. Of course, Payabol doesn't even have access to it. Kerperton now at that magical 7-card mark. This is the key moment in the game. Is he going to go for the long round 3, or is he going to initiate a round 2 lead? The ball is very much in his court. He's really thinking about it. I'm loving the facial expressions from Kerperton today.
He's definitely giving us a bit of a show here, which is very fun. Usually he's cool and collected, nothing happening, but right now maybe he's covering his mouth a little bit. Those mischievous smiles are hidden for now, but here we go. Megascope value, it's still on the board. This Megascope potentially is not going to be good later if Paya then draws the sword. Basically, Kerpeton can be fairly sure that there is no Aeromancy now in Payabol's deck, so Kerpeton is going for it.
Yeah, this Messenger is not going to be doomed either, so that will enable the Freya for round 3 as well if that is drawn. There was, again, the line now of Paya to go double leader charge Verno, deciding instead to go for the Feign Death, because this Messenger could really get out of hand, so cleaning that up was an option. But of course, does have the option of getting more points on the Verno later, and then maybe can combine some damage pings with the Yaven. Also got the Waylay from the Feign Death as well, as then the Waylays later from Simless to try and answer some of these Messengers of the Sea, because they are the main threats. Sigfold is going to be really tough for him to deal with, of course, with the fact that Heatwave is gone, because that is just another big card that's very, very difficult to deal with.
Oh, wow. Interesting pass here from Kerpeton. Payabol does not have access to Vanadane. No Vanadane from Paya, which could have potentially, if Kerpeton decides to push really hard there, no kind of Simlas removal at all, or even being able to set it up, could be really hurtful for Paya. But Kerpeton does take the pass and says, okay, I got Feign Death and that's good enough for me, but does not have last say. Maybe he says, I don't even need it. Which... last say seems kind of valuable, especially with something like Ryogan and potentially Messengers on the board. Also, no Teshamuna Sword, which now Payabol does have access to, so a little bit more engine removal from Paya in this round. It looks a little bit more threatening for Kerpeton's engines, for sure.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Losing card advantage, but trading a Megascope for a Feign Death. And this Megascope was really big carryover because it just enabled this Freya to play another Messenger. This Freya just wasn't going to be able to do that before because the Messenger was doomed, but the Megascope actually playing as a carryover. Deciding that a 9-card round is fine for Kerpeton. But yeah, really interesting. And of course, yeah, Vanadane, as you mentioned, a card that you certainly want to be playing earlier. But equally, it can still play for an awful lot of points in round 3 because, of course, every time you play a Waylay, it's going to be spawning a Deadeye if it is sticking and surviving on the board. So these Waylays playing for 9 points each every time you play one. But also, that's distributed across 2 bodies, which, of course, is going to play into the Rain and into the hands of Kerpeton and his Skellige Storm as well.
Absolutely, which is why it looked really scary for Payabol there in round 2, still missing quite a lot. Kerpeton goes for the Sigvald. The nice thing now is that, Heatwave is gone. You can kind of maximize your value on the Sigvald here. There is Spores, of course, to potentially clean it up if Paya can also keep these Messengers at bay. Teshamuna Sword will certainly help with 1, and Yaven potentially even for a second one. And then Spores on Sigvald would kind of be the ideal thing, but there you go. Elisa putting Heatwave back. No need for that. Then Spores for a Messenger and Heatwave for the Sigvald. There you go.
Yeah, and this is a line that he actually mentioned to me, which I forgot to mention. Like this Elisa for Heatwave line is something that a lot of people don't consider. Your game plan usually you're rigid and stick to it. You just go for the Waylays. But Elisa is more powerful than just putting bronzes back. She can also put that gold back. And double Heatwave, that is certainly one way to deal with the Sigfold, which was going to be a real thorn in the side for Payabol otherwise.
Really nice play here. I'm imagining this squirrel also wants to come down and clean up something from that graveyard pretty soon. A Messenger, Ryogan, is a really nice squirrel target. So Paya holding on to that squirrel is going to be pretty nice here. Now it's looking like Paya has the answers. Paya has the answers to the engines that are about to come down. Perhaps not all of them, but perhaps enough.
Comes Canu. Canu going into the front row, no longer having to go next to Sigfold. Sigfold just being clicked instantly from Kerperton, leaving it at 3 power.
Better use it now before he disappears somewhere, is kind of what Kerpeton thinks, because of course he now knows that the heat wave once again is a threat for anything that goes tall. Not only is there the heat wave, there is also that spores.
There is the squirrel. Was this I missed exactly what this hit. Was it on the Ryogan? Or
Yeah,
possibly
it was on the Ryogan.
Yeah, so there was the option of hitting the messenger as well that's in the graveyard to deny the Freya, but yeah, Ryogan just meant that Kerperton would be able to go Skellige Storm very late on, get as much rain as he possibly could, and then last turn just swing an insane amount of points. And here does come Pyre. Not 4 waylays, but 2 waylays is not so bad, and it's going to be able to clean up this cultist here, denying the engine potential, but also denying that extra little bit of rain.
And another thing here with Kerpeton's deck is that this Canute does not have any other way of getting adrenaline than with Melusine being alive. Let's see here, Kerpeton's Skellige Storm and Rain is going to get nice value into Pyeble's wide rows. Both rows are filled with units, and Pyble cannot fully control that. But even if Kerpeton gets this messenger here with Rain, it keeps growing. 2 tar removals at Pyeble's axis if he so chooses. It could be a Tesha Mutinous Sword, and then you have Spores as the other tar removal now that Sigvald has been clicked as well. Could be an option to go for there from a Necromancy.
Yeah, interestingly, he put the heat wave back, and he might end up heat waving this messenger, but the sword would have actually dealt with it as well. So perhaps the Alyssa might have been better served on a couple of waylays instead, and could have played this differently. Pyre does take the heat wave, but again, the sword would have done the exact same thing. So this Alyssa really didn't need to go on it, although maybe Kerpeton could have tried to play around that differently, but I mean, he's going to struggle to ever grow the messenger more. But here's another messenger. There's more where that came from.
And that messenger, of course, is going to get Spores. Not too bad. Definitely for the Spores in hand. There's still a couple of Marjoram, so Messenger will not be the only card getting boosts here. Bride of the Sea can of course go for the second Marjoram. The Skellige Storm probably is looking to come down as well. Fulmar hiding there in the deck of Kerpeton, so wouldn't have come down anyway to synergize there with Ryogan. But Skellige Storm could still, yeah, stir up quite a storm here for a couple of turns on Pyble's rows.
Yep, it's an 8-point game. Both players have played 4 cards. 1 leader charge available for Kerpeton, 2 available for Pyre, and of course this Messenger of the Sea plus Rain combo is really the big difference on this board state. Here comes the second leader charge, of course with Skellige Storm in hand as well, and perhaps more rain from the half-through, maybe even off the Bride of the Sea, just wanting to get as much rain down as quickly as possible. And Bride of the Sea also able to use Sigdrift as right if he would like, but just goes for the Freya instead, getting to place this cultist next to the Siren and buffing it up.
Yep, with all of that rain on the board, she can go for something a little bit more than a 4 Persian card. Marjoram always being a guaranteed target, but a little bit more with a little bit of rain as well. So that's nice for Kerpeton, getting a fairly strong engine still out on the board where it can still get a little bit of value. And Pyble deciding this is the turn for the Yavin, not really wanting that extra rain to go through and boost.
Yeah, Yavin cleaning up, but still 13 points down. 4 points worth of rain, which of course is going to buff the Messenger up by 4. The Spores will still come through. Here's a half-through, which can add yet more rain. And there is that Skellige Storm ominously waiting in the hand for Kerpeton as well, which is going to be damaging the whole row by 1 for 2 turns, buffing the Messenger up for every time that happens as well.
Nice waylay though. Decides to go range row instead of contributing to the Skellige Storm happening there on the front row. So pretty big point gap still, and 1 elf cleaned up, but no dead eyes. And here comes Vernaciel playing for a solid range row value instead. Spores is going to be massive though, as it will come down here from Pyble, but the point gap is not going to be enough. Full row of rain still did some work, or storm I should say.
Yeah, a really tough matchup for Pireball. Rain just loves those decks which go wide because it's punishing it not only once by damaging it with a bunch of Rain, but then buffing the Messenger up. So many threats. You can see the value of the Melusine, the Sigfold. No defender even necessary for Kerperton, just managing to get that through. But that does mean, Sealy, we're going to game number 5. We're going to be seeing Imposter versus Elves. The two weak links from this series so far. We've seen Imposter lose twice. We've seen Elves lose twice. One of them will now finally be getting a win.
That's right, and of course Kerpeton does get to choose the coin, so will be the favored coin for the Practitioner deck, which is always kind of nice, while Pieball on the other hand does have to get this Elves through. This is what he was worried about, I believe, with the Elves actually being able to get wins into Kerpeton's deck. Rain really strong against it, and the poor round 1 didn't really help Pieball's situation there either. But anyway, just the Rain is very strong, but so is Practitioners. Let's see if Elves can still stick up for themselves here and fight for the win. Anything can happen. Regardless, it's going to be a pretty close game. What do you think about the next kind of game deciding, or series deciding game, I should say?
Well, Pieball has a Heatwave in his Elves deck, so are we going to see him Heatwave the Practitioner again? Because I would be very excited to see that. It worked out for him very well in the previous match, but obviously different matchup, different ball game. You could also, I'm not sure if you can target your own cards with the sword, but it's not as impactful because it still leaves that Practitioner in the graveyard, meaning the Illusionist can then start spamming the Practitioner. So the Heatwave, the self Heatwave maybe is the main line for Paya. And let's not forget, these Nilfgaard decks, Sealy, can low roll and can just have absolute stinker hands where you don't find the Practitioner, you don't find Truffle. You need both of those cards in hand in order to pull off the Vilgefortz combo.
That's right. We've seen Kerpeton be pretty happy with the round so far, always finding the pieces, getting that last clutch one off of the stratagem. But like you said, anything can happen. The draws could be suboptimal. And for Paya as well, like you said, Self Heatwave is a line to consider. Again, we saw it really mess with Kerpeton's game plan completely because, well, the deck does revolve around practitioners and making more of them. So we can deny that it will be a huge hit. But will Paya find the Heatwave? Can he find it?
And is it even the correct line in this matchup? Maybe this matchup plays out slightly differently. He does have some ways of answering these practitioners in round 1 with waylays, with that front row Verno as well. Like if Kerpeton's going to be burning his leader, maybe Paya could get away with burning his leader and going for that front row Verno to clean up those 1-point illusionists from Idaran. It's going to certainly be an interesting one to see how it plays out. You've always got to favor, I think, this Nilfgaard deck on the blue coin. I would be quite amazed if it gets 3-0'd, if it's beaten 3 times, but Pieball has already amazed me with this self Heatwave line. So yeah, you really do never know. And of course, after this series, we are going to be getting some fresh leaks for the next expansion, which is coming out on Tuesday. So hold on to your hats, guys, because pretty exciting times with Gwent reveal season. Just, well, it's almost complete. We almost know all the cards, and soon enough it's going to be time to actually be playing these cards.
Yeah, I can't wait to play them. It's going to be so much fun next week, just jumping into it and seeing all these wild cards that have been revealed so far. I think they look really fun, and as always, the arts are amazing. One of my favorite things about Gwent, and I'm sure many other people watching as well can appreciate, especially the art. And Gwent is fabulous, and it's consistent because it's what we see again from Gwent. So really exciting. It always spices things up, and I can't wait.
Yeah, we are going to be jumping into the game very soon. Both players, understandably, it's been a long series, just making sure they're fresh and ready. And then we are going to be jumping into it. Kerpeton on the blue coin with his Imposter Nilfgaard. Pieball on the red coin with his Elves. Both players have lost twice with their decks already. So it really is battle of the worst deck, if you like, or at least the one that's been letting them down in this series. The winner... Exactly. Up against Magpie, of course, tomorrow in the first semi-final. Pieball going to be looking to get revenge for his teammate Cuna that he's prepped with. Kerpeton also good friends with Cuna, so he's going to want to be testing his lineup up against it as well. And bit of a grudge match with the fact these two guys are friends, and they didn't end up prepping together. Kerpeton definitely going to be wanting to prove a point against. It's almost like the Padawan versus the Master, almost, right? Like Pirebol, he really has been around for a long time now. A couple years back, you had people like Saber and Gravesh that were maybe like, you know, the statesman of TLG, but Pirebol really is that guy that's just been around for so long. Kurpetin, the fresh blood coming through, really looking to try and make a stake and get himself into his first ever semi-final of a Gwent Open.
Has a lot to prove. Indeed, it is going to be a really, really exciting game to look at for sure.
Yeah, and we're just getting ready to get into these ones. Again, Nilfgaard leaks coming up pretty damn soon. I haven't really been too impressed with the Teshrin Mutner Sword so far, Sealy, either. Really cool card from Paya, but it hasn't really been doing the business. It is, though, just another option for him to answer some of these practitioners. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to quite be dealing with that Adaran, and he doesn't have a muzzle either. Adaran can be a really important card to try and answer round one. I think a lot of the time with these practitioner decks, there's just so many threats that unless you're playing a really control-heavy deck like Siege Northern Realms, it's often just going to be a little bit too much, and that's probably exactly why we didn't see... we actually did see Powerballs Stockpile, so... it was the Tunnel Drill deck which was nerfed, and yeah, it looks like a nice ban. Like Tunnel Drill was just another one of those cards behind a defender which really could have dealt with this practitioner deck very, very well. Yeah.
Definitely scary stuff there, but also on the other hand, we have proven they have a little bit of extra oomph there, a little bit of extra removal. We've seen the Tesha Mutna Sword, we've seen the Heatwave, the Elisa replay Heatwave is doable as well if you really are lacking that one tar removal. The Spores is in there, the Yavin is in there, so a lot going on in terms of removal, but perhaps not enough into these very, very engine heavy threat after threat decks, which is exactly what Kurpetin is playing.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is just the second quarterfinal of the day. 2 more to still come. We have All Polish Tie up next with Lirio versus Gandalf, and then later on we're going to be back for Spelling Bee versus Mystical. So very excited to see a lot of these newcomers to Gwent Opens participating a bit later on, and we've still got loads more leaks to come. We will be starting very soon, just waiting for both players to make sure they're ready, of course, with this final game of the day. So we are just going to be... I think one thing I wanted to ask you, Celia, I had a question.
Go for it.
What is your favorite voice line?
My favorite
in the whole
voice
of Gwent? I'm putting you on the spot.
No, that is a really
a tough question.
one.
I can go first. I'll go first.
You go first. Okay.
Mine is the Savvy Huckster. I might have said this on the last
I know
Open.
that one.
I don't
You got
know.
to do it. You got to do the impersonation.
I hope you know I am an entrepreneur. I love it. It's good. I've been
It's very
practicing
good.
actually in the mirror.
One that I've been hearing that I think is very interesting is the Dryad Grove Keeper. She says, haha, you're leaking. And I'm very confused as to what that means and what her intentions are. I'm still trying to figure it out. So that's definitely one of the weirdest ones for me. But I've heard that leaking can also mean bleeding.
Yeah.
I've not heard that before, so that was new to me. I was
leaking blood.
concerned.
Yeah, the Dryad Growkeeper now, it's swapped with the Mahaka Marauder, right? So it's now working like the Mahaka Marauder used to, where it's getting vitality of 2, and then if it's bonded, +4. Obviously making a lot of sense with the other Dryads. All right, my next question. Favorite artwork?
Skellige Cultist. I love her. She's everywhere.
Okay.
I don't have my iPad close by. She's my background there. I've had her as my phone background. I have a display. I love her. It's one of my favorite arts. I love the colors. It's really ominous and cool, and the premium is also awesome. So always that one. Yeah, Skellige.
Which one is this? Like the 4 provision? Is it like this Foul Blood Priest or something that's like damaging to the right and like healing to the left? Is that the one?
Exactly that one.
Yeah.
Go look it up. It's a very unplayed card, but the art is one that you can now actually put on your front page as your favorite card, and then you can look at it all the time, even if it's not very playable right now. But hey, see if I know you're listening now, so maybe one day we'll have a little bit of Swallowblood Cultist buffs. That would be cool.
I tried playing this card in like a Lippy deck a few months ago when Ceres Fearless first got printed, because I was trying to play Lippy Ceres Fearless, and it's really difficult to actually get the Ceres out twice. But the Cultist is one of the cheap ways of getting the the way to do that. But while we're just waiting for the players to get ready for the final game, we are just going to take a quick look at some of the leaks, the reveals that have already happened so far. So first of all, look at these card arts. My goodness, we've got the Scoia'tael cards, Silly.
So even though the Skellige Cultist is my favorite card, Scoia'tael is my favorite faction. You can see the pin I'm rocking on my jacket today. I was absolutely thrilled when I saw this. And what better than to buff the Harmony archetype that has been long gone from Gwent. Chameleon, a Lake Guardian, Dusk Aspect, as well as Antherian, all cards that help a lot with Harmony that hasn't seen playing in so long. And I'm so excited to see the cards very soon. Having had a chance to look at these cards, Fessy.
Yeah, I mean, the card arts have just been on my Twitter feed a lot, and they're kind of hard to look away from. Obviously, Harmony archetype getting some love is great to see, but like, let's not forget as well, these are beasts as well, so inherently they're also a really nice option for the Harmony decks. Like at the moment, the beast tag, one of the weaker tags that you have in Scoia'tael Harmony. You've got the Hawk at 5 provisions, and at 4 provisions you've got the Panther. Don't traditionally see play, but now you've got these other options to trigger the beast on the beast tag for your Harmony.
That's right. And let's talk about the big one here, the Mysteries of Loch Fane. Also really beautiful, wonderful art there. A scenario that I believe, as far as the scenarios released, has the most points on deploy. I think I counted with a chat when this was released that you can have a max of 11 categories, I believe, for the token that will spawn off of this. If you include cards like Torque and Saskia, which maybe you're not looking to have the dragon or the relic tag, so more likely like a 9 or a 10 that you can get off of this. Mysteries on deploy, which is really huge. And then of course you have the passive ability as well that will keep on going as long as this scenario will be on your board, unless someone has an idea of maybe heat waving it, but at that point you've already gotten nice deploy value when you've played it. And then of course chapter 2, a way to trigger all of your Harmony cards that you have on the board. Just fantastic flexibility, and this will be the first decks that I'm going to play because I'm a big Harmony fan. It's been a long time coming. I will infuse my whole board with Harmonies and live my best life, honestly.
Yeah, the other great thing is a lot of people have been saying, why does Saskia not have Harmony? Well, now, chat, you can give her Harmony with this Antherian card. You can infuse your Saskia with Harmony, so there can be no more Reddit posts moaning about why Saskia doesn't have Harmony.
There is a Saskia Harmony, by the way.
Okay, love it.
There is one, yeah. She already exists. I mean, not a new card, of course, with the Saskia Dragon that will spawn you either a Dwarf token, a Dryad, or an Elf. That one, I believe, does have Harmony on it.
Oh, it does. Yeah, you're right. It must have when did that happen? This must have been
a while ago.
It must have snuck under the radar, because I remember everyone was like, oh, please give it Harmony. Or maybe it has Harmony, but it's bad in Harmony decks. There's something like that anyway. So yeah, really excited to check out this expansion with these Scoia'tael cards. Of course, this is just 4 of them. Every faction having 4 cards. We've seen a scenario. We haven't seen any of the neutrals. Will we see Renfrey? I don't think so, personally. I'm calling it. I don't think Renfrey's coming, guys. I think you've been baited.
You think it's all a big bait to have the kind of the of course, one of the most talked about cards is kind of Renfrey, and people are expecting something like perhaps with the expansion, but wouldn't it be such a debate to then not have a Renfrey at all?
Yeah, I think if there is a Renfrey card, that's going to be the first one I'm checking out, just because it's a card that we've been waiting for so long. I remember last year when there was the WitcherCon, Renfrey's brooch got added to the game as like one of the avatars. I was like, oh, it's finally time. Didn't quite happen, but of course you'd imagine with the title of the expansion that surely Renfrey is coming. Of course, if you guys are not familiar with Renfrey, she is a character from the very first Witcher book in the short stories that meets Geralt. Similar to Cyanna, a daughter of the Black Sun, who has been cursed, essentially. A bit of a mutant type vibe. Very powerful. Very excited if that is going to be a card for sure. And yeah, more leaks coming later on today as well for the Nilfgaard faction. In fact, Seely, you and I have actually got a couple of reveals, right? I think my one's coming up after this series.
Are we leaking that too?
Oh, we're leaking it. Yeah, it's time.
Busha did say that. He said that the casters had some reveals at the very beginning of the stream, I believe. So it's no secret, but yes, there will be some reveals that yours truly and Taya and Lionheart, of course, also will be having reveals. How do you feel about your your reveal and people going to see it? Here we go, Skellige. Cards is also something we can talk about, but yes, Busy, reveal, feelings. People are going to see it.
Well, it's Nilfgaard, so obviously, like, there's a Nilfgaard deck I really like, which is Mill. So I'm not saying it's a Mill card, but like, if it is, I would be very happy. But we've got the Skellige cards, and the Seagull card art is just jumping out at me. Beast Pirate Cursed, a Pirate Seagull. That's a new one for me. We've got the Deranged Corsair, Bjorn, Stormanson, and the Endless Voyage. So another scenario and lots of cursed pirates on the screen here for us.
Again, just gorgeous art. And also want to give a shout out to the community and all of the reveals that we have been seeing. I've been watching the reveal videos. For example, for the previous Goetel arts, we had Ellis, for example, make a really beautiful kind of emote to go along with it. And here we had lovely reveals as well for the Skellige ones. It's been such fun kind of waiting for the reveals, hyping them up, then watching them and seeing the cards in action. So awesome work to all the content creators who participated in this reveal. But yeah, let's talk about Seagull. I love the fact that we have a beast, a pirate, and it's cursed. I think it's very lore friendly. I live in Helsinki, in Finland, and there are a lot of seagulls there. They steal all of your food. They are beasts, and because of the stealing, I could say yes, they are pirates and super cursed. I don't like those shrill yells whenever that happens. So I think the tags here are really fitting.
I'm honestly a little bit scared of seagulls, I can't lie. Like, so this card, yeah, excited to jump in with it. Loving the art, and also like Beast Skellige is just a fan favorite deck for a very long time. You've got a few cards which haven't really been pulling their weight quite so much. You've got Axel Three Eyes, which is a nice payoff, as well as the I've got the image in my head. It's like the cursed Flamenco, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Deranged Corsair. Now this card is like Maddock, but in a bronze. That's not flying from your deck, right? You're infusing an enemy unit with Death Wish, spawn Cataclysm on this row for 2 turns, and you also spawn Cataclysm on its row. So you could play the Deranged Corsair in the front row and target an enemy unit in the back row. It's then going to spawn Cataclysm for 1 turn in the back row, and if you kill that card with the Death Wish, you're going to get even more Cataclysm. So the Dagar synergy is something that really jumps out, of course. Dagar being that 10 provision warrior that is buffing up whenever you damage one of your opponent's cards. Some really nice potential synergy there. And of course, you could even play Maddock with this as well. Very excited to see this one in action. This is like my kind of card. You guys know I love Maddock, and it's a pirate and it's got Cataclysm. What's not to like?
It's really is pretty explosive and very removal synergistic with Skellige, of course. Maybe you might be a little bit worried about all of this removal, but also keep in mind that you have to have units on your side of the board to also for the Skellige player to get removal value. So if you can play a little bit uninteractive, that can be something that you can do into this type of stuff. Endless Voyage as well has a nice passive there. So if you don't have units for a while, you can definitely decrease the short round value of some of these cards as well. Bjorn there, really fun one. I think Salty Captain had his reveal and showcased really nicely how to play. The text is a little bit complicated, but you can basically keep recycling him into your hand, and he just feels better and better every time you play. Really cool art. I'm getting like what's his card? The pirate that we have.
Harold? He kind of looks like one of the guys on Harold's ship.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. And Hammond. But guess what? Something is perhaps about to happen. We can't talk too much about these awesome cards. You're just gonna have to play them when they release, because we are in game. And here we go. Last game, the deciding one.
Yeah, let's go. Apologies for the delay. Thanks for sticking with us. But guys, let's not forget the tension. This is 2-2 in the series. The winner booking their place in the semi-final. The loser going home. Two great friends. Kerperton, all eyes should really be on his hand. There's the Mushy Truffle, which is a great start. Practitioner still missing, but of course with that Curse Scroll is going to be able to put it in hand. So the fact that that Mushy Truffle was in the opening hand, really nice and important for Kerperton. On the other side, lots of control cards would be ideal for Paya. That Heat Wave is going to be available off of Veneromancy if he wants to go for that same line of Heat Waving his own Practitioner. He's kind of got like the not bad facial expression there when he hits that last mulligan, so he doesn't seem too disappointed.
Let's see if that would be the line to go for if you're Payable. Let's see here for Kerpeton as well. No Practitioner in hand, so that is kind of where the Curse Scroll has to go on. And that means Royal Decree kind of has to choose between Vilgefortz or Operator. So will there even be a Practitioner on Payable's side of the board to Heatwave?
Yeah, it's actually really awkward because you also can't Curse Scroll turn 1. You want to put that Practitioner in hand straight away, but you just can't do that because Curse Scroll only becomes active once your hand is no longer full. So Kerperton instead having to open up with this Idaran. Unfortunately for Payable, I don't think he has a smooth way of answering it. Does go for the Aneromancy here.
That means we are going to see something pretty big and a heat wave is coming in. Not saying that the self heat waving line here is relevant. Maybe he can tell by the fact that Kerpeton opens with Idaran that maybe there wasn't a Practitioner there. Who knows, but there is the heat wave. Idaran is going to get a lot of points with these spawns if Kerpeton would have all the tools to keep spawning. No informants either to copy for something like Idaran. So what do you think Kerpeton's kind of feeling about this heat wave? Is he too mad about it?
Well, if his hand was better, he would have just opened up with a Practitioner from Operator, and then he would have gone Idaran plus Leader, which gives him that deploy value almost from Idaran, comboing it with the Leader. So he's definitely lost value. It's not gone perfectly for him. And interestingly, decides to just go for the Practitioner of Royal Decree, not even going for the Operator. So of course he could have put the Practitioner in hand and then Royal Decreed for the Operator, but deciding not to do that. So I'm really fascinated by the opening to this game. And Payable now going for the tempo. He's playing against Kerpeton with the Curse Scroll. Can he win on even and apply a whole bunch of pressure?
It looks like it's definitely possible. Payable here does see an opportunity to potentially go in and doesn't feel bad to play your Feign Death from Red Coin. It is not too committal. You can compete for round control still, and something has to be wrong if Kerpeton is using that Decree to get out the Practitioner.
Yeah, Payable doesn't have that many elves in hand either to trigger the chapter from this Feign Death. Does have a Swordmaster, the 4 provision unit, and also the Vanadane. You can play Vanadane on that second chapter as well to combo it with getting the Waylay for some extra value. Kerpeton now making his decision.
Taking the heat wave here to still stay in the round. Clicking the Practitioner, of course, put the heat wave into Kerpeton's deck, and using this heat wave to get rid of the Feign Death, because just like you said, Speci, it can threaten a win on even from Payable.
Here comes the Megascope from Kerpeton. I do like the nickname Omegascope because they really are fantastic. Of course, just a 4 provision card, but giving you another Practitioner, which is a 5 provision card. Very efficient, of course, slightly delayed in the fact that it's going to appear a little bit later. Here comes the Vanadane for Paya, putting those 2 extra Waylays into his deck and cycling those other 2 cards to the bottom.
And they're the fastest invo in the West, taking care of that Vanadane as well, so that it doesn't get too much tempo value here, and Payable does not get the extra elf bodies on his side of the board once these Waylays start coming down. Swordmaster, also really nice find, I think, here for Payable. With the help of Swordmaster, could potentially even kill one of these Practitioners with the help of Waylays and just pings from Swordmaster.
And while it's always nice to heatwave a scenario, the scenario is always trading up to the heatwave. This Commando is now just left on the board and is going to continue to tick for points. The amount of points this Commando plays for is the amount of points that the Feign Death played for, more than the heatwave. Heatwave is not that efficient. The most efficient way to answer a scenario in the game is with Shoop, and there's no Shoop here, but make Sealy Shoop on Tuesday with Rune Mage for that artifact removal of all these scenarios. That's what I'm going to be playing.
Or an Angeline, perhaps, for Nilfgaard. I think she's going to have a field area. I mean, any deck can play
really
it,
true,
but she fits
actually.
well in Assimilate.
3 card options. We've got the Dryad on the left, the Hench Dryad, Orca support, or taking the Sage here.
The Sage could synergize here with Lydia. Let's see what Lydia can find. Lydia normally likes removing waylays off of Scoia'tael lists, but she could be rolling something for the Seer to even utilize if Kirpitan feels like he has to go for the tempo. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, an interesting choice. The Dryad on the left did look like the most logical option. Interestingly as well, Kirpitan was at 4 cards, so Payabol had the option of passing and gaining card advantage, but Payabol, happy to just continue playing along, would rather win on even than lose down 2 cards. Kirpitan now, 4 golds left in hand, of course. Menno, more of a thinning card than a big commitment. Of course, the Coup as well has the Echo Valley, but the Squirrel is ready and waiting to seize that Coup from the graveyard and get rid of it from the game.
Absolutely, and this time around, Paya can afford the tempo. We've seen him with Skirl in hand, but the tempo kind of being very slow. All right, and there comes the Menno, actually going to trigger that Element Seer for the double joust value. This way, Kirpitan is still in the round and manages to save this Imperial Practitioner as well from being sad and dead. So there we go, and the second waylay from hand is played. That is carryover for Payabol. Let's see if Kirpitan is happy to take the Lydia. He indeed is. Also fastest Lydia in the West.
Yeah, you mentioned a really key point that this Lydia is denying carryover from Paya as well. Of course, Paya wanted to shuffle these waylays back with his Alyssa, but that waylay has moved from Paya's graveyard to Kirpitan's. So the Simless in round 3 is going to be playing a maximum of 3 waylays. So Lydia really getting her value. We've talked about her a lot. We highlighted her at the start. Magpie went for the defender, but Lydia really is pulling her weight here.
And look at Kirpitan really preserving this Coup. Paya is not getting that Squirrel, and the cards in Paya's hand are not very high tempo. Therefore, we see a leader charge come down here as well, as Paya is pushing this round, forcing out the Coup from Kirpitan. And let's see what happens here. The Squirrel, again, it's a great card, but it's also very low tempo. What will Paya do? Take it.
Yeah, it's also switching off this commander in the back row, but we're seeing the leader charge commitments from Paya to just stay a few points ahead each time, and this is one of the key reasons that Deadeye Ambush is just such a strong leader ability from Redcoin. It's traditionally a Redcoin deck, and this is exactly why. One more leader charge, of course, would put him at 5 elves, which would also thin Ailerin, so a whole lot more points available for Paya if he needs it. Kirpitan, 1 card left, which is the Mushy Truffle, of course. Does still have the leader as well.
The leader, maybe not on anything. You wouldn't get engine value at this point anymore. The lock doesn't do that much, but it's a little bit of extra points if you really wanted to play another card and make sure that Payabol also plays. But I think we're gonna hold on to the leader here. Yep. And then the Elisa, of course, seems pretty nice here for Paya to take. Maybe Kirpitan was hoping he'd trade a really good card here, but Elisa is kind of perfect here.
Yeah.
To use.
Yeah, and Paya also managing to hold on to that Ailerin in his deck as well. Winning on even. Kirpitan does have this Mushy Truffle carryover, but now the ball very much in Payabol's court. He is going to be deciding how this game plays out, of course, after winning round 1. Will he decide to bleed and just try and trade efficiently, perhaps, play some bad cards and try and get some good golds from Kirpitan? Or will he decide to pass and go for that slightly longer round 3 with card advantage?
And this is why elves kind of love round control, because you can play your cards on your terms. You can put that Simless on the board rather than having your opponent force you out of it. So it's a really, really good position to be in general, having round control. But not only does Paya have round control, but he got it by winning on even. So let's see here how Kirpitan is able to keep up. There is the Vanadane, which Paya should be aware of. He can see the card back there, being his own. Takes the pass and goes a long round to, again, like you said, the Truffle carryover kind of being wasted here.
Yeah, and what this means is Payabol's going to have double last say in round 3. and therefore could try and use the value of uninteractivity, make this leader ability for Kerperton worse than it otherwise could be, because all these Deadeyes that he's going to be playing do have the Doom status, and of course Imposter is going to be getting extra points for the amount of statuses in that lane. So this double loss save, pretty impactful for Paya. The Tesha Mutton Sword as well, going to be uninteractive. Fisher King ain't doing too much, but it's still a 6-point card. Also, the other thing is he still has Ailerin, so this Neophyte could be really important to just make sure he has enough elves. A risky mulligan, therefore, for Payabol if he wants to take it. Look at the facial expression. He goes for it. Is it the Ailerin?
It's not, but it's not really amazing either, because Payabol kind of managed to draw a lot of bronzes here. Of course, there was also the risk of drawing Waylay. So not only did you have the Ailerin, but you also had the Waylays, right? So yeah, risky mulligan indeed. At least it's not a break. It's a bronze. Maybe you're hoping to see a gold, because what Payabol has in deck is quite devastating. Isengrim, Vernociel, and Simlas.
Ouch.
And Oneiromancy can only tutor one of them. So maybe this is Kerpitan's shot. Kerpita did not manage to draw his stuff in round 1. But maybe it's fair, because now Payabol can't draw his stuff in round 3. So this is really quite a tight race. Of course, Kerpitan still has a shot here. And suboptimal draws for Payabol indeed.
Yeah, the sword cleans it up. Kerpitan has the option of using his leader ability early to get a practitioner of his own on his side of the board. Of course, that assimilate value could be very valuable, particularly with Vanadane, Vilgefortz in hand, which can trigger the assimilate. But also this Vanadane and Vilgefortz are competing for value. You want to be Vilgefortzing away this novice to get a better card from Paya's graveyard, but then you also want to be with the Vanadane getting some Waylays in hand, which would trigger your assimilate. So his hand isn't quite big enough here, Kerpitan, to really get the maximum value, and he's probably not feeling too confident. However, this hand for Paya is just not ideal.
Definitely not ideal. Nothing too great, I would say, there in Paya's graveyard, so maybe not something that Kerpitan is looking to do, perhaps waiting for something to show up. At least with the last save, Payabol can guarantee that the pool, whether it be Simlas, Verno, or Isengrim, will be the absolute best one, so that does help a little bit. But here comes the Vanadane into the Waylays, and Paya cannot do much about this Vanadane. The Vanadane is sticking, and so the Waylays will be getting pretty good value.
It's not what you expect to see, getting rid of a 13 provision gold card for a 4 provision bronze, but of course these 4 provision bronzes are going to trigger assimilate. They're going to play for 6 points, and with this Vanadane on board, you're going to be getting that extra Deadeye as well. Here comes Simlas, the triple Waylay. Can clean up the Vanadane or clean up some assimilate engines as well.
Absolutely, but Lydia, of course, having been the thief, she stole one of these Waylays in round 1, which is why Payabol only has access to 3 of them right now, but still not too shabby in terms of removal, knowing that the 2 Waylays are the last cards in Kerpitan's deck. Goes to kill it. 1 leader charge, Yavin, and Ailerin coming out for extra 5 points. It is not a great hand, but Paya's making the most out of it. So is Kerpitan. The race is so tight, but this Waylay without the Vanadane. Oh.
It's a 1-point game. The Bowman is going to swing it in favor of Payabol. It's a single Waylay for Kerpitan, and it's just not going to be enough. Payabol, against the odds, has managed to beat Kerpitan's Nilfgaard imposter deck 3 times, pulling off the most crazy, wacky lines, including heat waving his own practitioner. GG to these guys. What a performance from both players, and congratulations
What
to
a game. You can see the face expressions here. Kerpitan smiling, Payabol shaking his head. Uh-oh, what is this game?
What's he doing? Is this BM? Put him out of his misery. Huh? What is this C? What?
They are clearly communicating. I'm putting on a show. Aw, there we go. Maybe it was like the half of a heart.
The half of a heart, you're right.
Doing the other one. Yeah, I love that. Really, really awesome stuff. And here we go. The Bowman delivering the finishing blow, and the series has concluded. Wow.
Yeah, what a wholesome finish. Congratulations to Payabol, who has been victorious against his good friend Kerpitan, and is going to be marching on into the semi-finals, where he's going to be playing against Magpie, trying to get revenge for his scrimming partner and friend Cuna, who of course Magpie took down earlier on.
Fireball, of course, not looking too happy there, and we know it's because he was playing against Kirpitan. They're both really great friends, and I'm sure they will continue to be so even after this fierce battle. Both really, really amazing players, really cool decks that we got to see as well, which was quite the series, very, very close. But the Practitioner deck, unfortunately for Kirpitan, ended up letting him down here, while fortunately for Piebol, the weakest link, Scoia'tael, did go through.
Yeah, and of course Magpie also brought a similar imposter deck. So Piebol going to be hoping to do the same again tomorrow. He's shown that he can beat this imposter deck. Can he do it also against Magpie tomorrow? Because if he can, he will be able to book his place in the final, of course. We are going to be having an interview with Piebol coming up quite soon, and then it is going to be time for the leaks. And yeah, let's head on over to Berger, who is going to be having an interview with the winner, Piebol.
Piebol, once again, that was amazing. Once again, winning in a GWENT Open. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing fine. I'm a bit sad for my friend.
Yeah. Same team, right?
Yeah, and that last game was really rough for him. Just missed all his combo pieces and couldn't do much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I will take it.
I guess I'll take it, yeah. Yeah, it always sucks to go against a fellow teammate, so I totally understand that. But you played super well. I was going to ask you, what do you think about Scoia'tael overall in this meta and the elf deck?
It's a tricky question. You might not like the answer.
Yeah, I want to know, because I have my own assumption and I want to see if yours is similar to mine.
Yeah, basically I feel Scoia'tael is kind of a filler deck right now. It's basically the fourth deck, so-called. We thought with Kner that it's the least risky fourth deck, so that's why we brought it, but I think it's not great. The self deck is pretty draw dependent, as you could see in my game versus Rain, for example. And just on draw the Venada in round 1, for example, the deck kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I have the same feeling.
So yeah, that's my feeling about it.
Totally agree. You'll be going against Magpie tomorrow. How you feeling about that? He has a weird lineup. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I've seen it because we were obviously prepping with Kner like 8 or 9 hours yesterday, I think.
Whoa.
So I know Magpie's lineup already. I already have the prep against him, and so does Magpie against me. And we're going to be already prepped pretty well for ourselves. He has a very interesting lineup. Obviously, he beat Kner 3-0. But I think I have my chances. I should be a bit unfavored, just like I was against Kirpitan, because again, my elves are probably gonna struggle as Magpie is countering them a bit. But I have my chances. I will try to take them.
And most of all, you're prepared, which is really awesome. And yeah, I feel like he, like, looking at you and looking at Magpie, like, you both are kind of the favorites, and the top of the quarterfinals are very stacked. So it's going to be interesting to actually for both of you go head to head. I'm actually waiting for like the Twitter poll, what the community thinks, because I think they will be like half and half in terms of who will win. But yeah, awesome playing. Sucks that you had to take out friend, but you're in the semis, and we shall see you tomorrow, right? Anything you want to pass along to people watching, or anyone else? Feel free to do so now.
Yeah, I want to thank Kner for prepping with me. As always, he's the best prep partner I could ever have. And sucks that he got knocked out. It is what it is.
Exactly. Awesome. Thank you for the interview then.
Thank you.
Before we go, yes, as I said in the beginning, there will be some stuff that we'll be showing you in terms of new cards coming with Black Sun. And for that one, we will have Lionheart and Spessy show you some new cool tools for Nilfgaard. So without further ado, let's see the videos, and then we'll go back to the casters.
Yes, lads, look at that, mate, I've made it. We're going to meet Ryan, we're going to see Project Red. Let's flipping go, mate. Pretty excited. Mate, I don't speak a flipping word of Polish. I really should have done some research, you know? I don't even know if this is the CD Projekt Red building. I'm filming it like it is. Big news, everyone. I was going the right way all along. The Witcher, Gwent. Gonna meet Mr. Ryan in a second, I think. All right. Oh, there he is! Hey, man.
How you doing?
Good to see you, mate. Let me... Hello.
Would you look at that?
Ah, I hate it. Good to see you, mate. How you doing? You're so tall. One sec, can you crouch? I'll go on my tiptoes. Yeah, see, guys, I'm tall. 6'4" now.
I always look up to you.
Inside the building. Jeez. Pretty gas, mate, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's a wall. That's a wall. That's for the G, mate. I got a Nilfgaard reveal, 5 power, 5 provisions. Wait, there's a Nilfgaard deck I love. I know everyone in the community loves it. It might be the most broken, overpowered, meta-defining deck of all time, 110% win rate. Gone wrong. Well, let's start off this deck with the Vilgefortz. Then I think we might need a Tibor, a bit of Matter as well. We're definitely going to need 2 Kingslayers, a Traherne. We could play the Imperial Golem. How about Vigo for an extra Kingslayer? Maybe even Necromancy for another. Never forget the teleportations. Mill's new best friend, Vial of Forbidden Knowledge. You got to get that milling done before the game even starts, fam. God. How can we forget about Cantarella? Let's throw a Golden Neck in there. Maybe an Invo, a Ring of Favor, and a Ciri Nova. Why not, right? A couple of Couriers. Mage Assassins are good. You can't go wrong with Afan. Summoning Circle is a bit of a vibe with Golem. Don't sleep on this card. Have to play the Arcane Tome. And now we have 5 provisions left. I wonder, is there any 5 provision bronze cards that I could add to my Nilfgaard deck? Introducing the Eternal Eclipse Deacon, a human cultist. On deploy, it's going to infuse a unit in your hand with the cultist category, and the order is going to infuse a unit in your deck with the cultist category. What synergy does this have with Mill? Absolutely none. Don't worry, chat.
Hello and welcome to another episode of ASMR Only Fiends.
It was a dream, right? I can't believe I just put that footage on the internet. The things I do for Gwent, but it is true, my friends. The black sun is rising over Gwent. What kind of eclipse would it be without a master ceremony? So, the Master of Ceremonies. It is a 7/7 human cultist, and it has a very interesting ability for us to unpack. At the start of the game, infuse 2 random gold non-cultist units in your starting deck with the cultist category, and infuse them with, after this card is played or summoned, if you control at least 3 cultists, damage the lowest power infused enemy unit by 3. Now, this is really important and will take you towards the deck building side of it. There'll be some complexity to how many non-cultist golds do you want to run then if you're running this. We'll get into that in just a second, because first, well, maybe you haven't seen what infused means. So infused is crucial for this card because it infuses multiple ways. So infused is a status that adds effects or categories to a card. In this instance, actually both. Removing the status also removes all added effects and categories. So if I purify the unit, it will lose all of those things. A lock will also disable those abilities as well, which is really, really crucial. So, the Master of Ceremonies is infusing both the category cultist onto 2 random gold units if they're not cultists already, and it does it at the start of the game, so you don't need to find this card in order to get its value, which is great. It also infuses the ability if it's played or summoned and you control at least 3 cultists. It'll damage the lowest power infused enemy unit by 3. Now, you might be thinking, but Lionheart, what if my opponent hasn't infused anything? This is going to brick all the time. I'm not going to spoil any other reveals, but what I am going to say to you is, it's Nilfgaard. Think they aren't going to be touching your stuff? Really? The plus side of fighting this card, of course, it has the cultist tag itself, and it is 7 base power, so it's going to feel pretty good to play in a lot of situations as well. It can be proactive, which is something that Nilfgaard really struggle with in a lot of situations as well. This card is going to be very interesting. I am curious to see how it plays into the meta. Is there going to be an element of people trying to greed it falling on the right card, or the right gold card, or is there going to be the case of you're only going to run 2 or 3, perhaps non-cultist gold units? Maybe. Who knows? Can't wait to see what you do with it. I hope you enjoy the card.
There we go. Okay, the first time I've seen both reveals, really, really nice. And Spissy, I can't believe that you did this for us. I cannot wait to go back in time and watch chat's reaction when they think it is a milk card that you're about to reveal. What was that?
I couldn't resist, you know, like as soon as I heard Nilfgaard, I had to do something like that. And also, Lionheart's just mentioned in the chat we've got here, was he sleeping in a full suit? I'm pretty sure he was.
He was sleeping in a full suit. Maybe that's what he does all the time. I mean, why not? If you don't have to get ready, you don't have to get ready if you just stay ready and sleep with a suit on. So that's clearly what Lionheart is his plan. That's how he gets up in the mornings and goes to work or streams. So I think that's actually really convenient.
Yeah, so we just saw 2 new Nilfgaard cards, 2 more coming later with Tia and yourself doing the reveal, Sealy. They're going to be certainly one big powerhouse card, and I think that the cards that Lionheart and I revealed are going to start to make a lot more sense once you see those other 2. We can also take a quick look at the bracket so far and see how it is looking. Of course, Magpie coming out 3-0 over Cuna, with Payabol just winning 3-2 against Kirpeton. They're going to be playing in the first semi-final tomorrow. We're now moving over to the lower side of the bracket with Lirio versus Gandalf, the all-Polish game, and then Spelling Bee from Canada versus Mystical of Ukraine to finish off the first day here.
That is right. And just like Rebek here has mentioned, Magpie and Pybol actually qualifying together from the last qualifiers possible, both making it to the semifinals. Pretty nice little thing for both of those players. It was close, but they made it and they are in the semifinals. And yeah, our players, of course, are not walking away empty-handed from this. Cuna and Kirpeton, who did lose their series. However, they will be getting a little something. So maybe we can check the prize pool, of course, and how this all has been divided. There we go. We can see the results. Cuna, of course, he is still happy walking away from this with a little bit of extra pocket money there. Kirpeton as well, winning 2 games there, gets a little bit more. And of course, huge thank you to the community. $13,048 is the total prize pool that we have on the menu. And the players, of course, are hungry for their share. Lario, Gandalf, Spelling Bee, Mystical still waiting for their share, and they are about to take it very soon. So yeah, amazing support, and yeah, there is the prize pools, of course. Let's take some time to introduce our next 2 players and hand things over to the really wonderful Lionheart and Taya, who will be taking care of you and casting the next series, of course.
So, as everyone probably knows, I am pro Gwent player for Team Legacy, and what I am probably most known for are stats articles and various other analytical stuff I publish now on website lariohub.com, but before it was on Team Legacy website, so you can check out both of these. And I think I am also known for deck building, for making various decks, often unusual. But I have to admit that most of my deck are thrown off and you don't even see them. But I am happy that I put up some meta breakers. For example, I am very happy with my vampire score in the first season of Masters 4. And also I am running a Gwent Pro community for Polish players on Discord. It is called Gwent Pro Polska, and I want to cheer everyone from there. I started to play Gwent after Thronebreaker release, so I basically finished the game and decided to try out the standalone version. And I think that, well, I am basically a homecoming player. I didn't play in open or closed beta. But since I joined, I play regularly, and I think that the game improved systematically, starting from improving mulligans and removing some cancerous interactions. But there are also some issues which are persistent in Gwent now, and you could go check it out, for example, in my article called When Gwent Meta Goes Wrong. The Nilfgaard expansion where the new faction was introduced because of coin mechanic, which is very cool. I think it is cool and it is skillful, but of course there were some problems, some balance issues at the moment, like the infinite bounty chains with Caleb Menge and what is now known as Horson Freak Show, but I would pick this one overall because it was relived with time.
So I'm Gandalf 071, but some people call me also Gandhi. It's just forged version of it. I'm from Poland and I'm 23. I'm currently studying in Poznań, but I'm from Płock, just like Tilebot. And I'm playing for Team Underblood. And it will be my first open appearance, but I hope not the last one. So it was at the beginning of the homecoming. It wasn't just like Tilebot. It was later, and I didn't play the beta. And the homecoming was like 4 years ago, I think so. And I get to Gwent, I think like just most of the people through The Witcher 3, when full card collection was my favorite task, and I had to do it. And I think that will be it. I don't have straight routine. It just depends on my mood at the day and of course of the day. But similar things that I'm doing during my playing sessions are drinking water or some kind of juice or maybe cola. I'm also listening to the party music. It's surprising, but it helps me to focus more on the game and to do the most and the best moves at the playground. I'm also not changing the decks that often during the day I'm playing. And I only change it when I have, for example, Loose Strike, or I am bored of the deck.
And welcome back, everyone, to the third quarter-final here between Lerio and Gandalf. Thank you so much to Specie and Sealy for casting that absolute masterpiece of a series. Welcome back, dear.
It's great to be back, Lionheart. As you might have noticed, I am sitting in the dark because there's no power in my country. But I did buy a very expensive UPS, so the computer is running, not the rest of the house. The family can go without power, it's fine. The open is all that matters, and we're about to cast Lerio versus Gandalf. Two players, pretty big in their own right. So we have the Twitter poll here, and it's close.
It is close here, and both players reasonably new to the competitive scene. Lerio reasonably well known, of course, from his articles, as he did mention there. Very, very insightful, by the way. Definitely would check out Lerio's website. But he has the slight edge here, 55% to 45%. So far, it looks like the polls have been 100% correct as well. So Lerio can take that little bit of extra confidence from that maybe, Tia.
Maybe that's all he needs, Lionheart. Maybe just that little bit of boost from the community is what's going to give Lerio this series. But yeah, both players from Poland, both players making their debut as well in the Open. It's going to be cool seeing them for the first time on the big screen. I think we can go ahead and also check out their decks soon enough. See if anything spicy grabs our attention or not.
Most definitely. I think we're going to be starting off with Lerio's decks in just a moment here to see which way around he has gone with it. We have had some spice so far, and his first list is a Golden Necker off the books list here.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of those today. Golden Necker off the books. It's quite meta up in the competitive scene, and I can't help but feel that Puzzle Express sort of made this list very popular, almost made it into the Open, but alas, he has next time to try. So this list has Golden Necker, it has Suri Nova for some nice carryover value if this doesn't get purified. We also see the Tunnel Drill once again in place here. We have a Poison package with Morale, we have the Fistic Traffickers as well as Fistic, with Blanheim Brothers, Moralcy for some tool removal, and Savola just for that extra bit of point slam. Afterwards, we go on to a interesting looking stockpile list.
Yeah, this is not the stockpile list I expected to see, especially from Lerio, one of the players who you could credit with the original mutagenerator power alongside the legendary Shinmiri, of course. This one is all in Siege. There are Siege engines everywhere with a lot of power and Smork ability on top, with that Karathi Heatwave and even the Erendite and Hengadite sword as well. It functions exclusively as a Siege list with a ton of power, a ton of removal, and a little decent amount of thinning as well between the Aneromancy, but no Amphibious Assault. I heard Specimen just earlier saying, you know what, if you'd told me 2 seasons ago you wouldn't run AA, I wouldn't have believed you, but this is where we are. Next is a Double Cross Assimilate list.
Yeah, another list we've seen quite a bit today. Nothing new in this list, except that I'd like to point out Lerio decided to go for 2 Obsidian Mirrors there in the 4 provision slots. Now, I talked to Lerio specifically about this. Obsidian Mirrors are quite nice if you expect any matches that run heavy engines. I mean, even in a mirror match, you can just steal those Assimilate engines if you'd like. And he also mentioned that against Simlas, Obsidian Mirror might be a nice little tech there because you need 2 special cards of Simlas, right? So if you're able to coup de grace Simlas, you get 2 Obsidian Mirrors and you are able to spawn 1 power copies of 3 enemy bronze units on the opposite row. But if you don't use them, they are cannon fodder for Calvate that needs a certain amount of tactics, so he's guaranteed to start off in your starting deck. All in all, Nilfgaard has proven to be very strong so far in the series, and I'm interested to see whether this list remains. Up next, we have the final list, which is the Deadeye Ambush list.
It is indeed Deadeye Ambush. Pyre described it as the 4th list that you bring when you're wasn't sure what else to bring because the worry of so many people targeting self-wound. Maybe that was in Lerio's mind as well. It is the Feign Death scenario, and you have to make sure you draw things in the right order with your Vanadane, getting as many waylays as possible and shuffling them back with Alyssa Henson. Some matchups you shuffle back that Heat Wave as well, and to make this possible, to make sure you find your cards, you can see he's included the Arcane Tome here as well. It's pretty standard aside from that in the list, but the Arcane Tome is quite a spicy card. Instead of the Fisher King here, much to Spessie's dismay I'm sure, the Arcane Tome gives you access to a special right now. So you can pick any special from your deck and you can play it, so if you miss almost anything, you know what, your Aneromancy's going to find it, which could be very useful. The downside, of course, you then give it to your opponent to potentially use as well. But in an open deck list situation, that is a little bit less scary. Obviously, each player has access to all of their opponent's lists, so at least you know what you're getting yourself in for. A couple of techs down in the 4-piece slot, you can see a decent amount of self-wound targeting as well. Squirrels everywhere, even a red haze to potentially deal with something a little bit spicy. But that is Lerio's lists in total. Up next is going to be Gandalf. What has Gandalf bought? Will he allow Lerio to pass? Well, let's see what he's brought for us, Tia.
Yeah, let's take a look at Gandalf's list.
I had to, I'm sorry.
You're excused, it was a good one. The Rage of the Sea is the first one I see here, but no self-wound archetypes included. It is a simple Rage of the Sea list. And hey, a simple Rage of the Sea list might just have what it takes to beat some of the other lists that wasn't expecting this matchup. It's funny to see how little people brought Self-Wound after everybody started targeting Self-Wound. Now, with Rage of the Sea, you also see the Golden Necker here that can, of course, bring out a unit, a special, as well as an artifact. I also see Ryagan the Undying that will start off in the graveyard, and if you're able to summon that card out, it will allow you to trigger all Storm or Rain abilities in one turn, making for a pretty powerful combination if you have a few Messengers of the Sea on the board. Very scary indeed. We also have Surrey for some carryover. We have Ring of Favor, a card that not a lot of people brought actually, and Ring of Favor will keep on growing until your opponent passes in round 1 or until you decide to commit it. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Lastly, I just want to highlight the Magic Compass. What a absolutely strong card. This is an echo card, so you can use it twice, but preferably you want to thin down until you have less than 3 cards left in your deck in round 3. Then you'll be able to spawn and play any legendary Skellige card that was not in your starting deck. That's right, folks. Any legendary Skellige card not in your starting deck. So that could be Fukusia, it could be Arna Chad, it could be Cambi if you really want to make a show tonight for us. It is an amazing card and absolutely strong if you are able to thin correctly. But let's go over to another stockpile list.
We will indeed. I feel like you've effectively just promised Cambi now, so if it doesn't happen, I blame you entirely. But this Stockpile Siege list is a little bit more typical. It is the Mutagenerator version. It is not the heavy Smork version that we saw both Pyre and Cuna bring. It is the more standard version with as many 5 provision options in there as possible. Your big aim is find that Mutagenerator round 1 to get as much value and carryover and defend that bleed with the Siege. Your short round with King Henselt can be absolutely terrifying. It is a simple list, but unquestionably an effective one, and as I mentioned before, one that Lario will know all too well as one of the people who originally popularized the list. Next, another shot for Double Cross Assimilate.
Again, nothing here that we haven't seen already. Simple assimilate list. You want to be playing as many different cards from another faction as possible. You play your opponent's deck better than they can, and that's how you end up winning with the double cross list. Not much to point out here. It seems to be the very straightforward one with Rune Mage. You've got Lydia, Brothens, Arthur Terranova, and Culvate. I'd rather go over to the next list, which is an off-the-books list with some cards we haven't seen yet today.
Yeah, very true. Most players have brought off the books, but most of them have gone with the Golden Necker version, but not Gandalf. He has decided it is all of the power that he wants here. He is not worried about that Golden Necker tempo. He wants access to Jacques. He wants Cyrus. He wants all of that value from the King of Beggars. Tin Boy is an interesting inclusion here over Philippa. Maybe thinking, you know what, people are going to bring that Scoia'tael, they're going to have some wide plays, and he might just have found his mark here. Tin Boy is a scary, scary card. In the right situation, it can be a very effective spender, effectively working like a lacerate on a stick for both rows. There is a lot of power into the lower end of this list as well, of course. It is a devotion list, as you will see the Horse and Junior in there as well. Thinning might be a bit of an issue for it. You've got to be mindful of that, as it is a very talent-related list. But will it weigh up for Gandalf? Will it work for him? That's going to be the big question. It is a very interesting series we have on our hands here, Tia. I'm interested to see if that off-the-books list can deal with Nilfgaard. As Assimilate got better, the standard version of Syndicate started struggling a little bit more into that matchup particularly. Do we think Gandalf's going to be able to dodge it?
I don't know, Lionheart, you lost me at lacerate on a stick. And I love it. I'm here for it. And yes, Tin Boy is able to essentially do that if playing against elves or anything that swarms. But I'm curious to see what the players decided to ban here, as again, Rage of the Sea isn't really something that a lot of people took to this tournament. So whether it's a threat or not will be interesting. I mean, I would love to see Rain on my opponent's side of the board when they just have dead eyes everywhere. And oh, we see the bans here now.
We do, and Lario does not have access to his Northern Realms list, so that is another NR ban coming through here.
And we see a syndicate ban. All right, off the books is off the table, if you will, for Gandalf. We won't be seeing that at all. Instead, we have Nilfgaard, Stockpile, and Skellige. We've seen quite a few Stockpile bans throughout the evening, haven't we?
We have indeed. Well, the power of that list, especially when you can pick your coin, is petrifying. I remember when I spoke to Magpie, he really rates that list. He felt that even if you miss Mutagenerator, if you play properly, it has so much strength and power into it that it is just a really, really difficult matchup. I am a little surprised that he has decided to ban the Devotion Syndicate list, though. I'm curious on that one. I would have... Yeah, I'm very interested, but very, very pleased that we are going to get to see Golden Necker reign here. It is one of my favorite lists. I think it's the second thing I built when the Golden Necker archetype first existed, because it's one of my favorite archetypes, second only to Movement Engine Scoia'tael, so I am delighted to see it on the big stage.
I mean, Magic Compass is one of my most favorite cards. A lot of people think it's really strong, but hey, you kind of have to build your entire deck around it so you can thin down properly. Sometimes you can't even play the Magic Compass if things go badly. But hey, I look forward to seeing what the Magic Compass pick will be of the day. And I kind of see why you'd ban that off the books list. I mean, Cirrus, Engelkund, Himmelfart in itself, it's an interesting card. It's strong to a degree, but the Tin Boy is more scary for me when you look at the amount of other decks you're going to be playing. I mean, Assimilate tends to really go all out in a long round 3, covering the entire side of the board. You've also got the Deadeye Ambush spam, so I sort of see it. But yeah, so Lurio is going to go first on blue coin, Gandalf on red. What do you think Lurio is going to be eyeing here?
Ooh, that's going to be difficult. I've seen elves be quite versatile going on both coins, and I think it's the list he's going to be most keen to get through. Wouldn't be surprised to see him start with that list at all here. Very, very possible that he decides to go down that road, has the ability to power out with that scenario if he can find it, start setting things up. It is a definite possibility. But his lists are reasonably flexible. The Nilfgaard list, I feel like he's going to value more on red for the Smork ability and not needing to be so proactive. But it is possible. It is possible as well for the Syndicate list. In our first series, we saw it played on both coins, right?
Yes, we have, and I just got a little call in my ear that we are able to look at some monster reveals while we're waiting for the players to set up. I mean, that's exciting. One of my favorite cards is in the monster reveals. A very specific one, actually. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at that real quick?
Yes, let's do that. And while that comes up there, I will let you get started.
Oh, Sir Scratch-A-Lot, the best card in the entire game. I mean, not only is it a beast, it is cursed. And yes, I've heard rumors that you can see a similar looking cat running out of the mushy truffle. Now, are they related? I don't know, you tell me. At the start of the game, the card will gain immunity, so you can play the 4-point card on the board without having to worry that it's going to get killed too easily. Now, the beauty of Sir Scratch-A-Lot is that you can replay it every turn. It will lose immunity after you've played it the second time, but it will boost itself by 2 every time you play it. So the next time you play it, it's a 6, then it's an 8, then it's a 10. So not only is it a 2-point engine, it also triggers your Thrive cards, and hopefully you'll have many of them by this point. And it's just a beautiful card.
I thought that might be the one you'd go to. I've got to be honest. I knew you'd go straight to Sir Scratch-A-Lot. It's not the one I'm interested in here, though. I'm going to be honest. And I'm going to tell you why the Orchard Mantrap is actually Gwent's greatest card. And I need you to bear with me on this. This is going to require a story. So, it is a plant. It is only the second plant in Gwent history. Of course, Larry the Archospore, the mascot of the lovely legend that is Watchflake, is the other. And this one might just be Larry's best friend, because what does it do? It'll infuse 2 allied units with Thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, Archospore thrives again. It is true, it has happened, you were here, and it was live. That is officially the greatest card in Gwent history. I will take no further questions.
Well, do you think that might be Larry the Archospore, but after Larry was cursed? Because the art resemblance is uncanny.
So scary when you look into that artwork. I'm not going to encourage it now. At some point, zoom in on that card art. It is absolutely petrifying.
No, thank you. We're going over to the Cursed Damsel now. Also a full provision, a human, an aristocrat. Interestingly enough, Nilfgaard's going to have some fun with that one. It's also cursed. This is a Thrive card, and it has an order ability that allows you to halve its power, then destroy an enemy unit with a power up to the power removed from self. So let's say you get this card up until 10 points. If you halve it, it's going to be able to destroy a 5-point card on your opponent's side of the board or smaller. Of course, that's also really nice because you can't really allow a 10-point card to thrive anymore. There are only so many cards bigger than 10, so you know, resetting it while using the order ability is not bad at all in my opinion. And then lastly, we have the Maina's Dark Secret.
We do. This was the artwork that was leaked at the end of Open 1. That cat staring back with a pretty scary looking banner in the background. I am not trick-or-treating at that front door. And of course, it ties in the entire set of drops for monsters with Thrive. Prologue is going to spawn you one of those Cursed Damsels. And as you just mentioned, a pretty powerful card, giving monsters access to removal in a Thrive engine. Sounds fantastic to me. Something that it has needed, in my opinion, for quite a while. The passive Chapter 1, whenever you play a unit, if it would not trigger any of your Thrive units, boost it by 2 first. So when you hit the board, if it wasn't going to thrive, it's now got a better chance to do so. Much, much better than I think people are realizing, because it is a passive that will keep happening once it's been triggered, as long as it's on the board. And then Chapter 2, play the highest power bronze monster unit from your deck. Maybe a little bit of synergy with something like a Mamuna there, for example, to be able to set up your graveyard a little bit later. I can't lie, seeing Thrive getting some love makes me happy, because I had a soft spot for Koshi decks. I really did. They were so much fun, and I feel like they might just be decent.
Yeah, I mean, Koshi with the Maina's Dark Secrets, Scratch-A-Lot, all of those seem to work out very nicely in my opinion. I can even see people play the Mana's Dark Secrets in round 1 potentially, just for extra bit of tempo, just to thin out that bronze card. I don't know which one will be better, but if we have more time, we could perhaps check out the Syndicate reveals as well. Those are really interesting, and I'd love to take a look at them. So here we go.
Yes, definitely.
Ooh. Alright, so how about I start off with the smallest one, the Pearl Diver. The Pearl Diver is a 4 provision card, but has the potential to play for 10 provisions. Obviously a 4 provision is easily removed, but if you're able to stick it onto the board and keep it alive for 3 turns, you'll be able to gain 6 coins. I mean, it's also a pirate and a tide cloak, so make of that what you will. Which one would you like to discuss next?
I will go to the Treasure Huntress. It's worth noting, obviously, you're looking at the Pearl Diver and you think, oh, okay, 4 for 4. It's got to survive 3 turns. Well, timer's going to start at the end, so probably 2 turns, and then you're going to find that value. But also, when we get to other cards, you'll understand how valuable removal is really going to be. Because when you get to Flinders' Crew, oh my word, you're going to want to be able to deal with that crew. But I will look at the Treasure Huntress first. It is Tide Cloak Love, and I'm so pleased to see the Tide Cloak faction. Crime gang, let's go with gang, get some love here. And another pirate that is a 4 for 5, profit 3, but it has a Horde ability, Horde 7, which will unlock fee 3. Infuse an allied unit with, at the end of your turn, gain 1 coin. You are not going to be struggling to find coins anymore as Syndicate.
For sure. And then we have Flinders' Crew, a human, a pirate, and a tide cloak. So this might just look like a 3-point card, but on deploy, it will spawn 3 base copies of self on this row, but it can reduce the number of copies by 1 for every counter. So you have the potential to have 12 points of Flinders' Crew, 4 copies altogether, if you have a counter of 0. So how do we get rid of that counter, you might ask? Hordes require 1 less coin to trigger with this card, but on Horde 9, meaning you have a pouch with 9 coins in it, once per round, at the end of your turn, while in hand or deck, remove a counter. So, if you're able to have a Horde 9 trigger at the end of a turn in round 1, in round 2, and in round 3, the counter will be down all the way to 0, and Flinders' Crew will play for 12 points. Now, with 4 of them on the board at the same time, your Hordes require 4 less coins to trigger, which is a lot if you take into account what In Search of Forgotten Treasures does. It's insane how the Horde ability is going to work in the next patch.
It really is, because your Horde, you are not going to need quite as full a pocket anymore, and you are going to have a lot of forgotten treasures to spend here. This is a cursed scenario, and one of the scariest that I have seen. It starts by spawning Gudrun, and we will go and show you Gudrun ever so shortly, but it's Chapter 1 that I really want to highlight for you. It's Horde 8. Unless, of course, you're using a leader ability that reduces that, or Flinders Crew. At the end of your turn, gain enough coins to fill your pouch. So think of the synergy here. If it's Horde 8, 4 lots of Flinders Crew take that down to, say, I don't know, Horde 4. Ooh, isn't there a lead ability that could drop that down even further? So wait, every time I have a Horde ability and this is on board, at the end of my turn, I'm gonna fill my coin purse back up. Oh my word, there is some power in this. I don't even feel like I need to tell you about Chapter 2, it is so powerful. But it is damage the highest enemy unit by the number of coins you have. Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you're gonna have a full pocket of coins when you want to do this, my friends.
That is absolutely insane. I love that Horde is getting a little bit more of love. I mean, right now we have quite a few Syndicate leader abilities and archetypes that are very viable. And I like the fact that we are expanding that just a little bit and trying to bring Horde back onto the menu. I mean, Horde has been very strong a few metas ago. Don't really recall what changed that, but Horde sort of fell out of favor a while back. But I can see it coming back into play with the next expansion, at least.
I think you might be right. I'm curious to see if anyone tries to mix this and the Passiflora together, maybe. That would be interesting, because both of them do like Horde mechanics. Curious, we will see. It might be just a few too many provisions to fit into one deck, but you never know. You just never know if it's going to be possible. Yeah, Syndicate, I think, has got some real potential here. I note the timer ability obviously recently added to the game, or kind of reworked the way that happens. I am a huge fan of the way that functions. Really big fan of that change, mainly because it made movement engines better. Because I am a huge fan. I would love to see them make it to the Open one day.
Perhaps that could happen. I mean, what has been your favorite expansion faction so far, Lionheart? And you're not allowed to say Nilfgaard because that would make you biased.
Okay, well, it doesn't sound like me to say Nilfgaard, does it? Let's be honest. I have missed Harmony for a very long time. I am really excited to see if it can find a place in the modern game. That artwork from Carol Bem on the Chameleon is... oh, it's delicious. It really is. Actually, I probably should take this moment to formally apologise to everybody that was forced to watch that reveal video that I made. Yes, I sleep in a full suit. It's weird that you guys don't. I'm not the strange one here, and I think that should be the end of the conversation, right?
It's alright, Lionheart. The night's going to end with Celia and my reveals, and hopefully that will be forgotten by tomorrow morning. Well, I am allowed to be biased. I just said you weren't, and personally, I think Nilfgaard is the best reveal so far. I think it's gonna be the strongest, but that is just my opinion. I won't go
I'm the light and you're the dark. The yin and yang is clearly working here, so that makes perfect sense. The players, we are just sorting and going into the series. We will not be much longer as they just take some time to get ready. We make those final decisions and get the games underway here. It will not be too long now at all. It will not be too long. But we look at Lerio is going to be on blue coin, right? So we are going to see Lerio here starting this off. I think he's taking elves. So if you're Gandalf, what do we consider now?
So if he's taking elves, we saw that being targeted by a Magpie pretty successfully in the first series tonight. And Magpie chose monsters, but that's not an option with Gandalf, is it? So, I mean, the fact that Lerio is going on blue coin, I'd say Gandalf wants to take either Double Cross or Rage of the Sea. Can't really see him taking Double Cross though, if I'm going to be honest. I'd say Rage of the Sea is a pretty nice... it's a pretty nice snipe, because that Rain's going to find significant value if the board is properly swarmed. You won't see Stockpile and Red Coin. I'd be very surprised if that was the case. And since Gandalf has the potential to bring 3 lists tonight on red, I can't really see him pushing any of his blue coin lists on red unnecessarily. So my opinion is possible Deadeye Ambush, into possible raids of the sea, but that's also just me speculating. It could really be anything. Lirio doesn't have to start off with elves per se. On Blue Coin,
true.
Be off the books as well, really. It's not Stockpile, as that has been banned.
That is very true. It is. I can see the logic in trying to snipe the rain matchup there, because it is a very, very interesting matchup, and one that we saw is slightly unfavored based on the last series. But we are not going to have to guess much longer, because game 1 is about to come to you live. We do see Lario bring those elves, and we do see Gandalf take the Nilfgaard. There is no gamesmanship here, my friends. We are in. They have picked the decks that make sense. Let's see what they have.
Okay, Nilfgaard on red, Squirtle on blue. This is going to be a lot of fun. Now, the only problem here is that Nilfgaard really has that ability to steal some really powerful cards from Squirtle. I mean, anything from Vanadane to Simlas is a threat, and you have to be so careful because that coup de grace has no mercy at all.
No, it doesn't. Being able to target and steal whatever you would like is Nilfgaard 101 here. Can't see any direct way of dealing with things in Gandalf's hand, though, and control of this round and round length in general is going to be really important here, as we see Lario is not messing around at all, dropping that scenario turn 1, knows there's no risk of it being dealt with directly, and is more than happy to try and power his way into round control here.
Yeah, Lirio has a really nice hand here, has everything you need to open with and push and power ahead, trying to gain round control. We see Feign Death, we see Vanadane. Obviously, Vanadane being played right before that final chapter ticks on the scenario is always beautiful, because the Waylay will spawn 2 Deadeye elves onto your side of the board because of Vanadane, which is quite nice. We see Furkart coming down there already, getting rid of the engine.
That is a big, big moment there. I wasn't sure if he was going to use the fur cart because he loses the spying tag by killing it, but he has just managed to find himself Yen's Invocation, which is one of the big tools to access. Vanadane is one of the best options to steal in this matchup, and he didn't really have access to it, so is potentially going to be very happy right now that he does have access to that.
Yes, for sure. I mean, there's nothing scarier than more than one Vanadane, and that's what Nilfgaard gives you. So Lirio has to be careful here whether he is prepared to play Vanadane this early on. I mean, it's not like Vanadane's going to be safer later. It's not like you're running a defender and you know Nilfgaard is packing a lot of removal. The fact that Gandalf drew into Yennefer, like you said, is very unfortunate, because that's going to make Lirio's life a lot more difficult if Gandalf decides to push here.
Yeah, although there is a bit of a risk. There's so much tempo in that. Gandalf has to play another card here, so it's always going to be Yen. Lario, unlikely to get out here, more likely to just set his graveyard up, but does take the pass. Love this threat. Saying, you know what? Show me the 20 points, my friend. Interesting and a very brave strategy here, because if it ends up going to a long round, taking multiple cards, Nilfgaard can make your life awkward as elves. It can fill your board with useless spies.
Oh, for sure. It's really deadly in a long round, especially against elves, and Gandalf can really attempt to do that, especially if he's prepared to go down to 4 cards here and simply dry pass. That would be very dangerous for somebody like Lirio here, but I think he might be happy though. He has the option of now potentially setting up 5 Waylays, because you have...
not anymore. Not anymore. That Lydia just stole. Back row, it is gone. Lovely play there from Gandalf. Has the counter to the 5th Waylay.
Very nicely done. Yes, that is now 1 Waylay less. It might make all the difference, you never know. We'll count that in the end of the series and see whether that extra Waylay made a difference at all. Gandalf passing on 4 coins there perfectly. I'm sure we're going to see a dry pass now into round 3.
I would hope so. I would certainly expect so, but we also know, of course, that dry pass is drawing every single card because the Calvate was there. It is going to be a long round 3 against Nilfgaard with a handful of gold.
Yeah, that's going to be rather scary. I don't know about this one. I would be very afraid, because elves, there's going to be way too many cards on the board. There's simply going to be way too many cards, especially with that leader ability as well. That's already 3 extra spaces being taken up. And I'm sure Gandalf's going to do everything in his power to add some extra cards down Lario's side just to make his life a little bit more difficult in round 3.
Yeah, quite possibly. There is the option here. So he plays the Alyssa Henson to move, I don't believe, anything back and just drops it back on the board here. He could have used Arcane Tome to grab a Neuromancy and thin through a random bronze card there, not give his opponent access to those specials in that moment, because of course it does work even if your opponent has passed. So I expected that decision from Lario, has decided not to go for it, still does of course have access to the Neuromancy if he really needs it.
Yeah, that's very true. Gets rid of that Waylay, draws into Isengrim, gets rid of the Vitality, and gets another Waylay. Throws it away.
Okay, he does get the extra mulligan though and throws that away. You can see here he's missed the Neuromancy and the Heat Wave, but does have access to them through that Arcane Tome, one or the other, whichever he would prefer.
Right, so we have Lirio going first here. Lirio has quite a few options. Now he has to be very careful. Gandalf is able to steal cards here, and the longer Lirio waits with some of his better cards, the less chance someone like Gandalf has to duplicate them, Arthur Terra Nova them. But then again, that leader ability is also going to find extra cards, especially with Rune Mage giving 5 options. So it's going to be a pretty tense one here for Lirio.
It most definitely is. As you mentioned, the Arto Terra Nova right now doesn't have a target, but there are 2 Mage Torturers available, so it is going to be a choice of which way round do you do it? Do you hold back your better cards here in the hope that they miss with the leader ability, or do you do it the other way around? It is going to be very, very tough, as we see Gandalf taking an interesting option here, just setting up the engine, taking a less than desirable steal, but more board swarming the better as far as Gandalf's concerned in this long round.
Yeah, sets up his first Assimilate engine with Brothans, just stealing those Squirtle Neophytes, also attempting to clog as quickly as possible. Now, I respect that. I think that's really what you want to do here. You want to fill up Lirio's side of the board as quickly as possible, especially while there's still time. Otherwise, some of your cards become rather useless, right? If you can't place them on your opponent's side of the board, that's kind of a problem for you. So, Lirio is probably thinking here. He has quite a bit of options, really.
I think he's going straight for the Simless right now. He is going to board wipe in this moment here and just try and find as much value early as he can. You can see there aren't actually that many spies available to Gandalf. Lario will have made the decision he's made consciously to take this long round. He will feel that this is a better out for him to get as much value as quickly as he can. You notice there, he actually kept the Scoia'tael Neophyte so that when he played the Simless, he could instantly convert it and prevent that coup onto it to thin out the options. There were still 2 Diplos and 2 Ointments in the deck of Gandalf, so that's a really, really nice spot from Lario there.
Yeah, it's already 0 versus 21 points. That's quite a stark contrast. And Gandalf decides to play that Rune Mage. Now, all of his create options will be 5 instead of 3. See, he does go for a Scoia'tael Runestone and quite a few options here. I personally am a fan of the Smuggler because it will boost cards in Gandalf's hand. It doesn't have to be Scoia'tael cards, but perhaps he decides to go for something else instead.
It is possible. He could choose to take the Circle of Life as well, not a unit here, but it will remove an Elven Deadeye. The Elven Deadeye, of course, isn't just worth the value itself. It has a target because of the Vanadane and is less damage from a potential Venosiel as well. So I quite like that tech. You're not worried about it being removed by your opponent. You're just keeping that value. Not missing out on the hand buff either feels really good for him.
That's quite nice that Vanadane was able to take that hand buff. That's very true. And we're already back to Gandalf now having to decide what is next. So he has the option, of deciding to go for Arturius Vigo, and will have 5 options to choose from. Decides to go with another Duchess Informant, just filling up that row of Lirio, slowly but steadily.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense. Rune Mage is such a fantastically designed card. Things like Vigo were always limited because you could only have a small number of bronze choices. I remember watching series when we'd cast them previously, and people had brought 4 bronzes and would miss it, and it would be so game defining. Being able to fix that effectively in the deck builder is absolutely fantastic. I adore this change, or this card rather.
I agree. Absolutely. Anything that makes for more consistency, makes for better RNG, I am here for it. And it's no wonder that Rune Mage and Cultivate is basically included into every Nilfgaard Assimilate deck. So yeah, Lyria's still playing it slow, not trying to put anything too big onto the board. Again, it will get stolen, but you can only do that for so long is the problem. He has the option of playing Yavin, maybe getting rid of an Assimilate card. Yavin won't mean much for Gandalf if it's stolen, so it's something that can be committed rather early.
Yeah, not going to hurt to be committed at all here, and that is exactly what he does. I'm curious when the Vanadane comes out from Gandalf here, because is he going to replace units? He's managed to get this up to 9 points now, knows it's safe. It's not, there's no Yavin now anyway, knows that it will stick. Are you going to swap away one of your Assimilate engines to get the extra value? Or are you just taking Vanadane as just a pure 9-point body?
That's a good question. I was thinking about the same thing, because Vanadane, I mean, if you can play Waylays, that will trigger your Assimilate engines even more, right? So every Waylay is an extra trigger, potentially, but then again, you'd have to throw away one of your engines to begin with in order to have it, right? So see that Illusionist coming down there, and what is it going for? Going for a neophyte. Oh, not bad.
Nothing, well, there's no great options really in this matchup. One of the scary things when you face Nilfgaard, if you are properly engine-based, is when you play those bronzes early, you end up in trouble because they then steal them from you. When your opponent is grabbing Squirtel neophytes, you know what? It doesn't quite hurt as much.
Exactly. I mean, it's always good to have the option there. It can turn a elf into a Deadeye, so it's really no problem. And Gandalf here deciding whether he should play that Mage Torturer, doesn't put it on Yavin, decides to go for something that is actually guaranteed value. I can see it. I can see why you do that.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Lario feeling in control here, but still some big pieces, including the leader ability, to come out from Gandalf. At some stage, going to have to make the decision, when am I dropping the Venosial? It's the big threat, because you don't want your opponent to be able to steal it from you and replay it. It's definitely one of the best sets of value with a coup and setup. So you kind of want to hold on to it as long as possible, but it always comes with that risk, right?
Yeah, I can also see Isengrim coming down at some point, as it will have less value on the side of Gandalf. Lirio might be deciding whether it's time for Isengrim. If he goes for Vernasil, I would be shocked, simply because Gandalf's going to be able to make at least 2 copies, but he does. He board wipes.
Yep. Very interesting. It is now 41-0, and you'll notice he held the leader charge back because he knew he didn't need to put it on the board and wants to be able to threaten the space still being there. But instant response, it's not going to be as useful for Gandalf, admittedly. I am curious about this leader hold from Gandalf. He had a turn 1 turn ago, but I suppose he's holding back knowing that the Verno is coming. Wants to be able to make sure he doesn't waste his leader ability, giving value to his opponent with removal, right? But maybe very tempted to take it now. Because the steal on this, the Teruvial steal is going to be savage if he takes it, and he doesn't. Are we going to see that drops now to take it away?
I mean, that's very odd, right? Very odd. I get that it's going to trigger Assimilate, but like one assimilates onto Arta Terra Nova. I mean, what the audience needs to remember here is that Rune Mage was played, meaning that Gandalf has access to all 5 cards in Lario's hand if he decides to click the leader. So he is willingly not doing that right now and instead waiting, which is very interesting. Like you said, that Teruvial would have done a lot of damage if Gandalf was able to steal it right now. Yeah, I don't really understand it.
But then, obviously, we have hand information that the opponent doesn't. I am curious to see the Isengrim dropped before the Teruvial, though, offering this Teruvial up. The Terra Nova engine going to be dropped now. I think it's safe to say we know what option is going to be picked. You are definitely going to take the Venosial and jam that onto the back row here. The question is, there is the leader, and it's got to be Teruvial. It is a lot of points to take this Teruvial, because of course you control Elven Deadeyes as well. It is the perfect pairing. It's a lot of points, still not ahead, but there are 10 more, 6, 7, 8 more points on board already for Gandalf.
Yeah, that did quite a bit of damage. Quite a bit of damage. Of course, it also did trigger the Assimilate with Arte Terra Nova. 1 extra point, and Lirio didn't really mind giving to Reveal, essentially. Decided to instead go for Isengrim first. So I feel like Lirio can now play any card he wishes. Anything that would be stolen is already stolen. You already have Gandalf taking Vernasil, and is going to go for Bribery now. 5 options.
My lord. He is going to get another Verno, knowing that Ku gives him a 3rd here. I didn't think it was going to be possible to come back from this situation, but you know what? I might actually be wrong here. There are so many points in that Ku, it is scary.
Yeah, and I mean, playing the Mushy Truffle now is also really an option, in my opinion. But it seems Gandalf is holding on to that one as well. So doesn't want to roast stack too fast. As you know, Teruviel is in hand, so perhaps... Are we going to see Vanna Dane coming out here at some point without having a Waylay in hand? I can't really see you wanting a Waylay above another Vernasil.
No, I don't think so either. It's just a good 9-point body, right? It's not that, which is absolutely fine. Also didn't start in your starting deck. Worth noting as well, this Vanna Dane obviously stolen. Nilfgaard 101 here. But Lerio is agonizing over this choice. Teruviel onto the back row is an option, not one that is taken, and he is really going down here. This Heat Wave, where is it going to hit? Okay, decides to Heat Wave one of the Assimilate engines there for 7 value. Could have Heat Waved the Mushy Truffle itself for up to 8 value there. I'm curious around the decision. I suppose it's guaranteed points, but either way, I think that was definitely possible.
Interesting. We see the Ku. Oh no, we see Vanna Dane coming down there. Not Ku. And Vanna Dane, of course, not going for Waylay. So, can go ahead and calculate this if we really want to. But it's going to be a Ku onto the Verno, and it's going to be a Mushy Truffle. Now, is that tome going anywhere? No, not being used.
Interesting. Oh wait, no, I was wrong. Sorry, Heatwave was. It was actually the decision that was taken was a red haze. I did think the animation looked different, and you know what? Lerio did a phenomenal job here. This is not how I would necessarily have fought this fight, and he has done it masterfully. It is not going to be as close as you would think. It's not going to be as far as you would think, but Lerio takes game number 1 here. Elves making Nilfgaard's life difficult into the long round 3. Wow, what a first series, and he's 1-0 up.
Sure, definitely happy taking that one through, especially against Nilfgaard. Very nicely done. Even there were 3 Vernaseals copied and played, Lerio was able to get most of the value out that he wanted to. So GG to Lerio for bringing through his Deadeye ambush list. And we now have Gandalf going through on blue. Now, I see one list I think is a blue coin list, Lionheart. What do you think?
I really hope we get to see the rain. It is going to be blessing the rains down in Skellige for Gandalf, I think, and I'm curious to see what Lerio does in counter to that. The more I think about the matchup we just watched, obviously there's a lot of value lost in theory for Assimilate, but Lerio played that really, really smoothly. Even when the Assimilate triggers were picked, even when they stole better cards, just had the power in that long round to just demolish his way through, winning by more than 10, I think, in the end.
For sure, for sure. There were some interesting plays there, like holding on to the leader ability, for example.
Yeah.
Like quite a few, actually, and committing some of the cards earlier on Lerio's end, but it worked beautifully for him, though. Even though Gandalf was able to steal Vernasil, didn't matter in the end, so that was carefully calculated by Lerio and very nicely done. Yeah, Gandalf now has the option of taking Stockpile through on blue, or like you said, Skellige. And the reason you take Skellige through on blue, of course, is because of the stratagem. We talked about this the other day, and you really want to be thinning with the Magic Compass. The stratagem allows you to do so, but no, we see Stockpile on blue, the first and obvious choice.
We do indeed, it is, and we're going to see that Stockpile Mutagenerator list, and for Gandalf, the huge thing. I see Mutagenerator in hand, although I did just see him mulligan away one of the Siege Masters, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, decided to take those out of his hand and not try and find the value of them now. but rather keep them for potential carryover later. Will be very happy with the state of his hand right now. On the other side, though, you can also see there is access to the Poison Boy, oh lord, as well as a Tunnel Drill, and Ciri as well if you want to take that value into this round.
And we see that Blaneham brother coming down immediately onto the melee row. That is not going to be touched, which is quite nice considering the amount of engines we're going to see on Gandalf's side. That card is going to be able to boost other cards by 2 points every turn until we reach Adrenaline 5, I believe. So Gandalf now going for the meter generator. So again, what this card does is every time you play a card on the range row, it will boost 5 random cards in your deck with the same provision cost by 1. So even though you can't see it yet, there is significant carryover being created each and every card Gandalf commits onto the range row.
Yeah, there is, and it's quite scary because you're playing for carryover. You're losing a lot of value into this round, but this list honestly doesn't mind that too much. Even on Blue Coin, you choose that. It's literally by definition you want it to be there, and you end up with so much carryover. Losing on even doesn't hurt. But now we've seen the Anero come down to take that boiling oil out, remove the engine threat to stop the tool removal by killing this failed experiment and purifying Roach in the progress, accidentally albeit. Very, very interesting choice there. Doesn't immediately play the Xavier though to take away the Aneromancy. Is holding it right now.
I love that tunnel drill play. That is Lirio making use of the fact that Gandalf has a very slow setup here with Meter Generator and doesn't have the option to take out the tunnel drill just yet. Lirio, on the other hand, can attempt to win on even here, and he is committing. He just needs to play a crime card now, and he's all set to wipe the board if Gandalf commits another card. Yeah, I quite like it. Lirio is committing here in order to gain round control on even.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Wouldn't even be surprised to see that Ciri Nova come down as the next card. There is reach, though. You can see Gandalf very intentionally not using the tactical advantage yet. Doesn't want to give a better poison or removal target for Lirio, so they are 5 points effectively hidden in the bank. The distance isn't too far here, and a Aneromancy going is bad, but when you've still got Amphibious Assault in your pocket, it could be a lot worse, right? Oh, that pairing was devastating.
Yeah, we see Fister coming down there as a crime card, so Tunnel Drill was able to do 3 points of damage for 2, and at Adrenaline 5, we see the Blaneham brother losing his immunity. He can now be killed if Gandalf has the cards to do so. Gandalf here falling behind. Gandalf can't really catch up too easily, which is normally not a big problem for Northern rounds, so they're sort of alright with this, but at this pace, Lirio seems to be in quite a good position here.
Yeah, most definitely into a decent spot here, and you could think, well, he's ahead and he's a card up, why doesn't he just pass? In this situation, winning on even is more valuable than losing with a 2-card advantage. And in this situation, you want control, you want to be in charge of the way the series goes, match for match, round for round, and it's very important here. Swindle for a lot of coins. That tunnel drill can go brr. I can't make the noise, feel free. As that was a crime card play, but does he feel he needs to? Is he going to choose to spend 4 coins to kill this engine? He is.
Brrr goes the tunnel drill. Yes, it is killed. Again, a great card, really. If you have enough crime cards, it's not a problem to pull off tunnel drill. Not at all, really. And I can see Gandalf here considering the Amphibious Assault. That's going to give him a little bit of tempo, but he's also going into a dangerous place here. Okay, we see the Landsknecht coming down there. 31 points is going to cut it.
It is a lot of points, but it is a scary decision to make here. Has decided to use AA knowing Xavier is on the board, made a huge push and got himself a good distance ahead by doing so, but is basically offering to Lirio saying, you know what, get rid of both of my Echo cards, remove my ability to find things, and that is what Lirio does handily and says thank you very much. Wouldn't be surprised to see either Ciri or Morale here.
Yeah, Gandalf isn't in the best place right now. I mean, yeah, Morale's just easily going to tempo ahead there, has another poison. Not that it matters a lot at this point. Lirio also has the option of simply playing Suri, which is going to make quite a bit of carryover. Gandalf has to go. Gandalf can't commit his scenario or Foltest Pride, because Foltest Pride's a card you want to queue up with Henselt. I'm curious to see what Lirio is about to do here. Lirio has quite a bit of control over the game and can decide exactly how much he wants to put pressure on Gandalf.
Most definitely. You can see some of these cards coming out boosted on the side of Gandalf because that carryover is there. Wow, mulligans into Henselt and Radovid. Please teach me your talented ways, good sir, because that would not have happened to me. On the other side, you can see the Golden Neckers. Wow, okay, these are some skillful draws here. Non-bricked Golden Necker as well, because there are crime cards, there are units, and also artifacts with the Shuffle Back Hideout available. The two specials, still Vivaldi Bank or Royal Decree. You are not going to complain at either of those options if you're Lario.
Yeah, I have a feeling Lario is definitely going to place at least the Candle as well as Suri onto the board to get carry over very nicely. I mean, really has the option to push if he wants to. He has everything he needs to really push. He has Savola and Golden Necker, which will provide for significant tempo. And he could potentially see just whether Gandalf actually has drawn into his cards. He might test it a little bit and see if he can get Scenario or something like that out of Gandalf.
And I think it's completely worth it. Lario's hand here screams of 2-0 potential. Drops the Siri and holds back, maybe spends once on the Siri, chooses it's entirely a decision, doesn't do so, can hold as much value as he wants. Gandalf here obviously easily gets ahead, but it's going to come down to a decision here now. Because if he gives Siege, he's going to feel terrible. Because then it signals, okay, I've got the value I want, I can pass here. But all of the other cards, like you need the Henselt for your short round 3, reinforcements are going to be needed on the battering ram, and the battering ram is needed for the siege. So it's either a slow play winch, boosting up a unit but losing a lot of value later, or commit the siege. Maybe even just... I saw him hover the Henselt there. I don't think he's going to play that here, and watch him do it now just to prove me wrong. But this is a tough one for Gandalf.
Oh, okay, so he goes for it. Lyrio's going to be very happy with that, and get a good idea now of what Lyrio's prepared to do here. Yeah, playing something other than the siege would have required him to commit Henselt, potentially, to get all the value out of siege, because he only has 2 siege engines there in hand and Henselt. So if he ended up playing the battering ram, that would have mean that he had to play Henselt in order to trigger all the scenario chapters. He could also have played the winch, but that would have been rather pointless, really.
It would have been, and this is not going to be pointless. We are going to see the Golden Necker played here. Lario wants everything, believes access is available for Gandalf, and says, I am coming for it. We see the Fiztech Trafficker has found Vivaldi Bank, and of course the Salamandra hideout as well. What is Bank going to grab here? Oh, that is a lot of potential points.
Goes for the failed experiment. Alright, very nice. So that can obviously transfer poison onto a card. Also goes for the abomination. Oof, that's a lot of points. That is a lot of points. So doesn't decide to immediately use the failed experiment's order ability. Doesn't want to use the coins perhaps. Instead, maybe not doing it at all.
I think we'll probably pair it, because you can either use the Salamandra hideout to not spend, or just wanted to pair it to remove something bigger than a 4. Wants to have that threat on the other side of the board for maybe having, but getting rid of the 7-point battering ram already is worth 10. Especially 11 if you consider the prop from Siege as well from Bombardment, so not really surprised to see instead using the poison on a bigger unit.
That's very nice, and has all the leader charges still left. That's a lot of coins. If Lirio wants to, he can really push here, and he can just go all in. He's obviously still feeling it out. What does Gandalf have in his hand? No sign of Henselt just yet, and I mean, that would be glorious. If he can get Henselt out now, there's nothing left for Gandalf to play in round 3.
And that is going to be really scary. He's already behind here. This is why he's not taking his foot off the gas. He wants to get the Henselt. If he manages to get it here, it is going to come down to just finding value in round 3 from the boosted cards, which can be pretty scary, but when your opponent also doesn't have too much left, it can work out for you sometimes.
Yeah, I have a feeling Lyria is going to go for the 2-0 here. There's no reason not to. You have carryover in the form of Ciri. Worst case scenario, Gandalf has Henselt in hand and has to commit it. Best case scenario, doesn't have it in hand and you just 2-0 easily. So, yeah, I would like to see Lyria go for Savola here. Okay, Gandalf says no. I'll give you Henselt now. Just have mercy. Don't take my last card. Okay, so that's going to be enough to get ahead quite easily, but I'd be very happy if I were Lyria in this position.
Yeah, completely. Has got all of the power and says thank you, goodbye here. Does manage to retain 4 of those leader charges, but a very, very successful bleed from Lario. Now it is going to come down to how much of that carryover, maybe those Siege Masters being the big difference here. If you can get them both and thin them both, maybe you have a chance. Remember, AA has been missing for a while, but some very good-looking draws on the other side with a full leader ability still remaining.
Look at those Siege Masters coming in now, and each one of them is boosted as well. So Gandalf plays the Battering Ram, and both of those will go onto the board for 6 points. Not bad at all. Though I can't imagine it's going to be enough. Lyria has done an excellent job here, and really, well, Gandalf still has some leader charges left, to be fair. Again, the odds seem to be in Lyria's favor here in this short round 3.
Yeah, most definitely. You can see the armor absorbing a little bit of that, and we're going to see more and more value come down from those Siege Masters. It's pulled some value, but I think you might be right. I think that Hand of Lario just has too much power. It's going to be about coin management as well, but we will see.
I mean, it certainly helps that Gandalf has leader charges left. I mean, he's doing quite a bit of damage right there. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It might be a little bit closer than we suspect, in all honesty.
It does look like it might be, because you're still in the situation. There's 8 coins available to Lario here. Probably going to use the Shady Vendor first, you would imagine. Killing that Salamander Mage is massive for Gandalf, because it's going to reduce the amount of tribute refunds. Can't really see enough coins for Lario to tribute both Morilci and Savola here, unless Shady Vendor high rolls into something that's going to give you coins like an eavesdrop or something.
Exactly. I mean, Morilci will probably come down for a simple 4 points, maybe getting rid of something like the Battering Ram at this point.
Yeah.
He's definitely doing some calculations here to see what it's worth. Has to be careful here. Has to be careful. That Shady Vendor can go into the melee or the ranger, but will he have enough points for Savola, then is the question. He has to calculate it to the T.
100%. And I agree with you. I think removing that engine now just makes sense, because it is finding a lot of extra value, and it is exactly what is done there as well.
Right, we see the drummer finally coming down there. Battering Ram gone now. Ballista still doing its thing. There's quite a bit of a coin difference here, and Gandalf still has 2 leader charges, which is rather scary at this point. Lyrio now having to decide whether he's going to play the Shady Vendor on the melee or on the range row. Has to pick what card is worth doing it with. Perhaps first going for Savola
first. Yeah, goes for the Savola first. Decides, you know what, I would much rather have the guaranteed points there, use the final leader charge to pair, because obviously in off the books you can play it ranged or melee row. It's going to be interesting to see. This is going to be very close here. We're going to see that winch coming down for good value, an extra ping as well. I think it needs an 11 here. This is not going to be easy to grab from Shady Vendor right now.
Oh, RNG. Help Lyrio out here. What are we going to see?
Okay, all of them give profit, but none of those... Oh, and you can spend the profit as well. It's 4, and he wins it by finding that. Wow.
Wow, GG. Wow. That was exceptionally close.
Lario finds a way here, and that's 2-0 Lario, right? We are racing through again here.
Lyrio just got his off the books list through. Now only has to take double cross through. Has blue, red, and then blue again if Gandalf comes in for a reverse sweep. That was very well played. Very well played.
It was. Comes down to that final decision in the end. I think trying to find that number of points, as long as he finds the coins, That's one of the reasons he chose to go melee rail, I suppose, because he knows his candle is up at 4 there. So at 4 spend, he was always going to find 5 value. It was going to be the safest choice. They will know, these players keep a memory of every possible option from these choices, right?
For sure, they make more notes than I do, and that's saying something. So Gandalf now has the option of taking a list through on red against Nilfgaard on blue. So it's either going to be a double cross or Rage of the Sea. I really hope we get to see Rage of the Sea here.
Oh, me too.
I hope we get an opportunity for that. I mean, it's not bad on red coin, and he
but it's
only has
very
one
scary
option
against
for blue,
Nilfgaard.
right?
Yeah, it's tough against Nilfgaard. I think he's going to have to take it on red and just try and be as abusive as he can with it. Try and win on even. Try and push with control, because as soon as you drop those messengers, Nilfgaard's going to play some as well. They always just seem to find a way, right? They always seem to find a way. And bear in mind, it's a rough list to try and get through Lerio. Even like he just has so many ways of dealing with that list. He runs squirrels in everything pretty much, with the exception of the syndicate list that is just through. So even then he can start messing around with your graveyard and just flat up get rid of Ryogen. Super difficult, really tough matchup here. And it looks like we're going in. Will the reverse sweep be on? Is it gonna be Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White that fights his way through? Let's find out as I get the match of my dreams. We do see it. Gandalf brings the rain.
Nice. Okay, at least we get to see every one of Gandalf's lists here tonight. At least the one that's not banned. I'm here for it. I'm here for Magic Compass.
It can't be accidental that both players were cosplaying your darkness in the last series and are now cosplaying pure light in this one. That cannot be an accident. I swear they know.
Ooh. CDPR probably just sent them a little whisper, said, hey, Kia's already letting us down big time here, guys. We can't have you doing it as well here.
You are casting through a literal blackout. You couldn't be doing anymore. Oh, Lerio not drawing the hand he wants here, though. We are seeing no Calvate and a handful of Obsidian Mirrors. So this is one of the times where you don't see Calvate round 1 as a Nilfgaard player, and unfortunately it's come on blue coin as well. So this is going to be a tough one for Lerio. He's going to be keen to get points and power out of this round as quick as possible.
Yeah, that's interesting. You don't often see Calvate not coming into your round 1 hand there. I even spoke to Lerio, and he mentioned specifically how some of his cards are just there for Calvate. You know, you want to include a lot of tactics so it starts off in your starting hand, but hey, sometimes RNG is against you here. But yeah, Gandalf starting off with that Melusine Cultist, getting ready to set up some rain. Lerio says no rain for you.
I suppose the scary thing for Obsidian Mirror, this is one of the few matchups that it's really potentially good.
Right.
It spawns a 1 power copy of 3 enemy bronze units. Any enemy bronze unit. Well, the little Halfru is a stunning option for that, because you can click it and get rain. The Messenger of the Sea is an engine, so is the Melusine Cultist, so he may actually be quite pleased that he's found those for this matchup.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice card, and Lerio runs 2 Obsidian Mirrors, mind you. Can you imagine if Gandalf manages to get more than 1 Messenger of the Sea and Lerio just goes ahead and like triples it and then triples it again?
Mine.
That would be amazing, but I think a defender would potentially be a problem actually. Defender wouldn't allow you to click with the Obsidian Mirror, I'm sure.
No, definitely not. Gandalf jamming his defender round 1, maybe with that in mind, but also maybe just to get ahead here, thins out the roach, wants to put the pressure on. No Calvate seen just yet, and if you're Gandalf here, you're thinking, this is ideal for me. This is what I need to see. I need the power. And we see the Yen. He was hoping Yen would draw into Calvate, but again, no. Terra Nova is not bad, but you do not want it in round 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's rather problematic. He's drawing into some of his better cards, but again, not ideal, especially if Gandalf would have taken this round and decides to just push in round 2. Lerio isn't guaranteed his golds if he isn't able to play Jan Calvate. It's rather awkward is what it is.
It is, and we see a leader charge from Gandalf here. This is with the intention of saying, I will stay ahead of you. You do not get a pass. Gandalf's literally saying, "You shall not pass. This is the best day of my life." That's the best thing ever. And he is smorking hard here.
Oh, so many references. So many. I need to go watch that Star Trek episode. That was on purpose. Please don't come after me. So we see Arturius Vigo coming down there with the Duchess Empowerment.
As we see Rain drop on now the other side of the... Well, not Rain, but there is a messenger on the other side. Lerio pushing to get ahead here, but starting to give you the information if you are Gandalf. He is going to start to think to himself, maybe, just maybe, I'm in a good spot here. You'll notice that he is still ahead, of course, because that Megascope's timer is going to pop off, and it is going to be 2 points ahead in the event Lerio passes. What is he going to do here? This is difficult.
Yeah, Lerio certainly has the option of passing. Note that Gandalf has the ring in the hand. Ring of Favor is going to play for quite a bit of points there, and Lerio has to keep that in mind. Now, he is going to go for Imperial Diplomacy here. There's a few options that there, which is a bit awkward though, isn't it? Can't really play that yet if we don't have Adrenaline 4.
And took the Crow Clan Druid because it boosts adjacent beasts. And the Messenger of the Sea, that little merman, is in fact a beast tag, so does find some value for it, ends up playing for 6 because of the Assimilate, but it's getting scary here. Gandalf able to just keep staying ahead and get value from all of this rain. Closer and closer, and Lerio is well aware that Ring of Favor keeps getting bigger and bigger. The window to use it, it's getting quite scary here for Lerio. Does he have to just accept getting out of this round right now?
Obsidian Mirror is looking very tempting though, I'm not going to lie. 2 messengers as well as the bronze, the cultist.
Yeah.
Exactly. Medicine's cultists there being able to spawn rain and trigger all the messengers. The problem is just, again, Lear is in an uncomfortable position here.
And that's the problem, because you're playing that, but it's only playing for... It's exactly what he does do here. Doesn't get him ahead, though, interestingly. So says to Gandalf, okay, now decide what you want to do here. Really easy choice for Gandalf, I would say. Doesn't need to go anywhere, can just Ring of Favor and fight.
Exactly, Gandalf just going for it. It doesn't really need to be worried at this point. Could have passed, decided no, not doing that. Lerio luckily is able to actually play that now. Rain didn't take out the Messenger of the Sea, so that's going to play for quite a few points. Funnily enough, he can also play Brathens, go for another one, or even go for a little half-root.
Could do. The option here plays the rain onto the melee row, and with now 3 of his own messengers, I wouldn't be stunned to see Brathens drop down for a potential 4th one. That is the risk of the 2 armored units causing problems. It's one of the reasons why he punches it, and you see that value all of a sudden swing round, but still not ahead here. The Melusine cultist isn't boosting anything because it's spawned to the right.
Ooh, and we see Surinova coming over there for carryover. That's rather problematic now. Lerio potentially not only losing on even, but also having to commit another card in the next round to get ahead. It's getting rather tricky here for Lerio. He might need to consider committing at this point, like really committing.
It's scary because even if he does choose, let's say he drops Brathens here, or, I mean, Terra Nova does have access to a Messenger of the Sea, but it's not ideal. Let's say he plays the Brathens. He will know how big Ring of Favor is in his opponent's hand, and I am not stunned to see this pass one bit. I think he knows the more he commits, he is playing into a lose here. Was desperately trying to fight his way out. Not finding that Calvé early is rough for his draws, but he's already found his good card, so it's not as heartbreaking as you might think, because he's already got those key pieces in hand and managed to protect them. Gandalf would always have gone aggressive here. Still hasn't found it. Oh my word, this is very unusual.
Yeah, that's very funny.
But finds everything else anyway, so...
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So Gandalf just going again. Going for that Melusine cultist right off the bat. Is starting to set up some cards. Again, really, you have Ryagon there in the graveyard. Still safe and ready to go. So if you're going to spawn too much rain, that's not really a problem. As long as you can play Ryagon by summoning him, he's still going to make all that rain tick. So you just need to set up the necessary engines like Messenger of the Sea to get its full value. And yeah, we see Lirio right off the bat going for Brothans, getting his own Medicine Cultist. He's going to start setting up rain himself, and I'm sure he's going to be playing those messengers the moment he commits an Illusionist.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Gandalf really not easing up here. That is quite the hand on his side. No, the Reorgun hasn't been removed yet, and isn't going to be, because there is no squirrel to be found for Lerio here. I can see Gandalf really pushing this. That Golden Necker is still unbricked as well. He has to push the round to thin as much as possible for the Magic Compass, but it does make the Golden Necker risky. The Golden Necker is going to find a Megascope, and it's only got one Megascope left. Plenty of specials and units, but it does get a little bit scary. It is greedy in that sense.
Yeah, for sure. And Gandalf has no guarantee that Lirio actually draw his golds here, because Jan Calvate was never played in round 1. So that's giving him a lot of details regarding what Lirio may or may not have in hand. Of course, we know Lirio has a beautiful hand.
Yes.
And yeah, Lirio has everything he needs to try and outpoint a bleed.
He does. We see the first of the Illusionists comes down and goes for another Melusine Cultist here. Not trying to get another Messenger of the Sea just yet. Will probably go for the powered one. Thinks more rain for a longer period of time is better. And we do see that Golden Necker jump down. Doesn't find that Magic Compass instantly, which is very lucky because it could have been really awkward there.
Yeah.
And instead finds Freya's Blessings and is going to be able to spawn a ton of messengers here. This could be a board wiping 2-0 potentially.
And that's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. Now all you need is a lot of rain and you're good to go, really.
Well, there is plenty of rain available. Only one leader charge, but a Skellige Storm as well. It is possible. It is very possible.
Okay, we see that second Illusionist coming down there with another Messenger of the Sea. Only problem is that Lirio does need rain himself in order to actually make use of that engine. I see both faces have vanished there for a second, but
they're switching
right.
lighting, it's fine. And it's difficult for Lerio, because when you're being bled here on even, he's weighing up, do I have to click my leader? Because the longer I wait, the worse it gets. Well, honestly, the leader's already bad. Bride of the Sea here does not have an option in Graveyard that is available for Lerio. Skellige Storm would have overwritten Rain anyway. Sigdriff is right. Does have options, but it's not amazing. It really isn't ideal here.
yeah, that's the problem, right? That is the problem. It would have been really nice if you could play something like Fukusia at this point with something like Magic Compass, but of course you can't really thin that much unless you are already in round 3 with this deck specifically. We don't run the discard package on Gandalf's end, but we do see Bride of the Sea coming down there, and I'm sure we're going to see... Oh, we're seeing... Is it going to be another messenger?
That is going to be 4 on the side of Gandalf here. That is so much value from the rain. Starting to get really scary if you're Lerio here. I think he may have to start considering using his leader ability. But this is a Terra Nova drop. Is he going to choose to play it here? Is he going to leader right now? Because he needs to get ahead here. This is getting really scary for him.
Yeah, and I can see Gandalf just waiting to play that Storm for 2 turns onto Lerio's row. Yeah, that's going to hurt. I think this might very well be a 2-0.
But that's a lot of points. That Storm onto his own is huge, and bear in mind, of course, the opposite row for Skellige Storm, those Melusine Cultists now boost adjacent units, which is a lot more points, but look at it.
Oh dear gosh. No, that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points right there. I think Gandalf's very happy. Calvate might not even see the golds he is putting so carefully into round 3. But yeah, Lirio is doing a good job himself there with the messengers as well. Has one set up, but the Storm alone is doing quite a bit of damage, right, on Gandalf's end.
It is. I mean, the scary thing is this Sigdriffus right on Reorgun doesn't actually help you. All of the rain that's available is already on the board and already going to find its point value. So, is he going to play it anyway? Looks like it, right? It's not going to spawn any more rain. It's not come from Fukusia here, so all it's done And is it enough to get out? And it is enough, because of course it does not head back over. That last turn of rain doesn't get there for Lerio. Gandalf has a foothold in this series.
That was beautifully done. I mean, yeah, that was just a perfect 2-0, and he made use of the fact that Lerio just simply didn't draw his cards. It's as simple as that. Calvate wasn't there in round 1. There wasn't a lot Lerio could do. He tried his best, played a good game, but now Gandalf has another chance here. He has a chance at a reverse sweep, and he's taking a stockpile on blue, I'm pretty sure. Now has to take out those messengers with some well-placed siege engines.
He does indeed, and it's nice to see that list. It is a very, very greedy list, but queued it on the right coin, knew that Nilfgaard would already be in trouble. I think that's the lowest possible you could find Calvate. It didn't actually stop Lerio from finding his cards. Seemed to draw very well, all things considered. But I think I agree with you generally. The only thing to consider it is now Gandalf is going to be worried about which coin to take. The dreaded Nilfgaard mirror as well is going to try and value which one is more important here, which one needs the coin the most. I think you're right. I think we're going to see the NR first, and it is the NR first. Can the reverse sweep happen? First step checked off with a mutagenerator in hand.
Yeah, we're seeing Stockpile here versus the Feared Assimilates. I think I mentioned messages a few seconds earlier while I was still stuck on the previous game, but yes, at least Gandalf gets the coin he wants, and he does draw into the mutagenerator, which is absolutely crucial if you're going to play Stockpile. So he's going to be able to set that up quite nicely. Also has most cards in hand you'd like to see. Amphibious Assault, you have the King ready to go, as well as Siege, so it's looking quite good on Gandalf's end.
It is, but this is a much, much tougher matchup than the last one, I think, in terms of coin and matchup, really. Albeit, certainly wasn't unwinnable the other way around, but this one's going to be a little bit tougher. Gandalf effectively giving away as much of the round control in some instances. Can this mutagenerator find value in this round and the next is going to be what decides this, I think.
Yes, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see whether Gandalf actually has the tempo to stay ahead with this list, because mutagenerator is rather slow. It's quite a slow play, which is one of the main reasons you need blue coin if you're going to be playing this list.
Yeah, very much so. That's the scary thing. A lot of the time, you just want to find that value early. All of this carryover, you can see that gorgeous animation as those beams fly into the deck. Siege Masters both picking up boosts already, and Caro Ballistas too, so there is some power in the deck. Now, Nilfgaard in round 1 doesn't tend to jam a huge amount of points here, and I am curious to see which path Lerio takes, because he's got a couple of decisions. He can say, I'm going to play to 7 cards, and I'm going to get out. That does free Gandalf up to take a long round and build as much carryover as he wants, which can be really scary. Or does Lerio value round control and say, I need to bleed this siege out and do what happened last time. I need to make sure that I get rid of the Henselt and also siege in the same round, otherwise I'm in trouble.
Very true. And again, that Obsidian Mirror is just sitting there, but it could play for quite a bit of value in this matchup as well. With all these engines on the board, something like Obsidian Mirror could be quite an interesting play here. Yeah, it's really going to depend on what each player's game plan here is. What does Lerio value most? Does he value a short or a long round? Does he value round control? Is he going to try exactly what he did when he played Syndicate against Northern Realms and beat Gandalf 2 games ago? We'll see, but at least he did draw into his Calvate, so he has quite a bit of options at his disposal from here on out.
He does indeed, but it's fair to say Lerio will know this matchup incredibly well and is just taking his time, slowly, staying ahead, uses the lock and using every moment of his time to make his decisions here, trying to work out what he wants. Access to the squirrel to get rid of AA could be huge, but it's also super slow tempo after your opponent has played a big amount of points. So this is the time he makes that decision. Right now, Lydia would be random chance, playing on the melee row instead to spawn and create. Possible, but not necessarily ideal. There's not really something you want the Mage Torturer to copy. Also is quite slow as well. So is going to be making the decision here. Do you keep going in this spot?
It is a rather awkward hand, right? It is rather awkward. There are several cards you can't play. You can't play the Obsidian Mirror yet. You don't have enough Bronze Engines on the side of Gandalf. You need at least one more, and they'll play for value. You don't want to commit your Mage Torture because you don't want either of those cards. Squirrel, you really do need to keep, and yeah, like you said, you're down to Lydia, really.
But then Lydia removes a card and slows you down even further, so maybe it is genuinely Mage Torturer here. Maybe it is Mage Torturer onto one of these options. You can see Lerio really going through the motions here, trying to work out what do I want to pick, and he does take the pass. I was curious to see if this was going to be a line he would take, and now Gandalf playing for free, more than happy here. More than happy to play his cards, get his value, and go down to 4 cards. Playing that Radovid, gonna get the carryover and the 5 leader charges, probably gonna dump another Ballista as well because he can, for 5 extra points of carryover going into the deck.
Well, that's kind of scary if Gandalf would go down to 4 cards because he's going to go into a long round against Nilfgaard. And playing Stockpile Henselt. I mean, that absolutely swarms your row, doesn't it? It absolutely swarms.
It does. I mean, the list for Lerio, it can clog your side, but it doesn't do it that well. So there's a Brathans that can do it, and you can create a couple of other spies, including the ones that are in deck, but you're unlikely to see them, really. We know it's going to be scary going into a long round against Nilfgaard, having everything for sure. But Gandalf toying with the idea of playing another card or just taking his time? Just taking his time, and does pass here, I'm assuming. Yes, he does, as we are going in. It's going to be a dry pass. Doesn't even use the tactical advantage available because it was not necessary. Oh boy, it's a long round. Gandalf has got a ton of carryover, and I have seen this do well. I have seen this version play out very well for the Mutagenerator player before. Siege and Henselt are available. He will already be delighted here.
I can imagine seeing Gandalf do something very similar to what Lerio did with Squirtle, in a very similar position where you simply spawn all the cards you want, fill up your rows real quick before the Nilfgaard player is able to do so for you. And that worked out quite nicely. Now, if you're able to do that with Henselt or your Scenario, you're going to be able to board wipe Nilfgaard the moment they play any assimilate cards onto their side. So yeah, the problem is Gandalf isn't going to be going first here. It will be Lerio going first in round 3, but I don't think that matters. There's not even a heat wave that can take the Scenario away, so Gandalf is in a very good position here, I'd say.
Awkward for Lerio. His hand is so good, what do you play? Drops the Mushy Truffle here, just playing for the effective carryover value. Does remove 1 Illusionist from that round as well, though, and an engine that could have found points, but nothing else. Could have given Rune Mage for that sort of setup later, but Rune Mage is all points now and good access, whereas you do take a good chunk of Mushy Truffle's value with you, so not surprised that that was the pick in the end.
We see both Siege Masters making it into Gandalf's hand at 4 points each. That's not bad in the slightest. Only problem here is they might accidentally draw Foltest Pride, which is going to make Henselt not as great. That's
is scary.
Yeah, it's always a possibility, and it's not something you want to see.
But there are backups, so there is another 9-power Caraballista in deck and a Siege Tower as well available to Gandalf in the event that that happens. So even if he draws 2 of the 3 of them from the Siege Masters, there is a 3rd backup available as well.
That's very true. Even though I know he'll be sighing if he draws into the wrong one. So Lerio deciding here to go for a Lyrian Landsknecht. Not bad at all, that
Leaders
card.
straight up.
Oh, wow.
And not getting really much that you would want here. Leaders turn 1 saying, I'm going to take 50-50. And that is not ideal. He was really hoping for Siege here. He has rolled the dice, Lerio, and said, I want to find Siege. Misses the 50-50, and you can see he ends up having to take a Temerian Drummer. Gandalf will be very happy with the way that just went.
Yeah, interesting that he decided to play his cards in the range row instead of the melee row, knowing that the Tribuque would come out. So that's rather interesting. But yeah, really not what you want to see there on Lario's side. I understand what his goal was, but it did not work out. It did not work out. Gandalf here, very happy, has a scenario on the board. And now we'll see what Lario is up to.
We will indeed, and I think it's the right line from Lario, because he knows it's coming down turn 1, and finding it would be massive here. Siege is scary, but Siege v Siege is scarier. Unfortunately, he does miss it. Those Siege Masters really clogging the usable options. When you take a Drummer as the pick, you know things aren't necessarily going the way you'd want.
For sure. Hey, it's still going to play for quite a bunch of points, actually. I mean, you've got a very long round. It might make all the difference in the end. So
He's going for the Henselt now.
Love to see it. Yeah, that's exactly what I hoped for. An absolute board wipe before Nilfgaard is able to set up any of their assimilate engines. Ooh, Siege Master coming down there, pulling 2 Warfare cards. That's great, because you're not going to want to play any more units on a board that is already full.
No, you're not. Interesting choice there is deciding to get rid of the damaging engine now and remove some value, even though, ooh, I don't know about that extra leader ability. A lot of value lost there, though. The battering ram not growing, not finding any value, so Henselt missing ticks for every single one of those there. That's really scary, and that back row is looking full. A real risk. That Caraballista and also the battering ram could end up being in trouble, but between a soldier and a mage, it is not quite a crude Voltes Pride, but you'll take it.
Yes, I guess you will take it, and as long as you can take it away from Henselt, you are happy. That Voltes Pride would have played for significantly more value if it was not removed. I mean, even though we are running out of leader charges here on the side of Gandalf, we still have many cards left in hand, so that would have ticked and ticked and ticked. And again, as long as it's crude, you only have to wait 2 turns in order to use it as well.
Yeah, completely the case. I'm not surprised we're going to start. I'm assuming we're going to see Siege transitioned here, find as much value as possible, if I'm not mistaken, to try and get rid of some of these engines right now. Makes perfect sense to me. Oh, doesn't get rid of any of them. That's not going to be ideal. Might manage to snipe the Vigo here from the Trebuchet. Oh, and misses. Ouch.
Oh, yeah, not ideal. Definitely not ideal. Well, Lario here having a lot of options. Definitely not wanting to steal anything yet, but is there really anything you want to steal in a Northern Realms matchup? I mean, what is that Mage Torturer even aiming for at this point?
Well, that's the difficulty. You're just trying to find as much value as possible. I honestly wouldn't be surprised, or wouldn't have been surprised to see the Caraballista stolen here. Seeing the Fur Cart come down and just yen that 9-point Caraballista. It's already would have played for 11, would have saved an engine, but we instead see trying to fill the row up with spies, trying to make this awkward, maybe preventing this battering ram from moving back, and also blocking the soldier pocket as well for the Caraballista's armor.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Yeah, now Henselt isn't going to be getting any more points, and that battering ram can't move backwards, so it's just lost its value entirely. It's not looking too horrible for Lario, if I'm going to be honest. He still has a lot of cards that needs to come down onto the board. Gandalf here has limited amount of space to really play the cards that he has left. Still has a minimum of 4 units in hand.
He does, and that was an intentional self-damage from the Reinforced Ballista to open up the room for the battering ram. Really, really nice. In the last series, we saw Piebol self-heatwave in a way that you would only expect him to do, but you know what? Sometimes self-damaging in Gwent is the right line, even when self-wound isn't here.
For sure. You love to see it. You love to see people do things you normally don't see on ladder, and it normally happens in the competitive pro scene. It's a lot of fun to cast and make some notes while you're at it. We see the Mage Torturer come down there finally, and it goes for the Ballista. Not a bad target. Definitely not a bad target. 1-point engine you can steal right there.
You can indeed. You're going to be seeing probably the other Reinforced Ballista going forward as well. Just constantly trying to keep that edge. Still 2 more leader charges. Not going to be able to pair them on the back row for Henselt value, but you are going to see value in the Reinforced Ballistas probably getting rid of another engine as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, it's looking really nice for Gandalf. Gandalf getting rid of those engines as quickly as they're being placed onto the board. And you have Henselt next to that Caraballista as well. So Henselt's still doing its thing at this point. So Lero has a decision to make now, whether he's willing to play Arthur Terra Nova for that assimilate value. Going to hold on to Yennefer, or instead get rid of that Caraballista that is doing quite a bit of points there. It's not only feeding Henselt, but it's also growing in value itself, or has grown in value to say the least.
It has, and the Assimilate engine is the pick of choice as well as damage, acknowledging that having too many of those engines on Gandalf's side gets scarier and scarier here. So makes sense to take it now, wants to try and do this while there is still any Assimilate engines left, but there are not going to be many left after this, and I think Gandalf is doing a very good job trying to take this into a game 3.
Yeah, Gandalf looks very satisfied. This is beautiful, yes. So Gandalf did do exactly what Lirio did to him, which is just setting up your cards real quick before Nilfgaard's able to catch up, and just use that to your full advantage. Now we're going to see Bribery coming down here, and not bad. Not bad. I don't believe...
work though. He's straight out. Lirio says, you know what? I cannot win from here. Those options aren't going to do it for me. He forfeits and takes us into game 5, and it is the matchup of all matchups. It is Nilfgaard versus Nilfgaard coming up. The reverse sweep is on here for Gandalf.
It sure is, and that was very well played from Gandalf's end. Yeah, King Radovid not very helpful with that leader ability in particular. Doesn't really do anything, does it? So we are going to see Nilfgaard v Nilfgaard. So question is Nilfgaard better on red or on blue? That is the real question. And are we going to see a long round is what I'm hoping for. I like the chaos that occurs when the board is just full and it's pure chaos.
Oh dear, I mean it's scary either way, I would say. A lot of the time in an engine mirror, which Assimilate you could argue is, it is all about getting to play into the winning round first to establish your engines as quickly as possible. Is that going to be the case here? This list generally has done well on red coin in most instances, and Gandalf has chosen to take it on red. It is going to come down, in reality, to who gets what. There are a million micro decisions to make. Each turn in this matchup, you are playing all 3 rounds at once when it's Nilfgaard v Nilfgaard. Oh, and those hands are both looking pretty even.
Yeah, both have Jan Colvate. That's the first thing that catches my eye now. Both have Jan Colvate. They have a nice setup. It appears that Lirio has more golds in hand than Gandalf, so potentially doesn't want to commit all of them in round 1, especially on blue coin. So Gandalf here has the option of pushing and trying to win on even. I think I would have preferred red coin if I'm going to be honest here, but really it is each player's play style that is going to determine who wins this one.
Yeah, for sure. And realistically, there are advantages and disadvantages to both. As Gandalf here, you're going to go super aggressive, certainly feels like his style, to try and get that round control, stay ahead and force the awkwardness. If you can get that control, if you can guarantee your last say in an Assimilate mirror, it is incredibly telling, whether it's a short round or, more interestingly, a long round, as you say. So Gandalf will certainly be aiming for that. Lirio will do everything in his power to stop it.
For sure. Having last say with Yennefer is just beautiful. And I'm sure both players are going to be going for that. Gandalf starting off right off the bat with Furkart, going to be committing Imperial Diplomacy, draws into another Illusionist. Can't really play Illusionists yet, so those are 2 potential round 1 bricks from my point of view. Grabs the Crossbowman.
Yeah, does grab the Crossbowman. Yeah, and as you point out, unless something dies, the Illusionist obviously is just playing as a flat 4, which is never what you want. So a little bit awkward for Gandalf, as he's going to struggle to find ways of removing units here. He's got the Ointment in hand, for example, rather than the Tawny Joust, and that is going to be a little bit difficult. We see Furkart coming in, jousting, and jousting for protection value as well. Lirio trying to make sure his units stay on the board and keeping that power level up.
Yeah, Lirio has about 2 bronzes left before going into the gold territory, whereas that's not a problem with Gandalf here. Also holding back on Jan Culvate for now.
He is, but still staying ahead, crucially, Lario. The one thing he will want to avoid is losing on even here, so I'm curious. He can play one of the bronzes. Let's say he plays Van Moorleham's Hunter and decides to lock, but it's really slow tempo. It is only 3 points, and he is only 3 points ahead. Gandalf would only need to find 7 in order to do that, and I think that's going to be a consideration. It's why he chooses to bleed instead, giving him a much bigger gap and a better chance of potentially passing his way out of this round.
That's definitely true. Definitely true. Going for the bleed instead of the lock here. And Gandalf does go for the illusionist. Just a 4-point illusionist, but it is a soldier, so it does trigger the crossbowman, ironically.
It does indeed. That's interesting for Gandalf. Perhaps signaling to Lario, maybe my hand's not as good as you think. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lario go away here. As much as Lasse is valuable, that hand, I suppose he hasn't committed Calvate yet. He wants to play the Calvate in this round, both of them do, and this is now the moment that Gandalf will be looking for.
Yeah, he finally commits the Calvate, so that's very telling of wanting to get out of the round. Gandalf plays his own Calvate as well, and that does not get him ahead though. It does not get him ahead.
It doesn't, and I think Gandalf doesn't mind this round ending, because if he wins it, he gets last say. He is doing everything. It's huge in this. It's absolutely massive. And Lario will know that. But looking at his hand, he's got to be thinking to himself, do I really want to commit here? I don't want to yen any of this nonsense. I can't afford to play the bronze because it's really slow. Am I just randomly YOLOing bribery with no assimilate engines? That feels awkward. Could use it's getting harder and harder for Lario to want to stay in this round and potentially get out of this round without losing on even, which would be disastrous in a Nilfgaard assimilate mirror.
Exactly. You can tell both players are really thinking about it. Both are roping out constantly, wondering what the other person has in hand. Lario taking all of his time to make this decision, and it is a big decision. This could be the game that brings you into the semis tomorrow. Decides to pass out.
He does, and that ointment just drops down. Little bit of value, nice and simple, giving Gandalf round control. The choice now for Gandalf, though. Do you play or do you pass here? That is the big one for Gandalf in this spot into the next round. Are you going to be bleeding this situation? Both of you have played Calvates. Both of you are drawing perfectly, and the top end of the lists are very, very similar. A couple of techs down in the 4-piece slot. The tactics notably different between the lists.
Yeah, for sure. I expect to see both players at least surely just committing their carryover in the form of the mushy truffles. Not a lot else here you want to do unless you're absolutely going for that last say on Gandalf's end, and just going to make sure you go down to 7 at most, get out, and have last say into round 3.
Yeah, very much so. Worth noting, actually, in the 5-piece slot, one of the tactic options, there is on the one side experimental remedies. So Gandalf does run them, but I don't believe Lario does. So what's in the graveyard does matter differently for each player. It's not as painful that Gandalf does have an illusionist engraved, because that would be very scary as a potential target.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the illusionists often play for quite a bit of value if you can find your targets right. You normally don't want to play your Mage Torturers round 1, as that is just illusionist fodder and is exactly what you don't want to see on your opponent's side of the board in a long round.
Completely true. I'm assuming we're going to see the Ardfian crossbowman here. We're going to find value. Obviously, illusionists, grabbing illusionists will give you 2 of them at once. You've already got the bonded, but it's just much better to go for the crossbowman. Does hit the armor, though. Does hit the armor. Rune Mage, and that's it. Gandalf's in. Gandalf is in and going down here, trying to find value, as I said. It's that last say is so vital, but playing your engines first is so vital. And technically this counts as carryover. Can Gandalf keep his card now? Because I don't think Lario is ever going to take his foot off the gas here now.
No, and Gandalf immediately going for that Slave Hunter, which is another assimilate card. Definitely something Lyria will want to steal with an Illusionist in a later round, but perhaps Gandalf here is going for the 2-0 and isn't going to allow that at all. Lyria needs to decide whether Gandalf's bluffing or not, decides to play the exact same card, a Rune Mage, probably going to go for that
and finds
Nilfgaard.
an Illusionist. Do not pick that Kingslayer. I'm assuming he's got to go for the Illusionist here because there's so much value in that with one already set up. He will be checking through. These players don't just get shiny and then jump straight in. He will be going through the value of each of these. You might not even recognize the Standard Bearer as the middle card. Maybe you haven't seen it in forever. Or the Combat Engineer. If you control an artifact, boost self by 3. But this Illusionist to me looks like the clear option.
And what are we going to see? Another crossbowman potentially coming down there. Oh, that's exactly what we see. 2 crossbowmen in an assimilate list. Of course, every time we see a soldier being played, those are going to be triggered and they are going to damage cards on Gandalf's end of the board. We finally see that Mage Torture coming down, a clear indication that Gandalf is going all in at this point. Very happy to steal the Rune Mage from Lyria's side of the board. I'm sure Lyria is going to be stealing the exact same card.
Yep. This is going to be a backwards and forwards. The push from Gandalf here, it's going to be really tough because the hands are identical, but Lerio is effectively 10 points ahead and also has one more card. This is going to be really difficult as a push to keep the cards or potentially not just give up your advantage here. This is going to be really scary. It's going to be all about micro decisions in the card ordering.
Goes for Arturius Vigo, probably going to go for that Duchess Informant. Yoink another Mage Torture, I'm sure. And that's going to be another Assimilate engine going down right there. Very crucial. The one with the most Assimilate engines is normally the one who takes the round. So getting those set up early on is better than not having them at all. Ooh, and that extra Rune Mage is going to hurt for sure.
It is. And Obsidian Mirror is petrifying here. There is a Bomblin on the right-hand side. There is a Master of Puppets. But Obsidian Mirror is going to spawn 3 Assimilate engines if he picks it right now. That is... No, he takes the Master of Puppets with a swing. You know what? These could be terrifying at the right moment. You can just steal your opponent's biggest Mage Torturer. I love the card. Honestly, one of my favorite reveals of all time from Bomblin.
Please take the Obsidian Mirror. Please give us something to work with. I get that you don't want to overswarm. In all fairness, it's the last thing you want to do. But if you're able to steal some cool Assimilate cards, then what is the problem, you know? What is the problem? Goes for Coated Weapons here. Nicely done.
And Coated Weapons is just because of how threatening that Master of Puppets is. The ability to steal such a huge card at the right moment when you can't steal it back is massive. And that Lydia drops here. Lerio only needs to find 9 points to keep the pressure on. Now it's constantly about what do you trade and how do you make sure you keep getting value. A better board state for Gandalf for sure, with I think 4 Assimilate engines on board compared to just 1 for Lerio. So needs to start making decisions around that.
Yeah, that's very true. Lyria definitely holding back just a little bit, not wanting to give it his all yet. The last thing you want to play is Brathens before your opponent, because that card is not sticking on to the board for very long. Has the opportunity to play something like Bribery or Lydia. Both are going to be proccing those Assimilate engines quite nicely. Again, having access to some nice cards over there.
Lydia into another Illusionist probably. No, just straight into the Crossbowman, which is interesting. Could have played an Illusionist into a Crossbowman there. Perhaps just ran out of time.
Perhaps preparing for a long round. It could be that he is afraid of overswarming.
Yeah, that's true. Worried about having too many units on the board. Wouldn't necessarily have been this late in, but yeah, either way. Perhaps just either ran out of time or decided didn't want too many units on that side of the board. As we see, Gandalf does now commit the Brathens. The scary thing is going to be, can you get a spying tag on that Brathens? If you have a spying tag on your opponent's Brathens, they don't have one on yours, your Terra Nova is significantly better than theirs.
Yeah, also, at what point do you decide to use your leader ability? It really is crucial, because if Gandalf now decides to play Arto Terra Nova and leader, Lyria is going to be left behind, not being able to do that with Gandalf's Arto Terra Nova, and will only be able to steal Yennefer. So it's really a game of who's going to commit what first, and how far is my opponent willing to go.
It is very scary here. We did just see that tag has now dropped. Brathens is available from the Terra Nova on Lerio's side. They know what cards each other have in hand, or should have in hand, because of the way Calvate works. So Lerio is aware here. Could make the decision. What is he going to drop? He doesn't need a lot of points, and I don't think he's going to be... it's so risky, because he leaves Gandalf the opportunity to click the leader, knowing that it's useless to Lerio. This is super scary. But I would want to be Lerio over Gandalf right now.
Lerio has the option of just stealing the Brathen. 6 points will be enough to get him ahead. Using the leader, that is the question, right?
Gandalf's got it all in here, I think. Gandalf's got to go for the whole 9 yards, and I think he leaders and double Terra Novas, and then just says, I have 1,000 Assimilate engines, fight me. I think that's got to be the line.
Oh, gosh, that is likely the line. I think you are correct here. That's going to be scary.
Look at the points. Look at the points. And it's Assimilate engine into create Assimilate engine again and again and again. Oh lord, not that reveal card. And another Assimilate engine. And he does click it. Oh my word. More and more and more. I think he even clicks Truffle here. I think he knows he has to do it.
Definitely.
Oh, this is so many points.
Oh, Lirio. Gandalf.
I don't think it's over though. Oh no! Wait, Lirio's done. I think Lerio could have caught there. Gandalf has. That is it. Lerio is out. Lerio is forfeited. I don't know if that was as done as it looked, but wow, Tia, that is the reverse sweep of the legend that is Lerio. Gandalf, look at the smile on his face. Look how happy he is. What
I love that
series.
Smile. He played it beautifully. He showed us how a reverse sweep is done, and really he did push Lirio there into a very awkward corner. Lirio said, you know what, I'm not giving you my leader. Gandalf said, that's exactly what I wanted from you, and Lirio was out just like that. So congratulations to Gandalf going through to tomorrow's semi-finals. Very nicely done, Gandalf.
He is indeed. I'm really surprised Lerio forfeited there. He still had his own Terra Nova into Brathens, followed by a bribery. Sure, the leader was dead, but I don't know. He needed to find 60 points in 2 cards as Assimilate. Seemed very doable to me, but he has a lot more experience than I do, so yeah, finding the board space, I suppose, if the Brathens can't create a spy is also very awkward, which the Rune Mage would have swarmed. Either way, you know what? That was an incredible series. We finally got another best of 5 after a rapid fire series early on. Wow.
That felt very good. Not that I am rooting for either player, but a reverse sweep is always like the underdog going back for it. Again, very well played from Lirio. I think he was just done. He said, I did my thing. I'm gonna take my coins. I'm out. I'll see you in the next Open. And yeah, I think we can go over to Gandalf right now and hear what he has to say.
A reverse sweep. I love to see it. Finally, more emotions and more things going on. Gandalf, my man. Gandalf the White or Gandalf the Grey?
I think now it's the White.
The White, exactly. You said he shall not pass. He did not pass, and that was just
exactly.
That was so beautiful. Reverse sweep, awesomely played. How did you feel like when it was close to you not making it through? Did you in those type of situations, do you kind of like, okay, I'm gonna power through, or were you like, am I gonna make it or not?
To be fair, I know that I'm pretty favorite with Kellige and my Northern Realms against his Assimilate.
Yeah.
So it was basically against NG Mirror.
Yeah, that NG Mirror was clutch, and the amount of points at the end was just crazy. So that was really really
it
good.
Was terrifying.
Yeah. So Spelling Bee or Mystical tomorrow, because you're gonna go against one of them. Did you have a chance to look at their lineups and the decks that they're bringing, or not yet?
Yeah, I looked at this, and I think both are great players, but I think I would like to go with maybe Mystical.
Okay. We shall see how it will be. But yeah, it's awesome to see you to go through. It was an amazing match. Congratulations. Now, yeah, get some rest, and we shall see you tomorrow in the semifinals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we are back. That was a really, really happy Gandalf there. Love to see it. You can see what that meant to him. It was a really, really impressive reverse sweep, Tia.
It was very nicely done. Again, bringing back a Rage of the Sea List as well. Something we don't get to see a lot in this open, so I'm always glad when we get to see a spicy list going through so we can see it a second time tomorrow. And we will be able to see it unless it gets banned. But yeah, that was quite a series, Lionheart. I really enjoyed casting that one with you.
100%, and I believe we can now see 3 of the 4 semi-finals are locked in. Magpie earlier today blasting through into the semis and is facing off against Fireball. That is going to be a stacked first semi-final. Gandalf reverse sweeping Lerio. There is 1 quarterfinal remaining, and it is Spelling V Mystical. The 2 of them brand new to the open scene. This is their first tournaments, so the nerves will be equal. And you can see the prize pool updated as well here.
Yeah, it's looking very nicely so far. Magpie going home with $2,300 guaranteed. Gandalf just having secured $1,840. And Lerio still going home with quite a bit. He can be very proud with that, indeed. Nothing to be upset about right there. And we have Spelling Bee versus Mystical left. But again, already having a guaranteed $1,150. I mean, that does not feel bad in the slightest.
No, it does not, and those prize pools wouldn't be anywhere near where they are without your support of Gwent Esports. You added over $13,000 to the prize pool, and you know what? You can help add to the prize pool of Masters with this little beauty as well.
Yeah, it's the time of the day bundle. You can get it now and you're going to get this beautiful looking card back. It also does move, which is something that makes it even more special. Again, your contributions alone have more than doubled the prize pool for today, and you should be very proud of yourselves. I'm sure the players are very grateful.
I'm sure they are indeed. It is always great when the community comes together, getting those amazing rewards, but also supporting Gwent Esports as well. This has been our last quarterfinal for the day. Do not worry, we are back tomorrow for the first semi-finals and the finals. But there is one more thing left today. There is another series from Sealy and Spessy. Oh, and I think you mentioned your leaks as well, right, Tia?
No, you should all go to bed after they've casted. I'm sure there's nothing waiting for you in the end. Nothing at all. No leaks from me today.
If you say so. I don't believe her personally. You know what? I would stick around right till the very end if I were you, chat. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to send you off to the 4th quarterfinal now, introducing you to Spelling Bee and Mystical, and it will be Sealy and Specimen taking you through. Thanks, guys. We will see you tomorrow.
Bye.
So my name is, my Gwent nickname is Spelling Bee. I've been playing Gwent for about 3 years now, and the reason my nickname is Spelling Bee is because, well, as you can guess, when I first started playing Gwent, I was very good at spelling bees. I won various regional spelling bees, which is pretty much how my name originated from. I'm 16 years old right now. I'm currently living in Toronto, Canada, and I'm very much excited for my first Gwent Open. So I first heard of Gwent through a small YouTuber that I started watching. He used to play arena mode back before Homecoming, and I was really fascinated by the whole concept. I had really never played a card game before, or really anything of this scale before, so I was intrigued. So yeah, about like 6 months or so before Homecoming, I first installed the game, and I think the first month or two I was basically just playing arena. And then after that, after a month or two, I actually started investigating ladder, kind of just trying to build my own decks and climb up the ladder. And I think my first pro rank season was actually just as Homecoming began, and that's really when it started. Usually when I'm playing Gwent, I usually play for about 2-hour stretches. I usually don't play Gwent if I don't want to. Like, if I'm having fun with Gwent, I'll continue. If I'm usually losing a lot of games, I'll try to stop, because
I'll just accept that the meta at the time isn't favorable to the deck I'm trying to play. But usually while I'm playing Gwent, I usually like listening to other streamers or videos about Gwent. I'm not really into listening to music alongside playing. In terms of anything else I do while playing Gwent, I usually just on my bed playing Gwent on my iPad, which is where I usually play Gwent from, because I don't really have a PC or anything like that. So that's really just how I play Gwent.
Yeah, so hello everyone, my name is Dmitry. I'm 20 years old, competitive Gwent player for Team Vendetta. In real life, I'm studying for a master's degree in software engineering, and it's my first official Gwent tournament. It was during the release of the Way of the Witcher expansion. I saw my friend playing Gwent and decided to give it a try too. I really liked the game, and since then I've been playing it almost non-stop. And actually I started playing Gwent before playing Witcher game series. I think that was the moment when I first got to the second day of qualifiers, and it actually was my first qualifiers, so I was very happy with that. Usually I was grinding during entire season for like 6 or 7 hours a day, with small breaks almost every hour. But in the last season I started playing a few days before the end and was able to grind to the top 16. So in the future seasons I might change my approach to the climbing to this.
Hello, welcome back. I am Specimen and I'm joined by Celie, and we're about to watch the quarter-final of the day. Celie, how are you?
I'm doing great. I cannot wait for this series. Just like we saw in the interviews, we have kind of a new players to the open scene, at least. Mystical, I think, mentioned first qualifiers and he made it to an open. Did I hear that right? Because that is definitely impressive in that case. Yeah, both players making their debut today, Spelling Bee and Mystical, and I'm sure they have a couple of cards up their sleeve today, and we get to see all the awesome shenanigans that they have planned for today's series.
Yeah, that is seriously impressive. I know both you and I have played in qualifiers before, and just qualifying for that was a big achievement, but to actually then qualify for your first one and then get into the open as well, that's kind of mad. I don't think I've heard of anyone doing that before, so really impressed. And we can take a look as well at the Twitter poll to see what the general public, the audience, think about these two guys, who they think the favorite is. Going to be an interesting one. 64% in favor of Mystical, 36% in favor of Spelling Bee. Two players that aren't as well known as some of the ones on the top end of the bracket, but that does not mean you should underestimate them. They've got it all to prove, Celie.
Absolutely. I think both familiar names from the ladder and have a shot at proving what they can really do. Great players, of course. That's how you make it to a Gwent Open. So it'll be really fun in the poll. Yeah, as we've seen many times before, you never know how it turns out, and predictions can be right and they can be wrong.
Also, we talked about Mystical and his big achievements, but can we talk about Spelling Bee's beard? I wish I could grow a beard like that. I can't, but if I could, I would absolutely have one. This is all I've got. This is like 6 years of no shaving, but yeah, Spelling Bee, very cool looking guy. Mystical as well, just really excited to see these guys. Nice interviews. We can take a look at the decks as well, because there is some really exciting decks in this one. In particular, one lineup I think a lot of people in chat are going to be excited to see, a bit of a less typical strategy than you might expect, and it is here from Spelling Bee, with the first deck being Off the Book Syndicate, and it has got a King of Beggars, so there's no Golden Necker in this one, going for the traditional Devotion Syndicate.
That's right. I mean, speaking of King of Beggars, I think it's a pretty fun card. Imagine going to the store, buying something, and then you're getting not only the product that you bought, but also your money back from buying it. I mean, that's King of Beggars, and that's why he's in this deck. Really fantastic tribute support card here to include. And of course, we'd like to highlight Cyrus here. He's a big one. He really can do a lot for your board, and especially in round 3, if you can save something like Shock and Cyrus, that would be amazing. So not only does Cyrus play for really great points on deploy, that's 9 points of value plus 4 coins, he also creates a threat overload just by himself because of the resurrected Firesworn units then that you've ideally played earlier from graveyard to the board, and then he has cooldown as well, so you can use that ability multiple times pretty fun card and a really strong one. One of the perks of actually not playing a Golden Necker deck is you can include these higher provision gold cards with pretty flexible gameplay indeed. So Professor Philippa Horson Jr. as well can be included in something like this.
Yeah, the other benefit of playing Hellfire, he's got a great name, hasn't he? A great name and also
Absolutely.
great voice lines as well. So I'm excited to see and hear some of those hopefully in a little bit. We can now move on to the second deck, and it's probably just worth talking about the overall strategy. And you can see it's a very control-heavy lineup. We've got a Reckless Flurry deck, and there's a Sunset Wanderers, there's an Erendite, there's a Handgaith Sword, the Discard Package, as well as this Magic Compass. So Reckless Flurry was one of the most popular decks in Gwent for a very long time, and here's the Erendite that you can see. A very meta-defining card just a couple of months ago. Of course, it's now 10 provisions, which means you can no longer play it in Golden Necker decks, but really looking to get ahead and use those Reckless Flurry leader charges to get as much value in your Erendite as possible. Every turn when you end up ahead, your Erendite is going to be getting that 1 extra point of damage, which of course with an Echo that translates into a lot of points. So this Flurry deck looking to just play lots of cards and never pass and maximize the Erendite value.
Absolutely. Deck revolves around this Erendite and has a similar concept to the Golden Necker Flurry list that you mentioned that was really popular earlier. It's a nice mix of point slam and control cards here, and I think every single card in this deck really falls into one of these categories, either control, thinning, or point size. It can be a really threatening deck if you get it all off. And then we can move on to Imprisonment here. Now, as you can see, not really similar to all of the assemblies that we've seen so far. It is an Imprisonment list, so it's a lot more control heavy again. So still having all these big threatening assimilate cards, it does play that Imprisonment leader then for Locks and Vigo's Muzzle in addition to the standard inclusion to Yennefer's Invo. So it means Spelling Bee is looking to answer threats and he wants to answer them when he needs to. I'm kind of seeing this deck as don't spend too many resources early and then play reactively in answer to whatever threats your opponent might be making. And Calavite is a great mention again, about 70% chance we'll be seeing Calavite in round 1, so we'll see if Spelling Bee manages to draw him, because he will certainly help with the gameplay value.
Imprisonment, you gain a lot in matchups against decks like Northern Realms, which are very engine heavy, but you lose a lot in the Nilfgaardian Mirror. So that's something to look out for with Spelling Bee with this approach on Imprisonment. Finally, last but certainly not least, Guerrilla Tactics makes a surprising appearance. Of course, Milva Sharpshooter being the centerpiece card in any Guerrilla Tactics deck. Whenever you're moving a card, Milva's going to come flying out of the deck, damaging something by 1, and then she has an Order which can also damage an enemy unit by 1. And if you get that Death Blow on the Order, she's going to fly back into your deck. So you can use her multiple times. She's adding on some extra removal range, and suddenly your leader charges are becoming quite lethal. This is not the typical deck we've been seeing. We've been seeing a lot of Scoia'tael, but it's been elves. This deck is really a very control heavy deck, and I think it's one of the strongest decks if you're going for a hard target lineup to deal with engines, and that is exactly what Spelling Bee's done. He's very much targeting Northern Realms while also still just trying to make sure that his decks can win other matchups as well.
Absolutely, control heavy lineup, and he did say that he's trying to target NR. We've seen NR in action. It's a really strong deck. I'm so curious to see whether Spelling Bee's techs here and the choice of taking a very control heavy lineup will pay off when it comes to that NR, because that is the matchup that he is trying to beat with his lineup. And then we can take a look at Mystical's lineup again, maybe a little bit more familiar to what we have seen here. It's kind of similar to, for Paya example, Cuna. It's just a well-rounded deck, or includes a lot of well-rounded decks that have no real glaring weaknesses, but also kind of unlikely to exploit a certain deck or lineup from opponents like Spelling Bee with his targets. So let's talk a little bit about this Golden Necker Tribute deck. It does have a couple of interesting twists. So instead of including Fistex like most similar lists, this deck is opting for Teshamutna's Sword and Necromancy in addition to that bank. And Teshamutna's Sword, of course, is a nice removal tech there indeed. So here you can see the Necromancy, very interesting card, I think, in this list. It seems like Mystical is really valuing Syndicate Bronzes so much that he is willing to pay 7 provisions for an extra copy. So his approach could be kind of great when it comes to putting multiple threats at once on the board. You can do that pretty consistently with this Necromancy by playing Golden Necker, of course. So having more consistent access to failed experiments can also just be really, really valuable, and Gellert can become a huge threat as we've seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. Necromancy a weird choice, honestly, but these Golden Necker decks, the provisions just work out quite differently. We're used to in Gwent having a whole bunch of 4 provision cards, and then you kind of try and avoid these 7s and 6s as much as you can. But when you're playing Golden Necker decks, a lot of the time you just end up with these sort of mid-rangey cards in your deck, and Mystical going for the Necromancy and the Teshram Mutton Sword. Stockpile up next, very, very similar to the other versions that we've seen, with the Muta Generator being sort of the centerpiece new addition to these decks. Also worth mentioning that he is playing a Maxi in at 5 provisions. This is the main area that we've seen players differing their decks, where we've seen some Griffin Witcher Rangers, we've seen double Drummer, so this Maxi is the option for Mystical.
That's right, and Muta Generator, of course, is a nice inclusion and you want to find it. So Amphibious Assault inclusion as well is getting more value when you find your Muta Generator. In case you miss it, you'd probably be happier having a Heatwave or a more controlling card. But let's see how it works out for Mystical. He's taking this very classic approach to Stockpile. And he does have a double cross list here as well. It's very similar to the other Assimilate decks we've seen so far, but it has a spicy inclusion in there, and that is Tourney Shaelmar. So being able to deal 7 damage to a Nilfgaard unit, or it can be a very potent point slam finisher against other factions. I think this Shaelmar is kind of cheap and cool to include at 6 provisions.
Yeah, it got buffed a few months back and hasn't seen that much play, but is a real option. The other thing to point out in this Nilfgaard deck is that the 4 provision slot, where there's a Mage Infiltrator. Not the most typical of choices, but one thing that this card is going to be really great at dealing with is dealing with all those Azars that we've been seeing lots of people running in their off-the-books decks. It's one of the few ways that you can really consistently answer Azar. Of course, if it gets buffed up, it's going to be more of a struggle, but also by Mage Infiltrator being in the deck, it's giving you that third option of Brathans. Traditionally, including a card like this is making your Vigo too inconsistent, but with these Rune Mage in the deck, your Vigo is going from 3 choices to 5, and therefore Mage Infiltrator still makes the cut for Mystical.
And then we can take a look at the elf list here, Deadeye Ambush. We are no strangers to this list. We've seen it quite a bit today. So this is a pretty straightforward approach that, of course, revolves around establishing the Vanadane Simulus Elisa combo with the Elf Swarm payoff then. But a card that we'd like to highlight here is Teruviel. She's kind of an interesting inclusion a lot of the time in open deck lists, because opponents can play around it by putting artifacts at the end of a row so that Teruviel's melee ability gets cancelled. But the decline in popularity of these Golden Necker lists since the Erendite change makes this Teruviel a little bit more tempting, I think, to include in an open deck list, since there are less artifacts in play in general. So let's see if she can work her magic in a long round against a long row filled with units.
I always forget to put my artifacts at the end of my lane against Squirtle decks. That's a really good pro tip to try and remember. Put your artifacts at the end to block the Teruviel, and that's definitely something that we're going to be looking for Spelling Bee to be doing. Teruviel, of course, like in a mirror matchup, should be getting some solid value as well, because elves go quite wide, but there's not really that many other decks that are going super wide, so we'll have to wait and see how the Teruviel plays out. No Fisher King, boo! I want the Fisher King. The consistency I prefer, but points are also nice. We can take a look at the bans. Again, Spelling Bee, really the key matchup for Spelling Bee is he's going to be looking to beat the Northern Realms of Mystical, and as a result, Mystical has decided to ban the Guerrilla Tactics. I definitely agree with this. Guerrilla Tactics so strong against Northern Realms decks usually, and that is not going to be an option for Spelling Bee. On the other side, Mystical's Nilfgaard has been banned, which I also love this ban. We talked about this Imprisonment deck being better at control, but worse in the mirror. So just getting rid of that Nilfgaardian mirror, which you're going to be very unfavored in, I think is a really good decision from Spelling Bee.
I can definitely see that. Also, something really important, I think, in this matchup that is worth noting here is the fact that Spelling Bee is going to be playing on blue coin, but look at his lists. They are very reactive and pretty red coin heavy. Some of them can flex and fill in at that blue coin, but Spelling Bee definitely was hoping to get a few more red coins than he got blue coins this time around. So I'm really, really curious to see how Spelling Bee is going to do his cues. Also, it makes sense for Mystical to kind of ban that Scoia'tael, because Scoia'tael can be a little bit easier to play on blue coin as well for Spelling Bee, and now that option is gone. Mystical, on the other hand, yeah, because of Spelling Bee's control heavy list, maybe he tested this and Assimilate was just a little bit too overwhelming to deal with in longer rounds, like you said, Spessy. What are your expectations? We have the first match coming up soon. What do you think Spelling Bee is going to be queuing here?
That's a good question. Maybe the Syndicate we could see, also the Reckless Flurry, even though Reckless Flurry traditionally very red coin heavy, it does have that Erendite which can benefit from the blue coin. I just have to say this Spelling Bee lineup is my favorite lineup of the whole tournament. Magpie's brought that spicy list, but there's something about targeting lineups which I just really, really love. We saw Life Coach do it very memorably at Masters 1 last year. I've seen Freddie do really well at a community tournament earlier on in the year with like a targeting Northern Realms lineup. So there's something about these kinds of lineups that just really appealed to me. Really creative in the deck building and really making use of the ability to ban and the conquest format we have at Gwent tournaments.
Absolutely. It is going to be cool to see how Spelling Bee does deal with this situation, and can he target NR? Though I remember someone targeting NR, it was Cams, and he was trying to target Alumni, I believe, and that backfired. So will that be the case here for Spelling Bee, or will he be able to be successful with this target? I mean, I would consider NR to be one of the strongest decks around right now, and it's been performing pretty well, so it's scary trying to target it, but really, if Spelling Bee can do that, it's going to be pretty impressive. Mystical, on the other hand, has pretty solid lineup, so let's see how he can play into this. And can he get the NR through? That's the question. Is NR going through?
Yeah, it's a really good point about Cams, because at Masters in December, Cams brought it. I thought it was the best lineup in the whole tournament, and then he lost the first game against NR. So a lot of people wrote off this strategy for a long time. Then Alumni, and people were playing Alumni and Stockpile. It's kind of difficult to try and target both of those at the same time. But now it's only Stockpile again. Maybe Spelling Bee has just found the magical formula to win this tournament. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, it's not just the decks. He also has to play the games to perfection in order to pull this off. And the first game is going to be Reckless Fury on blue coin with that Erendite up against the red coin Elves of Mystical.
That's right, Spissy. You said you might suspect this Q on blue, which it can go on blue, but there's always kind of the risk with these type of Skellige decks that you kind of overkill in round one, because it has such an explosion of points. And not only do you have the Wanderer there as well, kind of threatening to come out, but there is the Cursed Scroll. And with the help of Cursed Scroll and Discord, Spelling Bee can kind of mitigate this overkill that could potentially happen in this round and efficiently play these resources. So I'm excited to see this list on blue coin. And of course, the main focus, especially like you said, growing that Erendite, having short rounds, or especially round 3 then, where you have been able to play your Erendite for a lot of points, will be amazing for Spelling Bee. He just needs to grow it first. So let's see how that is going to be working out. Mystical going for the classic Feign Death there from red coin.
Yeah, Spelling Bee starting off very slow with the Scald. I didn't catch exactly what was discarded, but it wasn't the Scald or the Morkvarg. Of course,
Heller.
does have Coral. What was it, sorry?
Heller.
Discarded the Pella? That is blasphemy.
No.
No, of course in this one it makes sense, right? Little Purify value against the Squirtle. And Mystical just really starting off with a lot of pressure with this Feign Death, but it gets Heatwave straight away. Again, you're always trading down on Heatwave to Feign Death. This Commando is left on the board, and it's going to continue to grow. But Spelling Bee staying ahead every time at the end of his turn. You're going to see that hammer icon on his deck. That means the Erendite is continuing to grow.
Definitely not bad. Heatwave, of course, is low tempo, but the Roach helps out here a little bit. So Spelling Bee is basically trying to get ahead here, win the round. He has a lot of points. Like, these discards coming out, that is a lot of that tempo that you might want to use when you're bleeding Elves, for example. So let's see if he can preserve enough resources. Mystical, on the other hand, I think has drawn decently. There is a Vanadane, holding on to it for now. But Vanadane, of course, one of the key cards that the Feign Death list or Deadeye Ambush is looking to establish early for the Simlas Elisa combo.
Here comes Coral on the board, of course, discarding the Skirmisher and then damaging by 2. Also threatening more points on either the Burner or the Scald, which was drawn into. The Cursed Scroll is the option from Spelling Bee for his stratagem. Obviously, he's playing for 0 points, but he feels like he's probably overkilling with this deck, and it also has some synergy with Sunset Wanderers. You can delay your Sunset Wanderers a little bit. There's also this card at the far left-hand side, Sealy, which is a very old-school Gwent card, but it did get reworked quite recently, the Handgaith Sword.
That's right, it's a really fun card. So whenever you damage an enemy, you will damage it by 5. And then if you get the Death Blow, you will spawn and play a base copy of that unit, or you will store that unit, and the second time you play it's an echo card. That's when you get the unit that you basically locked in. You stole its soul, it's inside of the sword, and then if you play it again, whatever you put in there will come out. Let's see if it's something like Vanadane. There aren't too amazing targets for Mystical to play that Spelling Bee could utilize, so let's see what he does end up on. as good of a target as possible. And the nice thing for Spelling Bee is he has a lot to choose from because he found that sword so early.
Yeah, the Bearification getting discarded and something we didn't touch on. There was the option, of course, for Spelling Bee to hold on to that Heat Wave and use the Bearification onto the Feign Death and turn the Feign Death into a bear. Not a line you see players take very often. Deciding to use the Heat Wave instead. Obviously, it's 6
That's
points
right.
more. But have you ever seen that play, the Bearification onto?
I was gonna say,
Strider?
I think if we see it, we might see it in the series, and I think it might be coming against NR. Like, surely he has thought about it. Against NR, I think it might even be worth it on a muted generator to deny so much carry, but we will see about that. That is for later. Wow.
Spelling Bee 1 point ahead as it stands. With the Aileron flying out, of course, the Commando is going to grow. The Erendite continuing to grow, and of course, this Vial of Forbidden Knowledge was not thin from Spelling Bee's deck. It is going to be boosting a unit by 4 and giving it 3 vitality, playing for 7 points. And Spelling Bee decides to pass, and there's the Knickers as well. The surprise Knickers.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Without the Knickers, then Mystical could have taken the pass. Commando would have grown, and they would have just gone into a long round 3. But Spelling Bee saying either he doesn't care if that happens, or that he just believed in the power of the Knickers. I think he was just feeling confident that Mystical would play another card anyway, and is like in the position he's in. Obviously not wanting to overcommit on this round 1. He's getting that Erendite value, and clearly fancies his chances in a long round if he's taking this pass.
That's right, a little bit of extra points there. Looks like Spelling Bee doesn't want that Wanderer to come out yet, not utilizing the scroll either. A lot of the time you do want to have round control with these lists, so you can really maximize that echo value. But one thing worth noting with Spelling Bee's list is that he very rarely can play double Compass with this, because if he wants to do that, he basically needs to draw all of his thinning to be able to play double Compass, 1 in round 2 and 1 in round 3. So that's kind of not too likely to happen. So maybe Spelling Bee is okay with not pushing too hard in that round, saving resources, and rather now defend this bleed.
Sunset Wanderer is always a fantastic card to have when you're trying to defend a bleed, and a terrible card for your opponent to have if you're trying to bleed them, because there's just always that threat of that big extra point slam coming down out of nowhere. And then if you decide to just give up on it, then they've got it for round 3. So Spelling Bee really making use of Sunset Wanderers. Of course, a lot of synergy when you're playing the discard package, because you're drawing cards and you're prolonging the amount of time that Sunset Wanderers stays in your hand. And Alyssa comes down for Mystical. Spelling Bee just opening up with this Brockvar Hunter. He does have the option, of course, of storing Alyssa's soul into the Handgaith Sword. Not sure that's going to be too valuable for him, but that would mean that the Handgaith Sword will play for 11 points in round 3, which is not too shabby.
It is not too shabby points-wise, you're right. And now Mystical using this Alyssa here means that he can go all in if he wants to on the Simlast, for example, now that all the Waylays are in the deck. But if he doesn't, you might find a couple of those Waylays in your hand in round 3, which wouldn't be ideal, but we'll see. Also, Spelling Bee now, if Mystical is going into this round further, we don't know yet, he could be passing even after this Alyssa, taking the long run because Feign Death is gone. But yeah, Spelling Bee is kind of happy if the Erendite keeps growing. So let's see if Spelling Bee can keep achieving that here.
Mystical now down beyond the 6 card mark, so Spelling Bee probably much more interested to start investing leader charges if necessary to get ahead. Something similar to what we saw Piebald doing with the Deadeye Ambush, just using a leader charge to stay ahead. Spelling Bee also has that option with Flurry, and of course, even more important when he's playing Erendite. He wouldn't want to have done that the previous turn because he might have just wasted the leader charge if Mystical passed, but now Mystical is at that 6 card mark. Spelling Bee does have card advantage up for grabs, so will we see the leader charge? We actually don't. We see him hold on to it, not valuing the Erendite value, but instead wanting to just preserve that leader charge for something more useful later on.
All right. That is interesting, definitely. 1 point less for the Erendite here. Now, maybe that's okay. Of course, there is a squirrel here in Mystical's hand, which is a little bit threatening to any echo cards that Spelling Bee might be playing here. So really good find, I think, from Mystical there. Maybe Mystical is hoping to see something like that to get a little bit of squirrel value as well. But yeah, leader charge still to grow the Erendite. Even if it gets squirreled later, you're still really happy to get 1 sword that will play for really nice value. Really slow plays here from Mystical, just hoping to get that Wanderers out, I suppose.
Yeah, I love the way Spelling Bee's playing this, just real confidence in his game plan, saying, I don't need to commit my leader charges. I know that I'm winning this round if I commit leader charges or not, so I may as well just preserve them. A few points on Erendite is not as useful as having an extra leader charge. What card was that just stored in the soul? Was it the Maxi? It was, right? So this Handgaze Sword is now in the graveyard. The Echo is going to come back on top of the deck for the next round unless it's squirreled. It's going to be damaging by 5 and then spawning a Maxi because she's stored. There's the Yaven again. Not optimal plays from Mystical, but he's just trying to preserve as many points for round 3 whilst making some efficient trades. He has Spores, which he might play on the Sunset, the Squirrel as well, just throw away a few rubbish cards and then just try and preserve as much power into a short round 3 that he possibly can.
That's right. Let's see here. Spelling Bee does go ahead and use another Echo card. Or sorry, no, not an Echo card, but uses a Tesha Mutna sword. Another, there's so many swords in this list. But yeah, Tesha Mutna sword comes down there. Spores getting really nice value. And it is a tie here right now. Mystical is going down cards here, while Spelling Bee can continue to play non-committally. Like you said, it's looking like these leader charges Spelling Bee is holding on to are pretty valuable after all.
Yeah, Spelling Bee, just a really confident game plan. This whole like offering of the pass that he gave to Mystical, he could have used the leader charge. The average person on the ladder, I would have used the leader charge. But Spelling Bee is confident. He knows he doesn't need to. He knows how this game is playing out. He knows how he's going to win and how he might lose. Does actually decide to use the leader charge now though, just to keep this great sword alive.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here. Mystical also wants to trade cards, but the cards he's trading are pretty valuable. But what Mystical is hoping is to make the round as short as possible while still getting value on Squirrel, for example, that just came down. So trading some good cards, a bit of a sacrifice, but hoping that the Sim last short round will still be better than whatever Spelling Bee does have. And Erendite is still working out there, and it was the Handgate sword that got banished by Squirrel instead of the Erendite.
What do you think about this leader charge from Spelling Bee? Of course, great sword, you want to combine that leader charge, but it really seemed like he was in a great spot, and maybe in the end he actually ended up just committing that leader charge when he really didn't need to. We spoke about it earlier, committing a leader charge to get ahead on Erendite, didn't go for it. I quite liked it, but then kind of changed his mind. Obviously this greatsword kind of tied to it, but he could have gone for like a front row scald or something, but didn't go for that in the end. Spelling Bee.
Yep.
Wonder if it might come back to haunt him. He looks like he's in a strong position without this extra leader charge, but.
And Mystical, of course, being a card down here, wanting to trade a little bit there with Spelling Bee. Still spent pretty expensive cards, and I think elves do enjoy a little bit of long round value with Isengrim, and Isengrim's value does go down a little bit the more you shorten round 3. But there is no Isengrim, there will be Simlas, there will be Vernociel, and that, of course, is a huge explosion of points that Mystical is still to be wants to put on his side of the board. So this is definitely going to be pretty big. Unod taking a Neophyte.
That is huge.
It is pretty nice for Vernociel value indeed.
Yeah, not what you obviously hope to achieve when you're putting Unod in your deck, but does the job still. Of course, Mystical just being quite uninteractive. Can continue to be uninteractive with this heat wave, but then of course Spelling Bee does have access to this Pirate, which can be a nice proactive 8-point play. Of course, the Magic Compass is something we've not really talked about. Always the option of going for Camby off of the Magic Compass if you're feeling confident and you're nice and far ahead, which
that would be fun. A Camby and an open.
It would be good.
It would be, exactly. But yeah, just like you said, I like Mystical being uninteractive here because Spelling Bee really does not have too many proactive plays at all included in his deck, and this Pirate is one of the very few of them. So Spelling Bee is pretty happy to have something to play in case there would be a heat wave or something, just to deny it. Take a 6-point heat wave and deny having a board at all. But here is the Simlas.
Decides to go interactive, and I think the reasoning for this is the threat of Camby. I really do. I think in a normal situation here, you just heat wave Junod and just be uninteractive and hope that your opponent doesn't have a proactive play. But with the fact that Camby is a serious threat off Magic Compass, in fact, you know that the option of Camby will be in hand because of how much Spelling Bee has thinned his deck. you really have to respect that line of play and therefore have to actually start developing some points on your board really quickly.
That's right, and Simlas getting those points really nicely there. Mystical still holding on to 3 leader charges and a Vernossiel. So even if something gets removed here from Spelling Bee, there is still a lot of points in Mystical's hand. The Heat Wave might not be getting ideal value. I also like the leader charge here. I mean, Wild Boar of the Sea could be an option. Let's see. The combat seems to be coming down. It is Fukusia, though, that will be coming down. So let's see what she is going to be picking here. It is a Coral to pull the last discard from the list. Definitely not bad for Fukusia.
Yeah, and it's actually really important for Spelling Bee to have so many bodies on the board. I was quite concerned for him that this Erendite is just going to overkill and it's going to have nothing to boost. He's going to be left with no points, but this line does. But here we go. The full commitment of the leader charges. The Vernossiel coming through, obviously pinging but for 2 damage for each Deadeye. That is a lot of damage right there.
Complete board wipe.
Oh,
and just like you said, Spessy, there is nothing there. You said he had a lot of units, but wait, Vernossiel did her job, and there is nothing for Spelling Bee to boost. He's stuck with this Erendite. Maybe this is why it wasn't squirreled, because Mystical was like, hey, if you don't have any units, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, the squirrel as well on the Handgate Sword, of course, that would have been a proactive play. But it got squirreled away, and I love the way Mystical played it. I think Spelling Bee on Reflection, maybe this round 2? No, like Mystical's bleed was really solid, like just throwing away bad cards. Maybe Mystical could have held on to some more proactive cards, but I think he was just in a tough spot there. Of course, the blue coin Skellige, meaning that he kind of passed a little bit in round 1, gave up round control. I guess round 1 is maybe where this game was lost from Spelling Bee after how this was played from Mystical.
Potentially. I think Spelling Bee had just a lot of good stuff in round 1 that you necessarily don't want to see. And yeah, ideally you also have round control, and this is why Mystical kind of proved that elves just want to play their cards on their terms. If you can choose when you hit that Simlas on the board, it's so valuable for the elf player. So Mystical really nicely done there, taking round control, taking and using that control really well, while Spelling Bee was kind of forced to save this Wanderer and also had a lot of those valuable discards in round 1 that could be really good tempo for later.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really fascinating game. Of course, for Spelling Bee, the main thing for him is that he beats Northern Realms. So this is not by any means the worst case for Spelling Bee. He's just got to beat Northern Realms every time and he will still make it through. Of course, for Mystical, it would have been not a good start to lose with one of your decks, which isn't Northern Realms after the first game. So big sigh of relief for him. I think he played it really fantastically well, actually. I'm really impressed. Just shortening that round 3 to maximize the value of that Simlas, the Ailerin, the Vernossiel, the leader charges, really, really well played, and just completely board wipe into that Erendite value. You couldn't really have asked for better play there from Mystical.
Absolutely, it seemed very nicely calculated. And now, of course, the coins will be flipped as we go into the next game very soon. Spelling Bee finally gets a red coin, and he doesn't have a lot of them, or he has less of them than he would like to at least. So I wonder the red coin list in question will pretty much be Nilfgaard. I think Nilfgaard is the one list that I would tie mainly to red coin here from Spelling Bee. So maybe we'll see something like that. Maybe he's gonna play mind games. You never know with these players.
Yeah, round 1's going to be really awkward for Nilfgaard if you try and take it on blue, because it isn't that typical Assimilate deck. It's got a muzzle, of course cards like Invo, which you already have, but like Purification's in there, Obsidian Mirror, just a very big lack of proactivity. And there we go, Nilfgaard for Spelling Bee, and it is the Northern Realms deck. The first test for Spelling Bees targeting Northern Realms. We saw at Masters 2 in December, Cams bring a target NR lineup. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was going to win the whole tournament, and then the very first time he played against NR, he lost. Will we see a repeat of that? I think this is the first time we've seen an NR target at a tournament since Cams.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be really interesting. Also, the inclusion that Spelling Bee has here, he has a muzzle over a Heat Wave, which I would personally think that the Heat Wave could come in really handy against NR, but maybe you don't need the Heat Wave when you can just Verification. And it has been found. The problem is, of course, maybe what if you don't find your Verification? I'm so curious to see whether there would be a Verification, but there is a problem. and that problem is no Muta generator.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, the Siege Master had an opportunity to draw into it, but doesn't. Of course, a Neuromancy in these NR decks a lot of the time to tutor that Muta generator. It is also in Mystical's deck. He is playing in a Neuromancy, he just hasn't found either of those cards, which is, of course, part of the risk that you run. Spelling Bee, very control-heavy hand, also is using the traditional Gorthok Evade plus Cantarella combo, which we have seen in Nilfgaard decks a lot in the past, not so much recently.
And as predicted here, it might look like Spelling Bee is just going to play a little bit slow and then react. But you can't play too slow. I mean, look at the hand state again of Spelling Bee. He's drawn really well. You could set up your Rune Mage if you wanted to for later, but it's still a lot of points to commit. Yeah, what would you play here? Very golden looking hand, and if you don't plan to fight for round 1, it feels a little bit bad to let some of these gold cards go.
Yeah, and the proactivity of the Lyrian Landsknecht. Hopefully I'm getting better. I still need to practice into the range row. And then the Mage Torture.
Great.
Yeah, you reckon? I don't think the German people in chat would feel the same, but thank you.
I was going to say, it was great, I say as a non-German speaker. But
Okay. Battering Ram plus the Lyrian Landsknecht combo, cleaning up the Mage Torture. Of course, the Mage Torture put the spying status onto the Battering Ram. That could be relevant later on for the Terra Nova.
And here comes a Siege Tower. Nice little crew pocket for it to start growing. Not bad for Mystical. Kind of sensing that, okay, Spelling Bee is not really going to push here, not going to fight. And here is a Gorther. It is carryover that can be played. Trying to see what is on top. Nothing great for Mystical. We know that Mystical will be drawing into not an Amphibious Assault or an Neuromancy or Siege. A lot missing for a Mystical here. I'm a little bit concerned.
Yeah, you have to go for that high roll line off Gortha sometimes. Of course, there is also the Alchemist, which these days is buffing by the amount of points of like a random card in your opponent's deck, but the Mentor with higher high roll potential, and also you get like a little bit more information because the Alchemist is just a random card, whereas Mentor is kind of telling you, you know, if you hit a 14, you're like, oh, okay, I know what that's going to be. It's going to be the Siege. So all eyes on Mystical's draws here. Spelling Bee now does find the Calvé a little bit later than he would have liked, but better late than never, I suppose.
Mystical still missing a lot of stuff. The miss and Mystical hopefully does not stand for missing your cards. We'll see. But there is a Siege Master, a card that you'd like to boost with your Muta Generator and then pull later on in round 3. And AA is found, but no Muta Generator, no Neuromancy. So, and no Siege. So the push seems kind of weak for Mystical potentially here. You might think that Spelling Bee is it's a little bit scary that Spelling Bee just lets kind of NR have round control. But Spelling Bee is playing a very reactive deck, has a box, has muzzle, has ways to copy engines and deal with them. So that is something Spelling Bee is also fine with doing. And also look at this Calvé, but like, hasn't Spelling Bee already drawn every single gold card there is to draw? Except for our Todd. Okay, he's missing.
We saw earlier Paya take a really interesting mulligan as this NR deck where he mulliganed a Siege Master to put it back and have some more carryover for round 3. And we've seen another really interesting mulligan here, Mystical mulliganing his Radovid. And a key reason for that is because Radovid is usable for Spelling Bee, and it's actually disgusting because his leader ability has multiple charges. Radovid, if Spelling Bee plays it, is going to give him more leader charges of his imprisonment locks. So just imagine playing against Nilfgaard when they just have infinite locks. That doesn't sound like fun. So Mystical, therefore, having to mulligan one of the only golds he had in his hand has got to go back into the deck, never to be seen.
Definitely does not feel too good, but at least can utilize this Echo card, Amphibious Assault. And you know, you are going to trade here. Spelling Bee has a really golden hand. You might think, Mystical might think, maybe Spelling Bee's hand isn't very good. Oh, it is. And also rolls a lock here from the Runestone, which is very good. But either way, yeah, you might be thinking maybe Spelling Bee doesn't have a great hand because Calvé came down so late. And we know that by playing more, Mystical would actually trade kind of nicely here into Spelling Bee's very golden looking hand.
Yeah, Mystical at that 7-card mark we talk about a lot in these round 2 bleeds. You would anticipate he's going to push at least a little bit with this Amphibious Assault with the Echo value, and does decide to commit to this bleed somewhat. Of course, a lot of the time with these Siege decks, you would be playing Siege on turn 1 and just really going for it and trying to overload with engines, but of course not going to be a possibility as that is stuck in the deck. So Spelling Bee going to be feeling pretty confident. Down comes Vigo. Of course, the Rune Mage has already come through, so you're going to get so many options. And this Vigo played for the same amount of points as Brathan's, -2 points on the base power, but for many provisions less. I think 3 provisions less at this point. It's 8 provisions, Brathan's 11. So Vigo quite fantastic here.
And Spelling Bee using one of 2 leader charges. Not many to utilize, so you have to really pick when you're going to play it. But of course, it does look like Mystical is still bleeding, so Spelling Bee choosing to use the lock sooner rather than later on that Reinforced Ballista on the range throw.
Yeah, obviously you want to hold on to these leader charges if you can, but equally, the longer you wait with this leader charge, the worse it becomes. Decides to commit 1, which I think is a sensible decision. Of course, this Gorthug Evade is not going to be carrying over to round 3 as it was played in round 1, so you would anticipate the potential Cantarella coming through this round as well. There's the Bribery, 5 options again because of the Rune Mage.
Cantarella is really nice, and it's if Mystical would have something like a Neuromancy or an Echo card that would be really valuable, you have to be careful because of this Gorther. The Gorther is constantly threatening that Cantarella that Mystical does have to be aware of. Technically, it could tutor out the Amphibious Assault to get rid of the Echo card, but then again, that is a very, very slow play. So if Spelling Bee's got to do that, he needs to be ahead by plenty in points because, of course, there's no NR deck, NR card in Spelling Bee's deck to tutor there.
Yeah, -1 point Squirrel for 7 provisions, but of course if he was to invo first, that would be a play which would still get some tempo, so something that might be worth considering for Spelling Bee if he just wants to take a little bit of a rubbish invo to set up that Amphibious Assault. That is an option indeed for him. And Mystical just continuing to do something similar to what we saw in the first game, which is maybe just accepting his fate and just continuing to try and bleed. But there's the Canter onto reinforcements for another lock. Spelling Bee coming through with as many locks as he could possibly hope for. Well, of course, Radovid on his side would offer some more, but a lot of locks, and that is Northern Realm's worst nightmare. You can really see why Spelling Bee has bought this Imprisonment deck over a double cross.
That's right, and this also frees up the verification, which is really nice for Spelling Bee, is able to play that on to the Gorther for a solid 10 points of value, because that verification is pretty much dead after the Gorther is not on the board. It's the only artifact, of course you can play it because you have Calvite, so a lot of the time it will be really consistent to actually get that verification and Gorther combo. But yeah, we'll see what happens now. It is pretty intense. Mystical still has a few engines and has been trading, I think, pretty nicely. Playing bronzes while Spelling Bee. A lot of valuable cards coming down.
Mystical 4 points ahead. Spelling Bee with 1 engine on the board with Foltest Pride. 3 engines still on the board for Mystical, so Spelling Bee does need to be careful. Verification, an option for 10 points, but of course it's not sending up any engines. There's the Invo. You can't really argue with this Invo play on an 8-point Ballista. Of course, Amphibious Assault, no longer an option to steal with Cantarella, because Cantarella is long gone.
That is right. In combination with the Gorther, you could still play Coup on Cantarella if you think, oh, Mystical has so many good cards left. Let's mill one of them. Let's mill Siege.
Oh, I like a bit of mill. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm always up for some mill.
We'll see what it actually ends up going on. Coup is very likely to be a card that Spelling Bee plays anyway before round 3 because of the Echo value. And again, verification will kind of be dead once the Gorther is not on the board anymore. So we'll see.
At some point, that does become like the real option as well, but big commitment from Mystical, really going for it. With the Foltest Pride coming down, look at all these siege engines in the back row, the battering ram even making room for this final volunteer in the back row. You would imagine we do see this last leader charge, the Henselt buffing, and that is suddenly a big point swing, 26 points difference, and this Henselt is going to continue to grow with the cooldowns reducing of this Caraballista and Foltest Pride.
Now we see Brathan's coming down here to catch up a little bit with these points, establish an engine. Would imagine we also see a leader charge here, potentially on Henselt there. Or Pride. Henselt still ticking, but Invocation is out. Muzzle could have taken care of that pride, but you do not, or Spelling Bee doesn't want to leave it on for longer and just chooses that, okay, it's fine, Henselt can stay online if I can kill the engines around him.
Seems like a sensible decision for Spelling Bee to lock this pride, because of course this Boiling Oil being a warfare card would have reduced the cooldown by 1, offering another opportunity for Mystical to click the Foltest Pride and also increase the points on Henselt. And just imagine this push from Mystical if he had Siege. This is a push without Siege. This could have been really quite scary.
Absolutely. Spelling Bee still keeping his muzzle for some engine coming down later. And speaking of engines, I honestly think that this Siege that is stuck right now in Mystical's deck doesn't have any siege engines. Like, all the siege engines are out.
Oh no. Okay, so you definitely don't want a verification.
This is kind of committal here. Yeah. Committal. The verification is definitely going to be a self-verification, I think. Keeping that point reach. It is 10 points, which makes this point gap a lot closer. Coup as well can be played onto the Foltest Pride, can be played into Cantarella, but honestly, Cantarella doesn't look too amazing unless you hit something like a Nair Messi. So here's the self-verification, 10 points short, and this Maxi is not a lot of tempo for Mystical, but I think Mystical kind of has to go for it here.
Big decision. Of course, we'll be doing the maths on Coup. Muzzle, as you say, not really looking too hot at the minute because there's 4 power being the highest target for it, but Maxi does offer a really nice muzzle play as well, so there's definitely a downside of playing this Maxi, and it could even open the opportunity for Spelling Bee to go for that YOLO Coup onto Cantarella, like if he decides that is the optimal line. Here we can see the deck: a Neuromancy, Radovid, Mutagenerator, all on top, Siege near the bottom, which of course, as you mentioned, there's no more Siege engines. If Spelling Bee is keeping track of the open deck list, he's going to be aware of that fact.
There is the Maxi, basically a muzzle on a plate for Spelling Bee to take. He takes it. Really a nice point swing there. And the Coup is the last card.
The YOLO Cantarella's looking a little risky, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think we'll just sit on the Foltest Pride to make sure. Of course, the Coup on the Cantarella could also low roll for you, and you could end up thinning your opponent's deck for them, just hitting a bad card. Of course, if Maxi didn't shuffle, it would be hitting a Neuromancy, stealing that from Mystical, and also giving that as an option for Spelling Bee in round 3. So
it would be quite interesting if we saw the YOLO Cantarella, then Maxi didn't shuffle, Neuromancy on top into like Artod. But yeah, here it is.
So
here it is, saving Artod. No need to do something that wild.
So even without Siege, Mystical manages to survive the round. No leader charges available, but does have the Amphibious Assault. Spelling Bee finds now the Terra Nova. Of course, he played Yan Calvate in round 2, so his top decks are going to be looking really hot. He knows exactly what he's hitting.
And now Radovid can be played a lot more safely. Nothing really threatening that Radovid and giving Mystical a little bit of extra value here. Of course, there's only one target for Amphibious Assault, and that is the Illyrian Landsknecht in the deck. It seems to me like Mystical is kind of drawing the best possible hand here. There really isn't anything in the deck that can improve it. Spelling Bee has also decided that this is fine. Okay, Bombardment here instead of Radovid. I guess you could still... There is a Mage Torturer left, so there could be Spying put on the Radovid that then could be Artotted. So that is probably the reason for Mystical took the mulligan on the Radovid after all.
Mystical has the opportunity to use the value of uninteractivity, does go for that. This armor on the Ballista's been really popping off a lot today. It's the second time we've seen it saving the Ballista. What an interesting short round 3 here. Remember, Mystical, if he can win with this NR deck, is going to be feeling super confident. Spelling Bee's strategy really revolving around trying to beat this Northern Realms deck as many times as he can and not letting it get a win. Terra Nova into the battering ram, which was set up in round 1. Not the best Terra Nova I've ever seen.
This Coup is certainly not looking amazing because here is a pretty big play from Amphibious Assault. Of course, you can do damage with the battering ram, do damage with the reinforced ballista, but that Coup is still looking like it's a solid 3 points of damage, not being able to trigger a death blow or a spying.
Yeah, and this opportunity to Cantarella this assault away in round 2, huge. Now, the Lance deck isn't buffed right now, so it can only damage by 1. 7 points are needed, which sounds easy.
Rough, because there is no...
There is
a...
The Zeal!
The Zeal did it. Oh, what a close game that was. Oh no, look at that 6-point Radovid. Wait, it's enough.
Radovid finisher, guys. It's the new meta. Just save Radovid for last say. It's optimal. Insane. Wow.
That. Yeah.
And
really cool game.
This targeting NR lineup for Spelling Bee, not looking great, and this was without Siege. So it's not gone well for him, has it?
This is definitely not what you want to see when you are targeting an NR lineup. Mystical has to be really happy that the NR siege is through now, and Spelling Bee still has a fighting chance, of course, with his list. Again, he has to go on blue coin, which is certainly not ideal for Spelling Bee, and I'm sure he's not feeling amazing after lost that very, very, very close NR matchup. It was so close. Wow.
Yeah, and Mystical, something that he's done really well is just utilizing this round 2 to shorten the round 3, giving himself the best opportunity to possibly come out on top, even when the situation has been looking bad for him at points. Like in the first game, we saw him just throwing away cards in round 2 because he knew he was losing card advantage. In this other game, just slamming the Maxi as the round 2 finisher, and then the Radovid in the round 3 finisher also worked out. Interestingly as well, Sealy, this YOLO Cantarella option, of course, we have the massive insight of knowing that it was going to hit an Neuromancy. There's no way on earth Spelling Bee ever takes this play. It just doesn't make sense. But that would have meant that Radovid wasn't an option, of course, because of the Neuromancy is what shooted it. So actually, the YOLO Cantarella could have done the business in round 2. Like just that little bit. All it was is 1 point of carryover. Spelling Bee needed to shift it to a tie. 2 points to carry over to win it.
It would have been fun. It would have been pretty fun if there was the YOLO Cantarella into an actual Neuromancy there. And yeah, Radovid, of course, was also mulliganed. It was drawn, and then it was mulliganed. So yeah, if maybe then Mystical wouldn't have mulliganed it back at least and still had access to the Radovid, even with that Cantarella stealing the Neuromancy. I don't know, but that was really close, and I did not expect it to look like this, but really intense game.
Yeah, we've seen Mystical win with his Northern Realms. We've seen him win with his Teruvio Elves. His NR deck was banned, and his final deck then is this Syndicate off the books Golden Necker, which has just been looking very, very strong so far this weekend.
Absolutely. I am happy that we do get to see another game here by Spelling Bee having Syndicate, of course, on blue coin. I'm a little bit surprised that Spelling Bee is not going for Syndicate on blue coin. I feel like Syndicate might be even a little bit more flexible than Skellige when it comes to this blue coin. But Spelling Bee just says, all right, I need to get this list through. If I don't get it now, then that's it. So here he goes, queuing the Flurry list. Let's see.
A lot of the times with these target lineups, if you lose against the target, it's over. But I don't think that's the case for Spelling Bee. I think his decks can hold their own still. Of course, the fact that he's playing on blue coin so frequently is not helping his case. But the good news is for him, the Roach for Mystical is very much stuck in hand, and that is not where you want the Roach. Roach misbehaving as you would expect.
That's right. But other than that, Mystical's hand is looking quite good. Just maybe doesn't want to play too much here. We see the Tesha Mutna Sword. It does not have a better target in this matchup, so it just comes down for a 5. Mystical is on red coin, so we can take it kind of slow, which makes sense. Maybe establish a little bit of engine power, because Spelling Bee, of course, does have a lot of points with the discards and so on. It's going to be very hard to kind of fight against that when you're Mystical. But failed experiment coming down, pretty valuable bronze for now. Maybe setting up for Necromancy, that is in the list that we did talk about.
Yeah, of course, this failed experiment poisoning itself, you can then spend 3 coins to move the poison to an opposing unit. But that is not an option as it stands, as Mystical has no coins. He is going to want to start developing some carryover, whether it's coins in his pouch, Sirinova perhaps. Usually the Sirinova and the Conjurer's Candle are cards you want to play in round 2 for that round 3 carryover, but certainly going to want to fill up that coin pouch.
Yep, trying to do exactly that while not committing too much. Maybe hoping that Spelling Bee does need to play something a little bit committal. Maybe it's too good of a hand again. But Spelling Bee could play just a Gutting Slash there if he wishes. Pillar is actually somewhat useful in this matchup, so something that Spelling Bee is looking to keep for now. Also utilizing the stratagem, draw a card of his choice, put something else at the bottom. I assume that this Gutting Slash might be going.
Pella is always useful. Just look at this man. Just an absolute legend of a card. One of my favorites, always will be. And the Knickers is misbehaving now as well. And interestingly, the Roach in hand for Mystical didn't actually work out to be a problem. No gold cards were played anyway. He can just mulligan this Roach. And in some ways, it's actually a better thing now. Because, of course, it's a guaranteed mulligan. He can't ever brick that Roach on the last mulligan, which means he has as many mulligans as he possibly wishes without the risk of bricking. Conjurer's Candle in hand for Mystical as well. It's, of course, a very key card to find in round 2 to get down for round 3.
Mystical has to be a little bit careful here. He does not want to draw that Hideout because then the Golden Necker is bricked. But having Candle in hand and Hideout in deck is usually a really good thing. And that's why we no risky mulligans there, just keeping it. Drew a lot of golds as we saw at round 1, holding on to those. And a really nice thing here is that the Azar and the tokens there would be usually pretty vulnerable to Reckless Flurry, but with the help of Conjurer's Candle, you can boost those up. So let's see what this Heat Wave is going to do for Spelling Bee. Spelling Bee wanted to tutor that in round 1, maybe hoping to Heat Wave even something like Candle. That is a pretty big Heat Wave target, potentially, or Roland or Gellert, whatever combo Mystical might be setting up here, but a lot of threats coming down regardless.
Yeah, Reckless Flurry, of course, ignoring armor. And we do see the Horsen coming down to clean up the coral. So not getting Spelling Bee to click the coral. And this is the problem of having to be proactive. We do see the Scowled proactivity, finding the Morkvarg as an option to discard if he wants that extra tempo, of course. Yeah, the Azar is such an interesting card. Like, there's sometimes where Azar's been the best defender. Like, I feel like a couple of years back it was considered the best defender. Then for a long period of time it was considered the worst. And I think it's really hard to argue against it being the best defender in the game right now with the introduction of Conjurer's Candle. Previously in this matchup, the armor of the Scarabs gets ignored. A single leader charge can just completely clean up the defender. Whereas now it's going to be really difficult and awkward for Spelling Bee to deal with, even with such a control-heavy deck.
Absolutely, and just like you said, being proactive with a control-heavy deck is hard, and that's why I had to greed that Coral, which is a little bit scary. And Freak Show, of course, coming there and cleaning her up completely. Though Spelling Bee is not going to be able to potentially thin as much as he wants, or get the extra burner points. 3 charges here. All go on Horsen's Freak Show, and now it is in range for removal. Unod is wiping it up. Maybe something could have gone on Roach.
Yeah, Spelling Bee, just pure talent, just concentrating all 3 shots on to the Freak Show and cleaning up the optimal Juno Valley. That's more like it rather than the Neophyte like we saw earlier.
Yeah, a little bit better, but at the same time, maybe not just until it's damaged. It's perfect. But yeah, maybe focusing really hard, and you can target those pings wherever you want. Usually the Flurry pings are misbehaving though, so I wouldn't be surprised if Spelling Bee just kind of wanted to take it where he gets it, and that's why the Unod came down. Sometimes it can be difficult, especially with something like Candle on the board, to even get a damaged unit, so not a bad one to clean up with Unod.
Here does come the Azar. Of course, coins in the bank for Mystical, so you'd fully expect both of these Scarabs to get buffed up. A 5-point Scarab and a 4-point Scarab, both with 1 armor. Not easy to deal with. Spelling Bee can deal with one of them, though, with his Handgate Sword, which had stored in it this Fire Swan card, of course, and does now have some coins in the bank to spend with it as it is a profit card. And the Verification showing up in his hand, which he could play as a carryover play to get rid of the Conjurer's Candle, turn it into a bear. Probably unlikely because it's -6 points, but always fun to think about the options of Verification.
I mean, he had to think about it when including in an NR target lineup, you include Verification. I was kind of hoping that maybe we would see a Verification on a muted generator or something. That would be interesting to see how that goes. But yeah, too late for the Candle now. One thing though is that this Azar, Mystical is really proving to you here why Azar is so good. It's so clunky to get through it. And because it's so clunky and it takes multiple turns for Spelling Bee not to have to get through it, you can set up your other engines. You can play your Golden Necker, you can play Roland, and all of that stuff behind it. But Spelling Bee here says, okay, I've had enough. I got enough stuff out of here, and I'm fine with this.
Yeah, Roland spells danger for Spelling Bee. Cardi's very happy to see gone. He can just then focus his Heat Wave and his removal options onto something else. This Azar plus Roland is sending me back to the Salamander days. I wonder if Salamander will ever be a meta card again. I feel like it's kind of difficult to include with all these other fantastic options you've got in Syndicate now. What do we see
Absolutely.
here?
No
Failed
Siri.
experiment.
No Siri. If Siri would have been on top, it would have been enough to catch up with the point gap. Of course, Mystical has not found Siri, which is a really nice card to play and set up as carryover. Bank could have shown her on top, and then he would have been real happy. Guess the candle there. Is it 5 coins though? But yeah. Either way, no Siri, no carryover for Mystical. Also has to mulligan the obvious location here. Finds a Gellert, and there is Necromancy, so there is a special in the deck. I think Mystical is pretty happy with that. Don't want to brick his Golden Necker here. Spelling Bee, on the other hand, has found the Erendite. You find it earlier, but now it's here and has a decent amount of value on it. 10 removal right now. Efficient removal, maybe for something like Morale or even Gellert later.
Yeah, that's a lot of points, and of course, Spelling Bee can try and grow that even further. Let's not forget about the threat of Camby throughout this round as well. Once Spelling Bee has thinned his deck a little bit more, this Magic Compass should be going through. Of course, at the moment he has the Burner to thin 2 more cards from the deck. Also, the Pirate, I believe, can thin a card.
Yep, that's right. So the Compass will be finding a legendary Skellige card once the Burna and the Demon Pirate have been played from Spelling Bee's hand. Also, nice little verification target there with the Vial. At least not completely dead, that verification. 1 artifact there to use it on.
The Immune Gellert coming down, of course, going to be purifying itself in a couple of turns, but making use of the order ability to spend and buff up the Zealot to 4 points. Could have used it on his other Zealot, but deciding it was just giving too much value to something like the Sword as just straight up removal range. Here comes the Burner. Oh, Pella, what a card. And Squirrel. Okay. As much as I love these cards, probably not the cards you're hoping to see in this moment. What cards are left, Sealy, in Spelling Bee's deck? Is there anything juicy?
Nothing juicy, I'm afraid. Brokevar Hunter, the Skirmisher would have been nice to find for Burna. That would have been, I guess, juicy. Other than that, nothing too great. Left Gutting Slash as well sitting in that list. And yeah, Spelling Bee does have to keep this Demon Pirate to be ordered to thin enough to actually play a legendary Skellige card from the Skellige Compass. And I'm thinking Mystical here might be timing the Golden Necker together with Gellert. Again, we talked about this a little bit before. Establishing multiple threats in one turn is something that Golden Necker decks do really, really well. And even if this Adrenaline from Gellert is going to go away, if you put multiple threats on the board, Spelling Bee will take some time to get through it all.
Shady Vendor coming down in the front row. Swindle, Assault, bloody good fun. Takes the Swindle. 5 profit on the Swindle, so you can get anywhere between 4 and 6 profit on this card. There's no... And that was quick. The Gellert purifies itself and it's gone. Like that, it is gone. Click, click, bang.
Spelling Bee was waiting for that one. It was so fast. But yeah, Teshamuna, of course, is the sword that wiped the Gellert up. No Golden Necker that turn. And Salamandra Mage kind of playing for underwhelming deployability maybe, but still a really useful card to have on the board.
And the Demon Pirate banishing, I believe, the Skirmisher, not discarding, of course. It would have been an interaction. I would have been very surprised to see if the Skirmisher ended up at the front of the board, but unfortunately not the case for Spelling Bee. Was just 1 card away from finding that Skirmisher with his Burner. Of course, could have had 4 more points on the board. 10-point gap as it stands. Spelling Bee has to win this to stay in the tournament. Mystical can taste the semi-final. Not only would he be qualifying from his first qualifier, but then also winning his first game in an open 3-0. That would be insane. What a story.
What a story to tell, indeed. And Mystical has pretty good odds of doing this. Again, holding on to that morale. Even if morale gets removed, you have Golden Necker and Shady Vendor to help you find some poisons, potentially. There's Erendite. You don't want to be Spelling Bee and be stuck in a situation where you don't have anything to Erendite again. But whatever is going to be tall is definitely something that Mystical can poison. You utilize the Salamander Hideout really nicely, which is guaranteed, sitting there in the deck waiting for Golden Necker. Maybe that's why Mystical is holding on to it and deciding which targets to poison.
Yeah, absolutely. Spelling Bee, of course, with the Compass, has any Skellige legendary card not in his starting deck as an option, but look at these two big point cards. A Burner Brand at 14 once the Vitality kicks in, a Bear at 10, a Pirate at 8, and this is just going to be an absolute field day for the poisons of Mystical.
They are getting their value here. Not much Spelling Bee can do about the fact that they will be getting their value. What options do we have here on the Magic Compass? You said that maybe Mystical should be a little bit scared of something like a Camby coming down, and that would be really interesting if we were to see something like that from Spelling Bee.
Yeah, Heimdall's looking like a nice option as well, with the Zealot continuing to be clicked in the front row. Heimdall can play for a maximum of 16 points. Here we go, the Golden Necker, the centerpiece card of this deck from Mystical. We see a Morels, we see a Hideout, and a Necromancy. So 3 units going down on the board here from the Golden Necker. Often, of course, it's playing a spell, an artifact, and a unit, but this time 3 units because of the spell playing a unit and the artifact. So you can certainly start to see where this Necromancy is in the deck. And it's just carnage on the board here. So many poisons, so much removal.
Have to be careful you don't rope out the turret here when you play the Golden Necker. But as you can see, just a huge point swing. And this is why the players have brought this list. It is insanely big. Morale, of course, is not going to survive. However, this Shady Vendor could find the last poison to complete it. It would be interesting to see if that were the case. Looking like a nice wild boar potentially here from Magic Compass. Maybe we'll get to see that one.
Yeah, and there's also the Hideout. Like, the Hideout is just fantastic now for the sheer value of the cards you can play, but also being able to move one of the poisons that Gellert put down earlier from the Zealot onto this big bear. That is going to be bear points, that's for sure. There's the Morale cleaning up one of the poisons. The Shady Vendor can go in the front row to try and find a Fist Tech, perhaps, just for the full house of poisons.
Yeah, not much Spelling Bee could do. I think he knew it at that point. I'm really glad we got to see that huge wild boar of the sea, though, and just a finisher card here. The Shady Vendor, of course. Still 1 card left.
Oh, poison!
Spelling Bee. He would have rolled it. And that is definitely not bad.
We got the poison! Full house!
Full.
Not in the way I expected. The Eventide Plunder, of course, failed experiment being an option from now. Oh my goodness. No coins left in the bank for Mystical. 3-0! First Gwent Open.
You must be feeling good about
3-0.
this one.
Mad.
Wow. Impressive. That is so wild.
I think there's a new key player on the scene that people are going to be keeping their eyes on, of course. He's now in the semi-final up against Gandalf tomorrow. We will be casting that one. Very excited to see Mystical in action again tomorrow. That was smooth, Sealy. That was real smooth.
It was really smooth, but it certainly held. I mean, that NR that Spelling Bee was targeting, that game was so close. And yeah, Mystical did pull it off at the end, making Spelling Bee's target not really work out, unfortunately, which kind of was the nail in the coffin. So targeting NR, we've seen it from Caps, we've seen it from Spelling Bee. It is a scary one and unfortunately did not work out, but I appreciate Spelling Bee going for that idea. I think it was very cool to see. But now, of course, we want to hear from Mystical, so let's throw it over to Pavel Burja as he will be interviewing Mystical.
Sealy, first of all, I really appreciate the pronunciation. Super awesome job. Mystical, I really appreciate the way you played, because 3-0, easy peasy lemon squeezy, you breezed through it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how easy was that?
Yeah, hello. Actually, I think it was pretty easy, because I thought that I'm gonna lose. Spelling Bee had kinda nasty lineup that counters siege.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I was not sure that I actually could win with it, but I think I was kind of lucky in some moments. And
A little bit of luck, but also a lot of skill. Tomorrow you'll be going against Gandalf, and I had an interview with him before, and he said that he would much prefer going against you. What do you think about his lineup? Did you get to see his decks or not?
yeah, I think it's fair because he's countering assimilate for sure, and I think it will be hard to win this one, but I will do my best.
Yep, for sure you will. And congratulations once again, you are in the semifinals. That means we'll be seeing each other tomorrow. So congratulations once again, get some rest, and yeah, we shall catch you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and before we go, as you know, we have 2 pairs of casters, and now it's time for the reveals for Nilfgaard coming from Sealy and Thea. So enjoy these because they are super, super awesome. So yeah, let's watch them. And then I'll come back and we'll say goodbye to each other because it's been a long, but an awesome and eventful day. So catch you later.
Are you tired of taking orders from entitled emperors and mages with kleptomaniac tendencies? Have you had enough listening to the ear-splitting battle cries of Skellige boars and the yelling of angry little men who keep swearing that they are
tall enough to
get on the amusement park ride? Do you want to be not like other Nilfgaardian girls and worship the awesome eclipse instead of the boring great sun? Are you looking to be the perfect pawn to someone else's chessboard? Well, what if I told you that you can do exactly that and look super cool doing it? You and your friends can all wear cute matching outfits, sizzling hot tattoos, and golden face masks that no one will recognize you in, so you can have as many Mohawk margaritas as you'd like to, as long as the others think it's that jerk Tiffany with a K who said you can't sit with her because you weren't wearing pink on Wednesday. Ugh. Now you might be thinking, okay, Bessie, but how can I do all that? Well, to put the cult in cultural, all you have to do is join the very cool and totally not dangerous faculty of the Eternal Eclipse and accept the Eternal Eclipse Initiate as your guide. He's kind of new, but knows his way around infusing your enemies with feelings of regret for stealing your lunch sandwich from the fridge at work. Look out, Tiffany, with a K. So, what are you waiting for? Join in on the fun when the new Gwent Black Sun cards release. Disclaimer. Joining the Eternal Eclipse may result in being forced to give up all your earthly possessions, painful scars around your chesticles, a monthly plan of limited use of free will, and being infused with gas, hair loss, and high blood pressure. No refunds.
Hello there. Do you own a black or navy coat? Would you like some excitement to fill your beating heart? Would you like to hold a beating heart? Well, then look no further. The Eternal Eclipse wants you to join us. We here at the Eternal Eclipse accept members from all walks of life. But of course the ritual, scenario, can only progress when you play a gold cultist. Once you play the Eternal Eclipse scenario, you will spawn an Eternal Eclipse Initiate on the same row. Now, here's where the real fun begins. Once you commit your first gold cultist, we will trigger Chapter 1 of the ritual. This will infuse all your non-disloyal cultists on the battlefield, in your hand and in your deck with, whenever you play a cultist, boost self by 1, then increase this value by 1 if it was a bronze. So, let's say you have one of these cards on the board. Once you play a bronze cultist, that card will boost itself by 1. But the next time you play a cultist, it will instead boost itself by 2. If that card also happens to be a bronze cultist, that value will increase again. So next time you play a cultist, that card will increase itself by 3. Yes, this is as crazy as it sounds. The Eternal Eclipse is very grateful for your offering. Next time you play a Golden Cultist, Chapter 2 will initiate, and it will spawn and play Eternal Eclipse Decon. Not bad at all, right? So, what are you waiting for? It is time to join the Eternal Eclipse. Be the thing that goes bump in the night.
Amazing stuff. Are you in, Spessy? I think we were pretty compelling with Taya that you should be cold evading. A lot of fun once the new patch hits. You'd look a little bit concerned.
I wasn't ready for that last bit here. She caught me off guard with that.
It was amazing.
My goodness, that was really great. Really enjoyed both those reveals. Really well done to both of you. And the cards look really exciting. Cultist Nilfgaard.
It's happening. I mean, if any faction, I mean, it fits Nilfgaard a lot, and I think it's really fun that you can just recruit a lot of Nilfgaardians in on your shenanigans, and you can all have a little bit of culty fun together. So very excited to try that out once the patch, or not patch, but the Black Sun expansion cards hit. Really awesome.
Yeah, there also is already a a cultist in Nilfgaard by the name of Prophet. He was in the most recent card drop, Forgotten Treasures. The guy that's like got the eyeballs in his hand and then locks the whole hand. So there's already a cultist in there, which you might want to consider adding to your decks.
Exactly. Very cool cards indeed.
Well, we finished all 4 of our quarterfinals here, so we can take a look at the updated bracket, the final bracket for the day. Magpie, of course, beating Cuna earlier on in the day 3-0. We then had Piebol taking down Kerperton 3-2, Gandalf 3-2, and we finished it off with another 3-0 Mystical taking down the hard target NR lineup of Spelling Bee with ease.
We are going to see some really interesting stuff tomorrow, semifinals as well as the finals everyone is waiting for. And here are the stakes. This is after day 1, what the players are walking away with. Magpie and Mystical might have the widest faces on, widest smiles on their faces today. After all of this, it went really well. A smooth 3 zeros there, while of course the other players have nothing to be sad about because they are taking home a nice bit of this prize pool as well, which of course is a total of $13,048 US that you guys, the community, have pumped up. So thank you so much for doing that. It is a pleasure to see that the players have this stuff to walk away with from the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. A really exciting day ahead tomorrow. Magpie versus Piebol, 2 Gwent legends going head-to-head in the first semi-final. And then 2 of the more recent newcomers with Mystical taking on Gandalf. Very excited to see who is going to put their place in the final. And then, of course, the final itself we've also got to look forward to as well. It's been a great day of Gwent, Sealy. I particularly enjoyed Piebol's Heat Wave on his own card. That's just mind-blowing still. I'm never going to forget that one.
A lot of great series today. It was a pleasure being able to cast. It was a pleasure hanging out with you guys. Everyone watching and at home, hope you were comfy and enjoyed the stream today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure. We're looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks again, and we will see you all tomorrow. Bye.
All right, day 1 is done. And more importantly, we interrupt this show to say that Geralt has turned 1 today. He's 1-year-old. So yeah, everybody in chat, wish him a happy birthday. He doesn't look like he's very amused. Are you amused? I will take that as a no. Thank you all for watching. It's been an amazing day 1. Day 2 will commence tomorrow, 4 p.m. CST. As always, there will be more cool stuff for you to see. And there will be the final reveals for Black Sun, which is very, very important. And a nice pre-final segment with Jean and my buddy Ryan, R to the Y to the A to the N, as I like to say. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Catch you all tomorrow. Bye!